Hi everybody, welcome very much to another ESO stream. Today we are going to be watch partying the Elite Classic 3 quarterfinals, and if I'm feeling it, we're going to be casting more SilverLeague games. Yesterday we casted SilverLeague games, and they're actually pretty good. It was right after I woke up actually. So the first games, the casting wasn't great. It was alright, but then the other games was way better. So some of them will be published on YouTube. All the other ones are live on YouTube. You can check it. You can also check the VOD on Twitch, but it's way better if you check it on YouTube, actually. So today, right now, it's happening CSO versus B. B is winning 2-1. They just finished third game. They are best of sevens, by the way. So we're going to jump immediately. Hello. Welcome to the stream. Handsome today. We're always handsome. Thank you, though. Appreciate it. You are pretty awesome, too. Welcome. That's true, you guys. If you're not watching my Pokemon content, the Day Before community doesn't see me in a long time because I've been just casting, so no camera. Today we're doing a watch party. And before we wait, unless they go for game number 4 already, I just want to show you guys how the tournament is going. I want to show you the website of the tournament. So here we go. This is the Elite Classic 3 tree, basically. Vortex lost to Papipo 4-2. Vortex finding his sweet spot between aggression and not passivity, but less aggression. You know what I'm saying, right? Lost 4-2 to Papipo. It was a great set. I watched a little bit. Vortex played really well too. The surprise, it was Anatend versus CSO, where CSO won 4-2 versus Anatend. Thank you very much. We have coffee on the table. It's hot. And then right now we have B versus CSO. CSO coming in hot, surprising everybody. Finishing 4th? Yeah, he finished 4th on Group A. So he beat Vortex that finished 3rd. But they had the same amount of wins and losses. It's just that Vortex won more sets than he lost. +6, it's a good difference for 3rd place. And then... Oh no, sorry. CSO is playing Anatend. Papipo was the one that beat Vortex. Papipo had the +5 advantage, which is good. CSO only had the +2 advantage, which is really, really nice. So game number 3 is almost starting in 30 seconds. Later today, we'll also have Marine Lord versus Papipo. The thing is, those are best of 7s right now. So these sets can take very, very long. If they are entertaining, of course, you can watch the whole thing. But if not, I will be casting some SilverLeague games, because they've been delivering. Talking about the SilverLeague, let's check it. I was casting a lot of games from it yesterday. Hi, Momo. And today, the playoffs have not been played. Myriad is here casting, so he can't play. When it will be... Oh, we hear it was less than 30 seconds. Hello. Oh, sorry about that. Some hiccups.
Behind Team Elephant's CSO in the color orange, piloting the Jushi's legacy. And this matchup here
we go. Delhi versus Zushi
divides many players as to who is favored.
I think B wins this one, but Zushi is very strong, still with professional scouts. But actually, yesterday I was watching a bit of the tournament. I think it was Vortex versus Papipo the set. Misty gets by to semis, yes, because he got first on his group. Same for Louis. They got first in the group, they go straight to the semifinals. Some people don't like that. I think going straight to the semifinals, perhaps it's a bit too much, but getting first of the group is very difficult. And then it gives an incentive for you to fight for first place. Right? Why would you fight for first place if you don't get that advantage? Now, if you get second, you go to the quarterfinals. So the chances of you losing are bigger, right? Some people, I don't disagree with the people that think it's too much. I completely see their point. But I think it's deserved, you know what I'm saying? So yeah, I was watching the tournament yesterday, and one of the casters, I think it was Killer Pigeon, said that Zushi, yes, they are great at doing pro scouts, but they kind of get stuck. Like, if they don't do pro scouts, they don't have a lot of options. Yes, they can fast castle, they can go second TC, but it's not nearly as powerful as the professional scouts play. I think Delhi still falls a bit behind on denying the professional scouts play from Zushi, but B can be very aggressive and very efficient. Let's see how it goes.
Behind it, we have seen this matchup played a few weeks ago, Marine Lord against Puppy Paw on Lipany, one of Delhi's best maps. And Marine Lord definitely made it look very one-sided in that series.
Some of the faith coming down for B. I don't think anyone's terribly surprised by that. Haven't seen.
By the way, guys, happy Sunday. I went into a gaming event today. Before I got burned out of A4, I'll try to make it work every game pre-buff.
I haven't heard anyone refer to it as that.
Oh, professional scouts, really? Ah, pre-buff. Ah, you crazy, bro, you crazy. Yeah, we could say, no, I was about to say, I didn't got burned out of AW4, I just got more interested in other stuff. I love casting AW4, but I'm not very, like, interested in playing the game, if you know what I'm saying. I'm just not feeling it, I'm not feeling it at the moment. But I'm not burned out, you know, there is a difference in being burned out and just being interested in other stuff, you know. But yeah, I went to a gaming event today. I was watching a CS2 final. It was like an unofficial tournament. It was pretty cool. And they had some like video games, arcades, pinball machines, but there was too many people there. I didn't play anything. There was huge queues for everything. Luckily, we found places. Me and my girl found places on the CS final. It was pretty cool. I really enjoyed the CS finals. I learned some things on the spot. It was pretty nice. I didn't knew certain things. I learned it on the spot. It was pretty cool. Between two Portuguese teams, it was very, very nice. It was very quick as well.
Well, B is going to have a slightly higher wood bank when he does finish aging, so he can opt for whatever production buildings he needs immediately, as well as a rapid follow-up afterwards. That might potentially be a stable. It might be a blacksmith opener here for him. I wouldn't be too surprised to see stable, because we did mention that pro scouts possibility from the Jushi, which, judging by CSO's macro here, just shy of the gold needed, likely to be queued up any moment here. Yep, and there it comes.
There it is.
Yeah, stable will be next for him behind this, and the Ghazi are able to really deny those.
This one is one of my favorite mugs that I have here at home. The city mug. It's so cool. Of course, it's the Dome of the Fate opening.
I was kind of expecting, because I was wondering if B would just play for.
Of course, it's going to be Professional Scouts opening.
Well, it's queued up. Actually,
Delhi also can go for Professional Scouts, but it takes so long, bro.
And that's the tricky
Poor
thing.
Delhi, poor Delhi.
Pro Scouts, but it just feels like it takes a long time.
Yeah, it does.
Oftentimes you'll see someone drop a second mill to get that going as well.
It takes so long, Professional Scouts. Yeah, the second mill play usually is good, but you don't see it very often because the players want to use the wood for stables and the Ghazis.
There's an additional scout in queue for B already. No Ghazis.
An additional scout? Oh no.
He's not going to get professional scouts for a while, though. It's going to take a while for that to click in.
That must have been a misclick or something, surely. Oh, I think he's short on wood. I think he missed macro just slightly, was late onto the wood and didn't have enough wood to produce the Ghazis. They are now in turn, so he just uses the time to get an extra scout.
Make a scout
out,
anyways.
Yeah, I
that
mean,
makes sense. If you can't,
it can't hurt, right? So
trying to macro as best you can. When you have a bit of a missed macro, you might as well still spend what you can and even it out. We do see the first deer being aggressed here. Horseman out for CSO. Try and take care of the scout. He'll at least shoo him away. The tricky thing is Ghazi versus Horseman. I feel like Ghazi definitely feel better.
it's a very interesting one, because quite notably the Ghazis, although stat-wise they are superior in almost every way, it's not quite every way. The Horsemen, notably, not only do they have faster attack speed, but they also have more range as well. And combined with Jushi's unique technology, Dali horses, giving them an additional 20 or 25% attack speed, it's one or the other. I feel like their Horsemen might actually potentially win against the Ghazis cost for cost, if I'm not mistaken. As to whether it gets to that stage, we'll have to see. CSO doesn't want to risk anything, though. He does opt for his own barracks in turn to help offset any kind of harassment from B's Ghazi. And really, the name.
Shout out to Vodka and our production crew for showing us the meditation gardens there for a second. I don't know if anyone caught that. That was a lot of resources coming in. I've rarely seen such a good meditation gardens as that. Like it's hard to get much better than that. As to your point, yeah, we see the Ghazis and stuff coming out. Looks like CSO being cautious here, going for his own deer first, which he can do because it's still going to be a while for B to get professional scouts on his end. So he really could take his first and then go back and grab B's deer if he can.
Yes, I mean, as long as B keeps his deer on his side of the map safe, and they are reasonably close to his base, sort of firmly on his third of the map, he'll be relatively happy. He put some delay on CSO here getting his own deer. Realistically, neither player is really going to be able to take any of the other ones there. That shouldn't really be possible with the way the armies are being massed here. Sacred sites are being captured now by B, though. The center one looks like he's going to be locked in. Left one is harassed slightly, but that should be soon to follow as well. And CSO looks to play pretty standard Jushi here. There's a heavy priority onto Horseman here, which is not normally seen as much by most Jushi players,
But it's smart actually. You go for a lot of horsemen first because you always know that the Delhi player can mass archers really quickly because of the faster production. So if you already have a lot of horsemen, because sometimes what happens is the player by making a lot of archers they gain a lot of momentum in pushing you away, because then you have to make more horsemen or start to make more instead of already having them. But if you already have them, you are not forced to go back. So you can challenge sacred sites. You can challenge deer side. It's smart. Perhaps it can hurt your economy to go that early into horsemen because they don't fare so well versus Ghazis. Let's see how it goes.
I see a little skirmish here. The Scholar is paying huge dividends here with the healing. One of the Ghazis do go down. The Scholar will fall as well, but costly trade here for CSO.
Yeah, but probably worth it, right? Because that sacred site does not get captured because of it.
It's true.
You know, the sacred site spawns here pretty far away. On Dry Arabia, there always feels pretty sparse. Feels like a long way to go with not a lot of cover on any of them for B.
You're right, actually. It does seem like they're even more spread out here than on most Dry Arabia spawns that I've seen. At least they are very, very far from each other. Notably, these look a little bit more like Rocky Canyon. If you know the map, it's quite similar to what it looks like there. But B, still only Ghazis and Archers for now being produced. Did opt for the Undermesh first in anticipation of the Zuganu, so he has that already in. Steeled Arrow on the way.
Happy Mother's Day in the USA. Oh, for us it was last weekend actually. I offered my mom a flower, very beautiful flower. She got very happy.
Really good work with these horsemen. In fact, he's going for more scholars. He's flooding the earth with his units. Feels like CSO is playing pretty aggressive and it's working for him. And, you know, it always feels bad as Delhi as we see another scholar goes down. That's -2 for B. Those are not cheap. I mean, they're cheaper than most people's scholars, but losing those is such a big loss. You know, you're losing out on the sacred site play, on the extra healing you could get. You're losing out on the research timing speed, the amount of time it takes to build them. So for losing 2 of those now, it does not feel good if you're B.
No, it definitely adds up very quickly, right? You're very correct in highlighting. And the sticky thing here for B is that Feudal Age is not an age that he wins long term, right? Once that Zuganu mass gets too severe, once the Dali Horsemen really come online fully, which they're starting to now.
I mean, what Myriad is saying is true. But because the archers have more range than the Zuganu, if you can use them correctly, you can win versus Zuganu. And the thing is, you don't need to win against the Zuganu, you just need to pick up the Spearmen. If you pick up the Spearmen, your Ghazis, plus your archers, plus some scholars, should do very well against the rest of the army. So if you can, kite the Spearmen or attract them, and then snipe them out, because B is not using Spearmen, which can be a problem though. So his direct counter to the Horseman are the Ghazi, but Ghazi will beat the Horseman. I don't think that X speed upgrade does much versus Ghazis, to be honest.
Military numbers are pretty even, village numbers.
But the thing is that CSOS Spearmen, if B doesn't take care of them, it's going to be a distraction.
It's this dance right now for CSO, right, that you often find yourself in. He has the map control.
And yeah, after I was in the gaming event, and I really wanted to there to be an Age of Empires 4 event in Portugal because it was in a castle where I was, so it would be so fitting. Not in the castle as because it was like in the city of the castle, not on the castle itself. It was very, very cool. I think Portugal is a great place to hold Age of Empires 4 tournaments. Great weather, great people. And I think it will be cheaper to rent out stuff here in Portugal and in other places as well.
CSO, big engagement. They dive in. The Ghazi's trying to do some damage, backing away before the Spears can get too heavily on them. It's back and forth. Hard to tell who's winning. Scholars healing up the back line, nice and safe. Doesn't look great for CSO with the Scholars, with Archer number falling very fast for B. And once that goes down, the Scholars are just going to be easy pickings. And there they go, start going down. There's one. The second one goes down. But the Horsemen falling the Ghazis, and suddenly it's CSO who's backing up. Pretty.
Bro, I told you, B just wins the fight. I've played a lot against Delhi. I don't know, especially when I played. There was a time I was playing just JD and Japan. Bro, Delhi was so tough to play against. It's such a good counter to those two civs. Not counter directly, especially against JD, but against Japan, yeah, it's a struggle. So, like, I know that units are really, really good. Plus Sacred Sites, plus Scholars, plus free techs. It's really nice. Actually, I was distracted. I didn't see the macro of B, but he did pretty well, right? 18 Zugunu. Sometimes I find Zugunu to be underwhelming. Yeah, they're amazing, but sometimes they just don't do their job, you know? But in theory, they look amazing. In theory, they look like they're going to exterminate the army of the enemy, but sometimes they just don't do their job. CSO still has 18 left. So that's pretty good amount of Zugunu. He doesn't need to build much more. And his Castle Age, by the way, which B is really far away. He has 1,000 foot per minute. He can stop produce for a while, and then he'll be aging up soon.
If you can just get a couple of those to sneak in there. I mean, that fight was really, really even, and the use of the Scholars really is what kept me in that. But he'd lost another one or two.
Yes, the fight was even, but CSO only has Zugunu, while B has archers and cavalry. So CSO now needs to reinvest into the expensive units, while B doesn't. But the castle age difference might be too big here. B has no spearmen, so if he fights against more than 5 or 6 lancers, it's going to be complicated. I mean, he has 14 Ghazis, though. He can do it. It's just he can't let the enemy get too many lancers, and he has no answer to them.
So I thought someone would be on the way yet, but instead finding himself with slight food struggles here naturally, as they have started running out. And instead it's going to be lancers and palace guards in queue for him now. Zugunu upgrade is pretty slow behind this, only now being queued up. I'm not sure. I don't think it's being supervised, but I might be wrong.
Well, regardless, he pushes the Zugunu up and in, and the villagers on berries have to run away because also, while CSO's running out of food behind this, so is B. And Delhi, I feel like both these civs actually really get hampered by lack of food. I mean, that's one of their weaknesses I would say both have, as we see a nice little raid from the Ghazi onto CSO's berry villagers. Back and forth. They both know they're both food starved. The difference is, though, is that CSO is up in age.
Yeah, it's such a significant advantage in this case, and all the Ghazi raiders.
Bro, the lancers are being destroyed. Where are the rest of them?
Damage they have against palace guards and lancers in this situation.
Bro, the B's doing so well here.
So they will trade very unfavorably the longer this goes on for B, and you can see him desperately.
Yeah, B needed to do this. He needed to thin the numbers from CSO, but CSO is able to get a lot of lancers here, actually.
No good answer anymore to these armored units here for B. And we see he also...
Yeah, no answer to the lancers. He lost too many Ghazis here.
Double broadaxe for B.
Oh no, yeah, this game might be over. I think CSO might be able to tie this up. These lancers, there's nowhere to go. The Scholars are doing their best to keep everyone alive, but the lancers taking everyone down one by one. No gods. Okay, 2 gods is now on the field. 3 trying to do something about this.
Yeah, really no answer to the lancers, and CSO is able to keep producing them.
There's just too many lancers in the field, and you know, the food is safer for CSO now in the back of this. He is getting some. There's another raid actually on the food. As I say that, looks like there has been some more Ghazis in the back line trying to slow down CSO.
Yeah, I mean, B's doing...
left. They're going to the new berries. Yeah.
There's a great job here by be utilizing the scholars for that heal to just squeeze as much value as he can possibly can out of these units. But it's just a war of attrition that I don't think he can possibly win, right? These armored units,
I don't think he wins.
Too
It's
much
difficult.
at this point in time,
Very, very difficult
right?
here.
They're gonna keep coming, and it's not like B has the ability to spare raiding units behind this to disrupt CSO's food income, which granted is stalling right now, only 300 food per minute now for him, and dropping actually, as he looks to resecure more food, I would assume.
He is raiding in the back of this though and getting some value out of that. But yeah, it feels like right now, again, both these civs really struggle with what do you do when the food runs out. Obviously, we see B has been pretty well delayed there on his food. He's got a lot coming in, though. He's managed to find some food somewhere. Tricky thing for him, the tricky thing for B is he's got no gold. He's got the food, no gold. Meanwhile, CSO, it's kind of the opposite, right? He's got the gold, didn't have the food. He's got 600 a minute now, so he's going to start getting more and more here up online. And once that happens, if B opts to try and rush up castle, there's going to be a huge window for CSO to push in.
CSO might have thrown away a few too many units in these initial engagements in Castle Age, right? Where he had the quality, but then B just reinvested into units and had a superior mass in turn, so was able to clean up the entirety of CSO's Zuganu mass, which he is now looking to replenish. And using the scholars there with the Ghazi allowed for some pretty good trades despite being an age down. CSO, whilst not gathering relics behind this, he has to be very, very careful to not sort of overextend himself as he did in the last game, right? We need to exercise just a little bit of patience here. Start getting those relics, secure this lead, keep denying the sacred sites, and not look to do too much here, because he has the lead, just has to not throw it away.
I like what you're saying. It feels like CSO is trying to do just a little too much. He really should just take it a little slower here. Pretty good engagement there with the Juganu behind now. And that's he just needs to get a mass. Once he gets a sizable mass again, it's going to be his game to lose. We see those spears just aren't going to be long for this world. The Ghazis will be able to do a little bit more damage, but they're going to have to run back because just one too many things.
Maybe bringing some spearmen, he needed that. Now he can challenge the Lancers. And with the Ghazis jump on the Zuganus. But CSO also making Palace Hearts to counter those spearmen.
Get up enough to age up, but then at what point are you going to be able to keep up the military units?
Quite interestingly here for CSO, he actually opted to build a separate monastery and train a regular monk to start getting relics, as opposed to the Shaolin monk.
That's a good play, because you don't need the food to make the normal monks. To make the Shaolin monks, you need 200 food, and CSO is pumping Lancers. That's a good defense from B, though. Can he go castle behind that? That's the question.
Definitely not.
Ghazi's wrap the Zuganu.
Yeah, big wrap.
Yeah, great play there around the Zuganu. B doing it very well. Push.
Lancers will clean this up eventually. Really should get those scholars. Yeah, there we go. Now those scholars are dead, and that might be just the breakthrough that CSO is looking for. A costly price to pay. He really needs to focus the scholars.
It really does, but it's so tough, right? Like, the scholars will keep healing themselves, and any spear that comes out will need to be focused down very quickly, as even an age down, this spear's bonus damage is not something to be underestimated. CSO, still massing up Lancers, still massing up Zuganu behind this, but he just can't quite break through, right? He just doesn't... He shouldn't really trade like this up against these scholars, because ultimately, even an age ahead, it's just value that is being thrown away. Now,
yeah,
at least
those
one
7
relic
scholars are definitely a thorn in the side of CSO. But the good news for him is he has kept B away from Castle Age. This is still delaying the Castle Age. And behind this, CSO is now up to 1,000 food a minute. This is going to swing in his favor very shortly.
Yeah, absolutely. With the relics now being now starting to be collected, CSO finally...
Only 2 relics for CSO, though. He's in Castle Age for a very long time already.
And is now finally... for some raids as well. This is what you have to do, right? Food is very limited for both him and B, and instead of fighting directly into this army, although technically you have the stronger army as CSO, you should probably just go for the safer villages instead, and those losses really add up for B.
Yeah, Scholars now going down, finally getting some Lancers on top of that. That's going to make the difference here, because those things have just been keeping too much value on the field for B. Scholars going down. They're trying to heal each other, which is always a funny thing to see. Seeing it just seems very counterproductive for what they need to be doing. But Lancers on top of that.
GG now?
Juganu going down from the Ghazis. Villagers around the corner just kind of looking over their shoulders as they gather berries, ignoring the carnage that's happening on the battlefield. Lancers sitting on the spears, and that's they gotta get out of there now. A lot of damage done, however. A lot of scholars down. All that's left
True,
is the
but
spears. At this point, you back up. keep the
CSO is
high-value
6
targets
ego
alive.
units ahead. That's
Put
really
your
nice.
Zugnu mass back in there.
B
A
ain't
lot of
giving
value
up.
for CSO, and again, B is just forever stuck in feudal. This will go CSO's way as long as he doesn't let B
Yep.
get some kind of a crazy mass in his base.
Yeah, absolutely. This constant forced fighting, although it may not be 100% efficient for CSO with these trades, it keeps forcing a reinvestment here from.
Yeah, exactly.
As long as he can keep him in this feudal age, he knows that eventually he will be ahead. Jiangnan Tower now on the way for CSO as well, so Granary Transition is going to go up behind this. We see 1500 wood in the bank for him. That's enough for so many farms behind this, and with those secured, here the pump
GG,
can
let's
continue.
go, let's go. It's 2-2. We have a game, we have a set.
At this point in time, CSO taking game number 4 up against B.
We got
Time
an
the
even
series up
series.
again. Yeah.
2-2. And this is the first time CSO has gone 2 games against B in a series. I mean, he's only had 1 game in a tournament against him before this. Now suddenly he finds himself going the distance a little bit. 2-2. We go to a game number 5 with
Neck
tied
and neck.
series, neck and neck, excellently played by both CSO and B. Man, the difference was I really think he just that early game. It took a while for CSO to secure the victory, which is fine. B is a really good player. It's going to take a while to convert the victory. But CSO getting the advantage really easily, well done in feudal. You had to fight for it a little bit back and forth, but managing to keep B off of the sacred sites was just so crucial because in the end, B just never had the gold income.
Yeah, it's so tough to in this position as Delhi, right? You have all these horsemen running around the map here for CSO. This severe initial superior military pump that Jushi can have over Delhi, as normally Delhi are the ones with their efficient production, thanks to the scholars that they can garrison in production buildings, normally have the edge in terms of mass in these early skirmishes. However, CSO, with access to his own supervision, as well as the superior dare gathering rate early on, thanks to that pro scouts as opposed to B, allows him to match the mass, fully contest the sacred sites, and get himself in a commanding position. This skirmish here was incredibly pivotal for both players, right? It was looking very,
Lots
very
of
even for
scholars.
most of it. Yeah. So many
1, 2,
scholars
I
down.
think he gets 3. Yeah, 3 scholars in the span of 15 seconds. 4 right there. Yeah, that amount of value, it just can't be understated. Like that swings the game in favor because B has to invest that gold back into those guys. And so that just keeps him from Castle Age forever more. Meanwhile, behind this, CSO was able to click up very shortly after that. It just comes back to, I think, the fact that B was way late into making spears. He went horse archer into Jugunu horseman. So Ghazi archer into Jugunu horseman doesn't feel good. I really feel like B maybe would have benefited from like a 1-1-1 comp, perhaps.
So
Which is
some
tough.
speedman, of course, really helps.
And it would have been difficult, but it just feels like he had no answer to.
But the problem, I think it was more the Castle Age.
Because it's
The Lancers were really the issue because B won the fight before CSO aged up. Then it was the problem.
Some people go for heavy horseman priority like CSO did this game. Some people go Zuganu straight away pretty much. And getting a read of that as Delhi, even as B in this situation, can be so difficult. He saw the horsemen initially. He might have thought, okay, it's probably just a few horsemen to deny and harass those initial sites. And then it's going to be full-on Spear Juganu, so I won't even bother with Spears because, ideally you don't want to go into Spears as Delhi unless you have to, which is against like Knight civilizations notably, or civilizations with like way stronger cavalry, like Keshiks, for example. So B, I don't think he wanted to go into those Spears until he really, really had to, but when he realized he had to, it was already a little bit too late because there were already so many horsemen on the field.
Yeah, then it just felt like he was in a hole, right? Because both Civs running out of food, except the other guy's already up a Castle Age. I mean, it's just put him in such a difficult spot. And the fact that B was able to get his deer in, I mean, he only got his 2 packs in that I saw, but then also to deny the.
Let's take a look at the draft real quick. CSO already played JD, already played Mongols. B already played Mongols were banned? And they played Zushi already, B. CSO already played China. Wait, it's China Zushi now? On Carmel? Oh, Professional Scout Fiesta. They already played Mongols and Byzantines, Ottoman and Templars, Zushi and Delhi. Because it's a best of 7, they can share sieves apparently. Yeah, okay. HRE and Rus band, of course, on both sides. Because HRE is HRE. And Rus is Rus. Byzantine is still available for B. JD is still available for B and Maldives. CSO with Japan and Delhi and Lancaster still available for potentially Relic River and Sacred Grove. For Relic River, Japan is good. Delhi is alright. Lancaster is okay. For Sacred Grove, Maldives is tricky because of the gold spawns there. I think Relic River and Sacred Grove are both not good for Maldives in terms of the gold spawn. Maybe there is some another advantage points, right? Chat saying not a fan of redrafting. It would be nice to see more sieves played. Yeah, but that would require more sieves to be actually good. Or not like all sieves are good, but you have other sieves that are just like way better. And it's also very like map and matchup dependent. Redraft is healthy to allow players to be playing their best, to not be forced to play sieves that they don't like or they don't think it's good. But in terms of the viewer, to see more sieves, redraft is bad, of course. But I think it's the best option for the players.
Well, we know there's a lot of deer here, right? So I think
it's just pro scout fest, right?
It's a pro scout fest to the max. Is what is going to be here.
Be a little less exciting than some games. Looking at that French JD mirror, that was a high octane game. This one's going to be a little more free delivery.
Chat saying, I think there are too many bans. 4 bans. True. I mean, but if you only allow 2 bans, it will be always HRE and Rus. So it will be the same. You'll see the same sieves anyway. And I think Rus and HRE really need to be nerfed, or other sieves just need to be buffed so they're not always the same that are banned. Because it's almost always. Of course, some players let Rus go, some players let HRE go unbanned, but in general, it's always them that are banned.
The cheaper age up on the Tang Dynasty as well for that castle age is very, very useful for them. Jushi also has the superior cavalry thanks to Dali horses. Yeah. They do have the stronger lancers in castle age. However, Chinese economy runs away here in this matchup a little bit.
That's my thoughts. If it goes late into castle, I feel like China starts getting that edge, because I feel like I've seen it where they take a fight and then China gets ahead, kind of like we saw with like JD versus Joan of Arc. Like once they get ahead with a good fight in castle age, suddenly things start to change in late game. China, I feel like, overtakes. But you're right, the tempo in favor of B to start this one off. I mean, it's one of those things like it's a coin flip to me at this point now, right? Like both these players have shown they are exceptional at this kind of style of play. It'll be interesting to see what this turns into. I mean, we'll obviously probably see. I'd be shocked if both players don't go for a very quick pro scouts. Is there anything else you would do? Maybe is there any other plays you could see outside of pro scouts? It feels ridiculous to even consider it because it's just so much in the meta for these civs.
I mean, there's a world in which maybe one of these players actually opts for potentially a feudal age 2 TC. That might be a little bit crazy just because of the nature of the map, because it's so open, and because it slows you down so much. You're likely to miss out on pretty much all the relics if you do so. If any dust civ goes for that, I would assume it would be China that goes for it, specifically because of that scaling that we talked about, right? The cheaper IOs, the additional taxes for China, this really starts mounting up throughout the game and works out in their favor, I think, the longer it goes. Obviously, in the late game, they just have the superior siege over Jushi, as well as having probably the stronger army, thanks to those hand cannoneers and palace guards as well. I think they're a little bit stronger with all the unique decks than Jushi's, if I'm not mistaken, outside of Ming Dynasty, but I might be wrong. Maybe someone can correct me on that.
Yeah, people saying Myriad should be casting more. I really like the casting from Myriad. I like the casting from Sorcerton as well, Sorcerton, but it's not my favorite. I really like Myriad's casting. He gives very good insight.
All tied up at 2. It's going to be B and CSO going at it again. B as Zushi's Legacy, the Chinese variant.
Oh, I like the layout moving from the bottom to the top. I like that. So, Momo.
We expect pro scouts. We'll see if we get something different.
No, it's gonna be pro scouts. Maybe one of the players will be like, I know my enemy is going pro scouts. Let me fuel age rush him. You know, it's not easy to defend on Carmel. So, Mo.
That said, the last couple games have felt pretty standard. I don't feel like either of these players have done anything too crazy. They're both playing what I would consider is overall just the meta.
It's true. It's true. They have, I guess, there's an element of apprehension probably.
Yeah, B not going too crazy on his plans.
Right?
He's playing kind of meta,
You've practiced a few times,
but always expect
very well.
the off-meta plays from B. Sometimes it's really good. Actually, it could be a super play from B. He's like, see guys, I'm playing meta. And then in one match he doesn't play meta, and people are like, oh, what? I was expecting meta to be played. No.
Maybe we'll see something in further series from either of these players, depending on who makes it through.
Yeah, especially given how close this series has been. I mean, we've been talking about it all day. Like B is just such a good player, right? He is such a good player, top 3 in the world, I think by most people's accounting. Then CSO comes on the scene, has been looking really good. And at this point, like,
yeah, CSO has been looking really good.
We were showing the stats really good. Like B had won all but one game against CSO, so he was 9-1 and had taken every single series, and suddenly it's a 2-2 split. I don't know that I mentioned before, like, don't count past performance as an indicative example of what you should expect going forward, because CSO has been putting in some really good work.
True. CSO is not the CSO from the past.
As well.
He's stronger.
Not quite as good as what CSO had last game. There's no berries in range, but wood, stone, and gold, pretty decent.
Yeah, sometimes they can be very juicy meditation guns on this map as well. You can sometimes you can even get triple berries for upwards of 100 food income passively from it. Of course, you do trade off any kind of gold or wood or stone to make that possible, but he's gonna opt instead for a pretty decent one here, right? I mean, wood, stone, and gold, definitely a good meditation guns there for him. Not too crazy, but better than average without a doubt. CSO opting for a somewhat slow age up on the Imperial Academy. Normally we do see a priority to the 3 or 4 villages instead. The CSO is going to have about a close to minute 4 age up timing here instead, more akin to something a normal civilization would have.
Makes me wonder if he's going for like a Song Dynasty or something, but we see him moving on to the woods, so that still screams pro scouts to my eyes.
Might get ourselves a little sheep count here soon enough just to determine who has the advantage in that regard. It looks like B has not yet dropped off his. We have 18 sheep total that are left standing.
That's a
5
ton.
carcasses. Yeah, that is a lot.
Does he even need
there
pro
for
scouts
CSO.
at this rate? That's a ton of food.
Oh,
Not
no.
nearly as many for B. Did B just like lose out on all the sheep?
Oh, that's horrific for B. 8 sheep
Hey,
to
yeah.
20 plus for CSO. That's such a severe deficit. There's a few more here for B, luckily. Okay, 3 more here, so it won't be.
Okay, that's gonna help him out a lot,
bad,
but
yeah.
still, I mean,
that is still
knowing
really
that
bad.
Zushi is so food dependent, right? And when it comes to losing your food, we saw it last game that it really slowed CSO down, and actually both players really got affected by the lack of food as they got about 25 minutes into the game.
Yeah, I mean, luckily B found 4 extra sheep there towards the eastern side of his base. That will definitely help him out here.
Critical.
But still,
Imagine if he hadn't. Oh man.
yeah, that would be a desperate situation. But it's still a 3-1, I think, sheep split favor here for CSO. Quite a big lead in a very volatile, food-orientated matchup like this one.
There is just a lot of sheep in general in this map too. That can't be understated. We do see pro scouts coming from both. Hey, look what to the surprise of almost nobody. Pro Scout Fest. Everyone can sit back, relax, take a quick little cat nap as we'll get some really exciting part of this game will happen in about 5 minutes or so.
True.
Yep. For now, both players will likely just sit back, gather their saved deer, it's a bit tough to kind of invest too much into military here to try to deny either side, because I mean the deer are always so condensed onto one side of the map for each player that realistically you can't do much to contest it, and if you make too many units, your castle age is then slowed down, right? Now likely we're gonna have a notably faster castle age here from B on the Jushi as opposed to the Chinese, most likely. We saw his pro scout coming in first as well. Scout lead for him too at this point in time. So a little bit of what we mentioned before, right? Jushi has that tempo speed lead over China in terms of timings with the age up, with the technologies, thanks to that stronger early game economy. But that can quickly go in Chinese's favor, as we see already 3 Imperial officials out on the field. 4th one probably soon to come out as well.
Yeah, definitely. You know, I kind of wonder if like these guys have like the gentleman's agreement behind this. Like, you know, we just had a bunch of really high chaotic map fighting over the last couple of things. We've had a lot of tough, close games. We just take a couple minutes to just gather our sheep. You know, gentleman's agreement. I'll take mine. You take yours. You know, we don't need to go across. I wonder at what point like this becomes kind of like they just get to kind of relax a little bit mid game here before it gets hyped up and dangerous. As we see more coming in, that's still many sheep though for CSO. I wonder how that'll affect things later down the line.
The only disadvantage to having that many sheep for CSO is they'll make it a bit difficult to force a drop off onto the mill with the villagers, which is quite an annoying issue that can happen sometimes with China and Jushi specifically, right? As you get the deer towards the mill. But yeah, it's a very very slow and controlled early game here, right? As we mentioned, both.
Yeah, very slow and controlled early game. That's true. The casters did warn us about that. That it will take some time for the game to get going.
For CSO here, but the tech advantage is notable.
Yeah, Zushi age is up early. No Song Dynasty for CSO, so he's not really getting ahead. Not more Imperial officials, but CSO didn't lose villagers to produce his Imperial officials. B did. Because he has to build it from Town Center, not from Imperial Academy. Oh, GTV! Grand Theft Venison.
Nice.
Just take it and pull it out.
The disrespect.
Just being as annoying as he can be. That is hilarious. CSO says, "Hey, not swiper, no swiping." Takes it.
B went with Mount Lu Academy, not with Shaolin Monastery. To boost his economy in comparison to the Chinese don't have access to that. That can be really good for B, actually. Boost the supervision of the Imperial officials.
Normally we do see that Shaolin Monastery coming in for the Jushi, right? To get those early monks out, get those relics in ASAP. The notable thing with the Mount Lu Academy, and we already have the research coming in, I believe it is going to be regional inspection
it is.
For 3DB here, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, so that's going to significantly boost the supervision speed, doubling it, in fact, for the Imperial officials on the state. When you can see, how long does it take for Lancer to come out in this state, I wonder? I think it's...
Oh yeah, Vodka could take a look at that for us.
It's close to 10 seconds, I think, right?
14 seconds, insane.
14 seconds.
Insane.
Gravy, that is a lot of fast nights. Speed, they are speed. Yeah, versus 35. That is an insane difference. Now, the trick is, can you pump out? Do you have the resources to pump out that many? That's the question now. It's like, if you can do it, you got the money. They're ready to send them flying, as we already have 2 more on the way. Lancers on the field.
Chinese spies everywhere. Only 4. No, actually, B can have more. B can have more. But wait, do we have Imperial Palace? Actually, I didn't notice. Maybe you're referring to that, MG, from YouTube. I was starting to think about something else. So yeah, the spy's ability is really good. Especially on a map like Carmel, where it's hard to defend.
And this is a situation.
It's hard to make walls there. The spies are really, really good. But also, the gold mines are tiny, so the players will be forced out into the map earlier, so then the spy ability can just be great. So CSO will not ever, but almost always know where the vills are. No, it was Astronomical Clock Tower. It wasn't Imperial Palace.
Favoring B, so I do think CSO will need to opt for either a barracks or an archery range, maybe both, eventually to offset the strength of B's knights. But of course, raiding is a possibility, right? So
Yeah, it definitely is an interesting thing. And I'm thinking about like the clock tower for CSO. Like Nesta Bs don't do him a lot of good here for a while until he can force something out of B. And B with, you know, the Dolly horses researched in, now looking to take an engagement. And I think he'd win that fight. It's 9 to 10 or 10 to 10 now on the Lancer count. Again, B's probably only constrained really by how much resources he has to pump him out. CSO's macro looking really clean as he's got very few resources in the bank and nothing but military units on the field. As here comes the first clash and the dive. Scout goes immediately down, absorbing the charge as a raid happens in the back. B onto the gold vein. It's 2 kills for his effort.
And CSO doesn't notice.
Engages in the front. He's completely absorbed by the front fight. Still hasn't picked up on the fight. The Lancer's taking down 3.
Oh, that is so painful.
More.
This is huge for B as he's winning the fight up front too.
Yeah.
The wheels are still going down.
Oh,
He doesn't see it.
Beautiful timing here by B, not only charging into the Knights to distract CSO, and at the same time, this one single Lancer finding such a ridiculous amount of value. 8 villages dead. That is crippling damage here for CSO in this game so far. Now, the
holy stuff. It was a good timing. Sometimes I do that myself. I start the fight, and then I have a unit ready to raid. Then we start the fight, I send the unit to raid, and the player will not notice or take longer to notice.
He's lost like 2.5 minutes of villager production right there.
Yeah.
I mean, that is insane. That is such a bonus to take early in the game. Only not even 12 minutes in the game, you drop 8 villagers on your gold. It does not feel much worse than that. And you're militarily like barely ahead. You've got 3 more Lancers than your opponent, but they're also beefed up Lancers with the Dolly horses. I mean, this is going to pay dividends, even though.
And +1 attack for B as well. No blacksmith upgrades for CSO. So B is attacking faster and doing more damage with the Lancers.
By B, right? Because he knows the tiny gold veins on this map. He obviously realized his own gold mine running out, so knew that because CSO is doing exactly the same thing as he's doing, that his own is going to run out in turn because of the expense that those knights put on gold. And just a single Lancer in the right place at the right time can really swing a game here. As B, 6 more Lancers in queue. He's firmly set on this, and I don't think that long term this is a fight that CSO can win.
Yeah, the economy for B is really, really good. CSO could surprise with the crossbows or spearmen, but then it means he wouldn't have enough Lancers, and if he doesn't have a critical mass of spearmen or crossbow, he will just lose the fight. It's a very tough situation from CSO. We don't know the vision of CSO, we don't know what he knows about the enemy. He tried to raid over there, B was aware of it. Relics, 1 for CSO. Actually, not a lot of relic action in this game.
Not notice lone Lancer on their gold vein killing villager after villager.
It's true. It's just so tough to pay attention to everything at once, right? The attack notifications, they make the same sound, and using the hotkey to focus on it focuses on different ones, but you gotta be careful which one you focus on. This B. Now with the Lancer lead and building still behind this, regional inspection as well as red seals has been researched by 3DB, now up to 5 Imperial officials. 6 ones should be on the way soon as well, I would assume. The only tough part now for B is finding many different places to supervise. Double stable now being supervised by him, as well as the mill, and the rest of his income as well, most likely.
At this point, a couple relics coming in for CSO. That could help him. I mean, frankly, he really needs to find some little edge in this. If he can get the majority of the relics, that'll help him go a long way. However, we see a religious man falling to the sword of a Lancer there with a relic in hand. Thankfully, it's close to the base. Should be able to still secure it eventually, though. But losing the unit never feels good. At this point, 28 Lancers on the field for B. He is really looking scary. 24, 25 for CSO, so he's got a formidable mass of his own. Meanwhile, I like that 3DB is just claiming that center gold, saying, hey, I'm up enough, I can do this. And he's got the sprinkled towers to boot, so not something that CSO wants to dive underneath, and he's going to be repulsed back to his base.
Getting control of the central large gold vein for B is such a big advantage for him, right? Probably he did it after that initial fight there when he gained some map control, and that gold vein there equates to almost all the other golds on the map in terms of amount, right? At least for one side, that is. So it's such an immense amount of gold that B has access to now. And as you mentioned, with the sprinkled towers, it's going to be virtually impossible for CSO to crack, making pure knight here. And I'm just surprised that he's still sticking to full Lancer when his Lancers are just inferior in every way to B's here.
Lancers in the base. Villagers going down even more. Get trapped and body blocked. They can't even reach the TC.
He's getting closer and closer to the win.
And now it just feels like B is just charging in. He just doesn't even care. He said, hey, your base is wide open. I can come in and do some war crimes in there, right? Now, CSO trying to get some kind of a block and get some return value, but not going to get a single Lancer for the effort.
Exactly.
B just extends the lead even more, and you can just see militarily and economically. B is
he has a parting rate in the back.
Meanwhile, this isn't even his full mass. He's got another group of raiders out in the bottom south corner down by the south gold.
Baroque switch into speedman now?
Yes, exactly.
Here. Little charge and run.
Oh,
The Lancer numbers getting away here for B a little bit, right? He's able to have this split group here to keep CSO's mass in check with his main force of Lancers, whilst behind this, raiding as well as the group of Lancers moves into the position straight towards CSO's food economy.
Yeah.
And he's not noticed yet. He charges in. Many villagers going down behind this.
Well, not to mention the idle time behind this, right? So this is just adding insult to injury. I mean, he could just sit here and fight. There's nothing else to defend it. Those Lancers aren't going to do anything. They're just going to fall, and one goes down. Big fight here outside of B's base. That's a lot of Lancers for CSO, but unfortunately, the attack speed's just not as much as it is for B with the Dolly Horseman. I mean, so he's just going to slowly but surely start whittling away at this mass.
On top of the additional damage as well from having level 2 Bloomery in as well, B's just ahead in every single metric here. Militarily, in eco, in techs as well. CSO.
Nice fight.
His last
GG,
win
there we
here,
go.
and he knows it. GG is cold. B
GG's,
takes game number
played.
5.
And we've got a match point on our hands as B now looking to finish this one off and try and keep CSO away, who's been barking at his heels the entire series. It's now 3-2. What an interesting matchup that. You know, I wasn't expecting mass Lancers and only Lancers from both sides, but I gotta admit, it was pretty fun to watch. Dolly Horseman, what a great tech to use. I mean, going for the different, you don't usually see that landmark being used from Zhu Shi, but then to take that and then get the fast upgrading timing, get the Dolly Horseman, get all those things going, and then just pump the earth with Lancers. But man, how much did that rate on the gold affect things? You can see there in the economy count, you can see where it hit.
Yeah, it
What
made a
tough,
massive difference.
Tough hit. That made, I mean, it could have made all the difference, really. I mean, long term, but oh my gosh, stealing the deer as well. What a funny moment that was.
It definitely was, right? I mean, it's one of those things just to make sure he's paying attention. And yeah,
I'm sure
this
they both had a good
Lancer
laugh at
here,
with this.
hero Lancer here on this gold. When CSO is most distracted, right? That Lancer, the thorn in his side. Realistically, not to discredit CSO, but I just think long term, even losing those vills, just pure Lancer against pure Lancer, it's like, you know, it's like playing Knights with Rus up against French only. They just have the better Knights, right? It's not a fight you're gonna win. Even you might have a slightly superior economy. It just doesn't work in terms of the way the armies trade, right? It's just better because of the attack speed. But the issue is, on a map like this especially, right, moving into a static composition with the spears, with the crossbows, it forces you into a different kind of game that CSO may not be too comfortable to play with. We have seen that he does have a very high priority in most of his games towards that mobility, towards that
you
cavalry,
can see in this,
right?
in this fight right here, you can just see the Dolly Horses upgrade just really shining through. I mean, because it was pretty even number of Lancers. They each have about the same health, but just the attack speed bonus. I mean, that's all it takes sometimes. And then you mentioned the Bloomery upgrade, and then it's too much.
Too much indeed.
Too much. We go to Relic River coming up next in 2.5 minutes. Game number 6. Man, this one could go the distance. As we see CSO pulling out, that's his classic Civ, right? The Japanese.
Oh yeah,
He dealt some
CSO.
serious damage with that one.
Ooh, CSO Japanese on Relic River. We're gonna have a banger of our game on our hands here. For those who don't know, CSO has become notorious for his develop. Well, he wasn't the first one to do it, obviously. You know, there's a bunch of people who did this before. But CSO has really brought out the Buddhist monks in force this tournament, notably against Wham in the group stages.
I didn't see that game.
Now, whether he'll do it here
But it's
today
tough.
again,
Versus JD is really tough.
it's something we're going to find out very, very soon. But against something like Royal Knights and JD, I wonder actually, do the Buddhist monks debuff JD?
Oh, that's a great question. We're hearing from production that the answer is yes.
Wow.
So Oh, that'd be so. I'm really excited to see this game. This might be one of the most exciting games we've had. Doesn't affect her abilities though, is what I'm being told. So
That makes sense. That makes sense.
that makes sense. That makes sense. But still, I mean, what an interesting play. And yeah, with a very interesting Japanese to be seen. Of course, we've seen JD be played by B, and he's already won a game with JD. So looking to do so again. This is, of course, a match point. If B wins this one, he moves on, and CSO is sending his bags packing home. However, if CSO can take this game and tie things up, we're going to go the distance. So,
Absolutely.
gosh, I don't know who I give the edge to in this one. I mean, I have to see so many things. I'm not super duper familiar with the way CSO build would interact with like JD and with like Knights, but on a map like Relic River too. You know, fun fact about Relic River, this is the only map that has a quote unquote waterfall on it in AoE 4.
Yeah, waterfall.
Free
It's true.
actually too, if you look at the way it cascades down.
And
was
quite
talking
the
to,
pretty ones they are, right?
Yeah, it's kind of a fun looking thing. It looks a little janky in spots, but like the way they've done it to make that look like a waterfall, really interesting stuff on the map making behind that.
Yeah, I think it's really cool. Relic River it's a very aesthetic map, right? It's a very nice looking map, I must say, and it's nice to be able to debut it officially here in the Elite Classic 3. Now, particularly curious how this early game will look here for these players, right? Because of the presence of a fairly decent number of shoreline fish in that south side of the river, it means that it may become an impact in the game. And already CSO spawning in the west side of the map as the orange Japanese, starting with the barracks here for us, facing 3DB's Jean d'Arc in the color green.
Now we're into game number 6 here. 3DB is up by a game. CSO hoping to go the distance and win this one to go to a game 7. Otherwise, it'll be B in the semifinals tomorrow. Or sorry, next week.
Root for the Japanese, no exceptions. Yes.
You know, Relic River's interesting because
Japanese are still my favorite civilization in the game.
I've never seen it go east to west.
And I think they
That's
kind
true,
of like
right?
Dayubi, it's where they are.
I guess
It's not like they're
sort of in a way the
unexplored.
predecessor-
Just like
predecessor
they
to this
don't
map,
do
Mongolian Heights, even
different
that
strategies
sometimes
enough.
spawns,
So
in different
because people
trajectories,
know
depending on
what
where players
strategies
spawn and the
do,
river spawns,
but I
yeah,
think
you're
they
right, it's
assume
not the
too much
case
the
for Relic River. It
results
is always
before
directly
testing it out
vertically
a
bisecting
lot.
the
I
map.
think Japanese have a lot of
And,
tricks up
Mongolian
their
Heights,
sleeves,
right? The water's always
but
on
it's
the east side in
I
Mongolian
think that's a
Heights.
problem
Sorry,
though,
not Mongolian Heights,
because it's very risky for the Japanese
That's right,
to like
That's right.
you have bigger risks than others, and I think Japanese to take
Oh,
an
we're off to the
advantage they
races
need to
here.
risk a
Looks like
lot.
this- Was that spear
you
trying
know?
to push the deer in?
Probably is the case. I think B made a swift denial on that deer, right? And this is, it's a weird thing to do because it's good that you're not allowing the spears to shove the deer in, right? That's always something you want to prevent if you can. But the time it takes to do that may mean that overall you might find yourself at a sheep deficit as a result of it, which we're going to see whether that is the case once the initial scouting is finished. Now, notably, there's no dog play here for either player. However, B actually, his own spears opening.
Very interesting. What do you think the play for that would be? What's the purpose? Is that just to defend his own stuff or to push his own deer in?
I mean, this is something we've seen JD do a little bit more recently. It's always something she could do in the past, way better than something like French, right?
Got an example? Yeah,
You know,
for example,
JD actually really benefits from building these extra buildings.
just going archers in feudal age is a big risk.
Especially
If you can have more archers than your enemy, and if you can get in a good position, you can chase or run away because your archers are faster, but your archers are so weak that you have to upgrade your TC, get the bannerman, and then if the enemy goes castle, or if you can get good kills with your archers, you can't do pretty much anything else because then your only option is like castle age. You know, and you invested so much, your enemy didn't, so they're now going castle, going with the Buddhist monks is an insane risk that can pay off if you have a bunch of them and then get gold, for example. Going fast castle, which is the usual play for Japan, it's pretty good, but it's an insane risk as well. Because if your enemy decides to feudal all in, you can't answer that, or sometimes they just age up better and faster than you. It's, for example, even using the barracks that are cheaper for the Japan to do a Dark Age rush is an insane risk. You know, because if you go spearman, it's not really valuable. unless you push your deer in, and that's not really a Dark Age rush. And then Samurai are just slow and too expensive to be used as a Dark Age rush. So Japan can do stuff with like it's very big risks, you know what I'm saying? Like almost all their plays are very risky. Even going for fish right now, that fish got nerfed over and over again. Like in this map, Japan could go fish to get an advantage, but it's risky, because then you don't really have good units to defend. And I think that's a big problem for Japan, is that their archers are really, really weak. Especially in Feudal Age, they get better in Castle Age, but in Feudal Age they are really, really weak. So you can't really engage into Feudal Age play. So that takes a lot of safety from plays that Japan could do in Feudal Age. That could, because of the barracks, because of fishing, because of like that really strong age up timing with Mounted Samurai. But Japan can't really. I mean, of course, some players can do it, but in general, can't really profit safely. That's a big difference from those strategies. Because I think Japan has good strategies, good tactics, but like I said, I think just the risks are too big. For example, HRE can go Feudal Age, and it's way better because they have 40% economy, more economy, and good archers that move faster already, right? So that completely beats the Japanese thing, because their archers move faster, but they suck. The HRE archers move faster, but they're good, they're normal. Against Knight Thieves, kind of forced to go Spearman and defend and try to go Castle Age, but they can just invade your base with Knights, you know?
This is really reminiscent of like the Roos bounty before the update. Right before they made the changes where you had to go snipe the deer. It's kind of fun to see them chasing each other's deer around and trying to snipe it. No bounty to be had, just a pure resource denial of saying, hey, if you want this, come out and get it. Yeah. No, from what I've seen too, spears have a much better area of
MG from YouTube chat saying, I wish that increased cost of Onimusha they're so weak. Yeah, in comparison to normal crosses, they are weak.
I mean, in the general vicinity,
and I think
so you'll have a much easier
the archers and the Onimusha are the main weakness of Japan.
Your scouts, as we see
totally, because they have good infantry with cheaper barracks and everything. On a Bugeisha, Samurai, really, really good, right? They can even mass a lot of spearmen because you can have so many barracks, you gather more from the berries, your farms can be better, you have free farms and whatnot. Oh, hello? That's not me, guys. But then if they, it's so easy for the enemy to counter that with their ranged units. And then horsemen can't really counter ranged units in a small number. You need a lot of horsemen. So the only option, not the only, but the best option to counter the enemy massed units is your own mass ranged units. And that's where Japan loses, because they suck in comparison to the others. I really think they should give like better horsemen to Japan, or some different upgrades to make them more usable, because then Japan could push with infantry. If the enemy switches to archery units, Japan has a nice economy, right? To switch it to horsemen, get the bannerman, get that special upgrade, and then counter the ranged units.
A decent bit of idle time here. JD does have to be careful though. You don't want to lose too much HP here, especially in the lead up to this castle age here from CSO, which is pretty much uncontested for him in this spot. It's not like B is in a position to, you know, all in here or shove CSO off of goal. So he's just going to go for his own age up behind this, as we see.
Yeah, here it seems like the risk is paying for CSO. The B didn't invest too much into Feudal Age.
We've had enough shenanigans in the Dark Age, so
he can't do much to deny that Castle Age, or to deny the gold like the castles were saying. But that's the thing. I think Japan is big risk, big reward. Now if CSO can go castle, pump Mounted Samurai, B will be behind, because he doesn't have Yorishiro to produce his knights faster. JD will be there, provide some healing. Cheaper knights will be the name of the game for B, if he survived the early push of Japanese. Only 3 spearmen as well. So if CSO can get those Mounted Samurai out and get the relics, the risk will pay off. But B could have punished the play of CSO, he chose not to. Guildhall. So B wants to do the good old Imperial Rush from JD, I mean.
And notably, I think, you know, playing Knights as JD here or French, technically they're stronger with royal bloodlines, but getting to that stage is Quite difficult without conceding too much control over the rest of the map to the Mounted Samurai initially, and then obviously you have the threat of Onimusha as well. I think B, we're most likely going to see a very heavy priority into the Arbaletrie here for him.
If you had to pick baseline between these two units,
That was a good pronunciation from Miria, the Arbaletier. But it's more Arbaletier than Arbaletiere, or something like that. It's Arbaletier, I think. Actually, I don't know. I'm just doing a general French pronunciation. I might be wrong.
Yeah?
Yes.
That thing is like Arbaletier.
I mean, that deflective armor
Arbaletier.
helps a lot, I'm sure.
It's so big, yeah, it's so significant, and even with the extra damage from the
Oh yeah, and another thing is Japan gets completely wrecked by mass crossbows. Completely wrecked. Unless the Japanese player reads that really early and starts massing horsemen, or if he has like two stables with Yorishirus inside, they just lose to mass arbaletier or mass crossbow in general. Because they can counter it straight up.
I can't look at it right now and say, but
sadly,
yeah, obviously in feudal age they would clearly win, but in castle age it gets a little closer. Of course, then they get like royal bloodlines, and that gets into the mix, and you start adding some other grades. Like, at what point do they start getting the edge again? But Mounted Samurai definitely hold their own. We do see relic number 1 coming in for CSO. A benefit of going for floating gate is he gets that Shinto priest able to hop out and go grab a relic really quick after dropping off his Yoroshiru. See the first couple farms coming up. That's one nice thing about Japanese too, is you just get that automatic transition to the farms for free.
Farms are great.
Knight maybe going down, gets the last hit. And that's a big pickup for CSO.
Definitely a good pickup there for CSO. And as you mentioned, the Cruz Storehouse, yeah, such a valuable landmark for Japanese in all matchups, but especially a volatile one like this. It makes their transition in terms of food so much smoother than other civilizations. And as you get up in those daimyo levels, the gather rate on those farms becomes very competitive.
But the food is way better for B.
Very, very potent source of food income.
The income for food is way better from B. 1,000 food per minute versus 400 from CSO.
From the monastery on top of the floating gate.
Really wants those relics, it looks like. Which, I mean, why not? I mean, getting that advantage early is just going to be so helpful long term, because you know that B has that guild hall, and so he's going to get that extra resource.
True. MG from YouTube saying mass Pringles is a pain too if Japan goes infantry. Yeah, because they do extra damage versus melee infantry specifically, not against archers. And then Japan could also put Yorishiro into siege workshops. That's how actually I got to Conqueror in the first time. I was playing a lot of Japan, and at that time English was really popular on the ladder. 2TC English was really popular, and I was beating English players because I could put Yorishiro into the siege workshop and then make mangonels. But then mangonels got nerfed, Pringles got changed, they don't counter really the ranged units, so Japan really doesn't have a way to counter the enemy ranged units. With all these negatives, I don't know why I play Japan, because we love it, because it's fun, and we play the game to have fun. And Japan, it has a lot of negatives, but it has like 1 or 2 really strong positives, right? The Mounted Samurai and the free farms. That's like really, really good. But it's easy to counter the Mounted Samurai with spearmen or crossbows, and then you can't do much against that. But it's really, really cool. Japan is cool, bro, and you play the game to have fun, and that's it. That's it, bro, that's it.
I know better than B. Clearly, he knows better than I would, but picking such a good unit. Interesting that the Yoroshiru has been placed into the lumber camp. That's an interesting choice.
I see a lot of players doing that, actually. That means he will want to make more farms in the future or switch into archers.
He's gonna notice, right? I mean...
Will he notice? We'll have to come back at that and see.
Yeah. Check. Oh, there he goes.
There he goes. Puts it into the house. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh.
Into the house gives food, if I'm not mistaken. I actually thought about that, because CSO was struggling for food. And placing those Yorishirus on the houses really helps with keeping the Mounted Samurai production up. But B, he gave up on the night fight. He's going Arbaletier. We need Chevake here, one of our French viewers, to confirm the pronunciation. And Spearman, and then Horseman. So CSO, he's going into the usual Japan scenario. He'll not be able to counter those Arbaletier.
lots of barracks coming up.
He just can't.
Is this going to be an Onobugeisha rush?
Yes, he can go on a Bugeisha, but if B is not out of position, he will win the fight. The thing is, B might go walking in the middle of the map with no scout, CSO finds him, surrounds with on a Bugeisha, then it works. But on a normal fight, especially with Horseman in the front line, Speedman on the front line, just buying time, because on a Bugeisha they don't take extra damage from crossbow, but they have low HP. So they die pretty quickly.
They are cheap. If you can
Anyway.
spam enough of them, though.
5 relics for CSO, though.
Quick too.
Alright, I like
It's
that.
fleet of foot. If they can surround the crossbows, there's a world where maybe with the mounted samurai helping out.
You did hit the nail on the head. It does come down to
I really want Japan to win, bro. And then you're gonna have game 7. Yeah, perfect. I want CSO to win this one so we can have a Japanese win and a game 7.
Envelop him with a mass of Onobugeisha, but it's a very risky play. It's the kind of play which, if it works, you win, but if it doesn't, you kind of just lose because you're stuck with a unit that is not great in a direct engagement, and your opponent's economy is scaling really well because of that guild hall and the consecration. The Japanese are no slouches either, of course, but if you commit for this kind of a play, it really needs to...
Now CSO is the one with more food per minute.
Engagement here, Arbs
And they are already up to 23 Bugeishas. B is gonna need more frontline. B doesn't know about the Bugeishas, I think. That can be a key factor here. 30 Bugeishas already. Bugeisha.
Right now, that's gonna really help.
B doesn't have the slightest idea. Because CSO is hiding them in the corner of his base.
I feel like CSO's in a very secure.
I mean, if he goes for 60 Bugeisha, he's gonna win anyway, right? He's getting a lot of units. B is struggling for food now. He's making more ability, more horsemen. He needs more frontline. If he has more frontline, it will be alright.
Could catch B off guard because I don't know if B's gotten a chance to take a look at that base. And
Yeah, I think B has no vision.
Hiding them back behind. They are currently attending their church services next to the Shinto priest's home. Getting ready, saying their prayers to the ancestors, getting ready to head out and potentially surprise B.
Making their rituals before the battle commences, right? Absolutely, as this is quintessential on a Bugeisha play here, right? This is exactly the way you want to try to take them for a surprise. But B smells something, right? He knows something's wrong. He's only seen just a few mounted.
Yeah, exactly. He's not seeing the full army of CSO. He knows something is going on. 52. Bro, he's really going for 60 Bugeisha. He can go more. He can go more. GD goes down.
GD goes down.
Oh, yeah, that's not great.
CSO sniping her right out in the open. What was she doing? She showed up in the wrong neighborhood with no escort and just got picked off. Like
Yeah, CSO is going for more than 60 Bugeisha.
Horsemen, horsemen aren't
Be there with 20 horsemen, 32 crossbows.
Arbs are really dangerous.
He needs a +2
Horsemen are gonna
attack.
get shredded. It's gonna be like walking into a blender here with all those little spinning blades coming up.
You're completely correct. The horseman will not do
3 melee damage, extra for CSO, I like that, and 2 range defense. B really needs that +1 range attack. And perhaps melee defense to cut out the +3 from Japan in the Castle Age.
One mass horses.
There's a possibility because it has been more common to see Yumi recently, especially since the decrease to their cost, right?
70 Bugeisha for CSO. And I was saying this, that Japan has a lot of cool plays, but they are really, really risky. And the caster said that if the plan doesn't work for CSO, then he's stuck. It's a big risk, but he's gonna be caught out of position. That's the way he loses. Okay, B now knows. B knows.
And here they go.
They're really fast, and B is completely unprepared for it. He has no answer for these obligations.
Here they go. They overtake him like a...
Oh, it's just a small group of crossbows. Hold on. That's not the main army.
And here they go. The surround happens, and the spinning Beyblades go.
Wait, where are the rest? What is the rest of the army for B? He's gonna lose this fight.
Can't save him. The arms go down. Joan of Arc's just trying to help out in whatever way she can. She gets upgraded somehow in the time being. It's too much. 81 to 31 military.
Because B didn't have the whole army together. I say that if B gets caught out of position in the middle of the map, that's how way he loses. He wasn't able to place the front line in front of the crossbows.
The split off of the crossbows in the south.
Right. No Bannerman? No, there is. They are shining. They are shiny for the CSO, so I think there is a Bannerman in there.
But now The army count speaks for itself. B on his last legs
go.
in this
Game
game. As
seven.
Yona Bugaysha marched
Game 7,
relentlessly
victory for Japan.
into the base,
Massive
take out
Bugaysha
whatever is left of
takes
B's
the win
economy.
here. Oh, B was going Imperial as well.
I am absolutely
B was going
stunned. What a
Imperial. Look at
fun
his
turn of
macro.
events that ended up being.
He just
Army
wants to
numbers
take the
down
food
to
out of
12. And, you
the
know,
guild hall and
he's
age
got
up, but he
more
can't.
Sonic Samurai
He's
can't
done
anymore.
for.
He's got 59.
He wasn't ready.
Owner
Big
Bugaysha's
risk,
still
big
on the field, but
reward
now
for
they find
Japan.
themselves
Let's
too.
go.
No one's safe. They've got nowhere to run. They're going to get blocked before they get to the TC. And they get him. Spin to win is still on the menu. Ville's going down. It's
GG.
18-1.
GG.
Villager kills. 19 now.
Good win.
There's nowhere
Great
for me to
win,
run.
actually.
And this game is basically going to be over.
Nowhere to run and nowhere to hide anymore. As with level 2 undermesh with these Yona Bugayshas, it's not like the TC fire is going to do too much to offset them here.
There we go.
And B knows it's just too
GG.
much.
It's called. You spin to win, and it was one of the funniest reveals I have ever seen in a game. He tucked him back away, and I think what hurt for B is that he thought there was going to be a Yumi rush. He seemed to think there was going to be Yumis on the table, and instead CSO says send the spinning ladies out, and Tora is called. He just absolutely beats him. The foot race, the surround, and now CSO has gone the distance with B. We are
the hell's
going to a
going on
7th
here?
game.
But there is the whole screen black
Indeed.
down here. What?
The
Did you
deciding
expect this
match.
to Did you expect a,
2K viewers, that's good.
7-game gone the distance as
Seven
we started this out?
game.
We were like hyping up the fact that it's been 9-1 all time
Yeah.
against CSO, and here he is showing that he can hang with the top guys.
CSO has come into this tournament like a rocket, I must say. He is looking to take severe games off of some really, really scary players. Taking out Anatand in the round just before this, and now has his sights set on the one and only 3DB as well, taking him all the way to game number 7. And what a finish in this one. As you mentioned yourself, 100% B had an inkling feeling towards those Yumi, as that's what we've been seeing lately, right? That's what's so effective. Japan is known nowadays for just those Yumi, how effective they are.
MG from YouTube
especially
asking,
now with the
why
cheaper
did B
cost.
think because it's going to be
CSO
Yumi?
using that knowledge
Because
to
it's the
advantage
usual.
instead,
It's
letting
the
the script
usual
go
play
the
for
other way
Japan
around.
since they got cheaper.
Zona Bugaysha, the envelopment is just
And they
All
got
those
cheaper
blades.
and 5 more
Blades
HP if I'm not
spinning
mistaken,
back
but
and
it
forth.
completely wasn't.
Man,
Um,
that was such a fun
CSO
reveal.
build
And
archer
I
building,
love
that's
the
a
build-up
good
behind that.
statement.
We just knew it
I
was
don't think he
coming. We
did.
knew it was coming, and when we saw that,
I don't
was what
think he
happened,
did.
We just knew what was going to happen, and that
So,
surround happened.
Yeah, B was
perfectly
going
for B,
Imperial.
or for-
I think
for
that was also a
CSO
problem as
against
well.
B.
He didn't check the units from
Goodness.
CSO. Maybe
What a
because
Bugaysha rush for
he
the win.
didn't
What a
see
fun
army from
way
CSO.
to
B
take this
thought that
into a game
CSO
number
was going
7.
Imperial and he wanted to match.
Absolutely.
Then he got caught off guard.
Stakes are higher than ever here in this series. 3-3, neck in neck.
Neck and neck,
And
let's go.
Another
Let's go.
quite an interesting matchup to finish off as well. We get you mentioned earlier we saw Dark Age, we saw Feudal Age play, we saw Cast Rush, we saw everything. Now in the final game we're gonna have what is likely to be a boom off for the very first time in this series, as we have some of the best booming civilizations in the game currently, with CSO picking the House of Lancaster and B opting for the Malians in the final game on Sacred Grove.
This will be a fun one. Going the distance, man. I expected CSO to play really well here against B. I really did. Like, I know historically he had, not been as good against B. That B has been just kind of sweeping the floor. I had a feeling he'd at least take a game or two today. But to go the distance, I am just massively impressed with CSO. And, we can't take anything away from B either. He's been playing well. It's not that he's played horribly bad and he's just losing. Like, they both have taken 3 games apiece. It feels like both these guys almost deserve to move on. Unfortunately for everyone at home, there can be only one. And so one of these two excellent players is going to move on. And it all comes down to one last game. At the end of the day, it comes down to one game. And we got 50 seconds to get ready for it. Yeah, this has been a lot of fun so far. We still have a whole nother series after this, too.
It has. What an explosive set so far. No, exactly what we expected from these kinds of players, right? B and CSO, both just so entertaining to watch, just masters of their craft in what they do, right? As CSO is looking to definitely secure himself that kind of respect. And he certainly has so far. Incredible
I'd say
performances
so.
by him, and is looking to just like Cal says, make cinema in this set here.
And
And,
absolute cinema it has been. I mean, gosh, what a fun. I think that right there has been my favorite game so far. And we've seen some fun ones on Frisian Marshes, on Carmel was a lot of fun. Dry Arabia was really fun one. Relic River, I mean, that one takes the cake for me though. But it all comes down to one last game. We are in game number 7. CSO and B duking it out like the heavyweights they are. Here
There we go. Game
In the
7.
orange again,
Maldins
Aspen
versus Lancaster
as Lancaster. And in the
on
green again,
Sacred
now
Grove.
to be with the Malians.
Not bad
We
gold
got
spawn
immediate
for B.
Barracks popping up for
There is a second
that
goal
Lancaster
right
having
behind his
barracks
first
who
goal.
look
It's
he's
quite
gonna be
okay. It's
contesting
quite alright.
some of the houses on the gold up front. And the scout
Yeah.
already takes a look at that too.
It makes a lot of sense here in this position as CSO, right? There is a tendency, due to that retracted wood line on here, Sacred Grove, similarly to Gorge in the way it spawns, where it's very likely for that gold to spawn in a somewhat exposed position. CSO, of course, knows this, and House of Lancaster definitely no slouches in the Dark Age, thanks to the boosted gather rate from the sheep that they have innately, combined with the additional 2 that they start with. Means that they can have a pretty good Dark Age here in terms of economical prowess as the spears are moving across the map. It wouldn't surprise me at all to see a tower potentially being prioritized by CSO as well. But first, I guess he wants to confirm whether he is going to opt for his own barracks, which, judging by the double house and wood gathering, is likely a barracks for him as well.
I think this is a matter of A moving. Did he A move through these wolves? Looks like he's attacking them.
Yeah, he definitely
That's
has.
a bit of a misplay. I set it and forget about it, except Bitey Infantry goes bite, and that spear's down to half health.
Yeah, absolutely.
Only 2, this is one of the first times I've seen a player only go for 2 houses. I had been saying throughout the series as I've gotten to cast some of these games that Malians, seems like it used to be going for 6 houses was greedy, but it's become the meta. This is the first time I've seen a player not go for all 6, maybe anticipating the Dark Age aggression.
Yeah, so the 2 houses opener for Malians is specifically catered around this barracks here that B has just dropped down. You go for the double house to give you the population, give you the gold income necessary, and then an extra 50 wood from your secondary straggler tree will give you enough wood for a barracks. Now the first Donzo is out onto the field. The key here for B is to use these spear throws to his advantage, but the difficult situation for him is that CSO knows that these houses are crucial for B. With these houses falling, that is a severe amount of damage that B is going to take, because not only is he going to be pop locked, but then he is also forced to use his wood that he would use for Donzos to rebuild the houses instead. So if this house goes down, B is definitely in a really tough spot.
He's doing a good job of keeping it up so far too. That villager, he's microing it very, very well. House is going to stay up for the time being. Spears tried getting a stab on the Vill, but it backed off just in time and is still alive. So some good micro here in the Dark Age, right off the bat from B. Back and forth. Spears just trying to get something going. That house
Now,
is going to
notably
take some
here-
more damage to go down first, though.
Notably here, there's no villager pull by CSO, right? So there's going to be no tower attempt here. Instead, it is a full committal to these spears, wanting to get as much damage as possible. And you can see why this opening from Onyx has fallen just a little bit out of favor recently, and why it's a bit tough to execute. There's such a fine balance between getting these houses, getting your wood as well as your lumber camp, whilst investing into Donzos at the same time, which costs 10 extra wood compared to regular spears. It makes the macro very, very difficult for Malians in this kind of a position, and CSO is looking to abuse that to its fullest.
Yeah, he gets that house finally down. Took some effort, took some micro, but he managed to get it. However, 2 more houses have popped up in the interim. That one spear is looking a little rough. One more throw of those spears from the Donzos and it'll go down. Trying to get this next house down, and that's enough spears. He might be able to do it. At what point, though, do you worry that CSO is also investing too much into the Dark Age here, as house number 2 is burning down to a crisp? Pretty good pickup there for CSO. Now takes a stab at the pit mine. That'll take a lot longer.
There's definitely a lot of damage already dealt onto B here. You can see how severely the Donzo count is suffering as a result of this wood deficit that he finds himself under. He had to invest in the lumber camp as well as these additional houses for his population. Again, B is pop locked behind this. Now he's getting very close to an age up, but the issue is the CSO is still investing here, right? So he's going to go opt for the Mansakori, so no Saharan trade network to defend here, which means that although he's going to have the extra income for the Manza Quarry, he's still under severe threat here.
It feels like CSO is really trying to just take it to him. He knows that eco-wise, it's going to be hard to keep up with the
Yeah, so
Malians, and
invested
I feel
so
like he's
much.
just trying to
Up to
get things
15
going now. He
spearmen.
gets a nice pick
That's
on the
insane.
Donzo right there. That's one down. The first kill of the game outside of buildings being torched. But yeah, the population really kind of hampering B here. He's going to get up in age. So CSO needs to be mindful that he can do the same here in a second or two. But another house is torched. I don't know if he can get Villager on time to save it. It's going to go down. And they keep aggressing the other one. Meanwhile, the pit mine's down to about 60% of its health.
Hi, Susuro from YouTube. How are you doing? Welcome to the watch party of the Elite Classic 3.
Quite severely.
We are here on game number 7. Epic match so far. We just had the Japanese win. I was very happy. It was a great play. CSO now bringing the aggression in, making sure that Malians cannot grow. That's what you gotta do in different levels, but you gotta be very aggressive versus Malians, making sure they can't boom, because if they do, it's very, very hard to stop them. Almost impossible. Almost.
Another house next to his TC, and these houses are not giving him any gold income behind this. CSO is not far behind with his own age up. And even if B upgrades all these spears, he still can't contest this mass.
Yeah, this has been a really aggressive play. I know, I mean, House Lancaster is such a new Civ on the scene. I wouldn't have thought of them as a Dark Age playing Civ, but it's working against the Malians, and maybe he kind of has to.
It makes sense that House of Lancaster is a good Dark Age Civ, because they start with more sheep and they collect faster from sheep. So they can put those spearmen out on the field and age up way easier than other civs.
For House of Lancaster. Now that's a bit of a different choice. I guess we're going to get some Lords on the field to play today.
Yeah, the Lords even today are severely underestimated, but I would argue that the Abbey is actually the superior landmark in most situations compared to Lancaster Castle.
Oh yeah.
The extra health. Yeah, the extra health from the Lords is so significant, especially in dealing with skirmishes like this. The extra damage, the
pit mine's so close. I almost kind of wish he would have just put a little more effort into it. I think he could have gotten it. I guess that archer.
He totally could have killed the pit mine, I think. Sometimes on the spot, on the heat of the moment, it's hard to calculate. Oh, that's a big idle time for these villagers. Is he also with ping? Because he's playing from China.
I think even for just baseline English, doesn't get utilized as much as it should be. Like, obviously, people use the king for English, and with House Lancaster, you get the Lords. I think using it as its original build was just to heal your units, I think is underrated in some ways. People don't utilize it as much as you can get a lot of value out of it if you use it.
Absolutely.
I mean, yes.
Full displayed here, right?
But there is a reason why people don't use it. There are other ways to gain momentum that are more efficient.
He intentionally pulled the ones that were 1 or 2 spear throws away all the way back to his base, specifically to heal with this Abbey, and is now, with 18 spears, a Lord on the field, more in queue, as well as Yeoman.
What I really like to see
fully reinvest in this feudal age
from English and Lancaster is cavalry play with the Abbey, because then you go raid, take some damage, you come back to heal, and then you raid again. I really like that play. But it's hard to execute.
Well, but with the extra health and with the Lords, I think he's got a good shot here. If he could go in and maybe do some damage, he's moving forward.
True. The Lord play can be very good against Malians. They struggle early in feudal age, then they get to an extremely powerful state in late feudal when they can mass the javelins and the donzos. But now it's very tough for B. He can't really hold, and now the Lords are bringing the extra HP as well. They buff everybody's HP, and then they stack with each other. So with 4 Lords, it's a maximum of 20 extra HP for themselves and all the other units around.
Okay. Yeah.
Gotta be careful of the Lord. You don't want to lose the Lord to Lancaster. Archer's doing some serious damage. That one down to about 45% of its health. The Archers are becoming a problem. He needs to get more Yeomen on the field. He does have a couple in the queue. Or he's got 3 in the field, I should say, now.
Yeah, the Yeoman might be what is needed to turn the tide here fully in CSO's favor. Now, there's already a lot of archers on the field here for B. Now Sofa's in queue as well. This house is going to go down. Yeah, that's another
villager could have maybe saved it, but...
So he's going to pull back here to back up to
but the damage has been done, right? Like, that's enough. Like, he's done enough damage to make that worthwhile, I feel like, right?
Well, it's tough because Marlins is gonna cow boom behind this, right?
Yeah.
And you're on 1 TC with only 3 manas here as House of Lancaster. This pressure is something you kind of have to keep up here. Otherwise, I think Marlins will in fact outboom you in the end. He's setting up outposts here on the day. This day here is a very nice little play for CSO. It's definitely going to boost his economy notably. One of the kings did go down though, I think, right? Just there?
Yeah, I think I saw one of the lords. I think I saw a little.
Who do you think that is
scattering above his head.
Bane?
So a nice pickup then from B.
He's going to win the
Destroyed value
C.
now, 809.45. So yeah, definitely got one of the lords there. And a couple
I
of spears to boot.
think
And now pushing the gold. This
I
could be
didn't
Bill's
see
long.
much from Marine Lord. The Elite Classic. I understood. Nice question. I didn't see much from Marine Lord, but it's always in contention. B and Louis got first place in the group with 7 wins and 0 losses, so they are very, very strong as well. I would say it will be between Beastie and Louis. Marine Lord always looking to get into that place as well. I think Marine Lord, once again, I didn't see much from him, so I'm not sure, but I think he's kind of falling off here with the new Sieves and the new ways to play. He's finding his space. I think Beastie and Louis are more ready, but also I've seen more games from them, so I have more information, I have more data in my base. I think it'll be between Beastie and Louis, with Marine Lord being a very tough opponent. I think CSO and B don't really have
It feels like it has
much to say versus Beastie and Louis.
I don't know if CSO's gotten enough. Like the tricky thing with
And I
volume is
think
you push into those pit
but
lines, and you are getting
people,
some damage.
I think
It's
people is
hard to
kind of in the
quantify
same
that
space as Marine
though,
Lord.
because it gives you
They're
like a
both
window
finding their
to go
space in this
It's
new
hard to kill your
way,
opponent. I don't
this
think he was
new
planning on
stage of the
killing
game.
you right here and there.
But
But it's hard to
I didn't see, once again, I didn't see much from Marine Lord, so he might be the
Was
one
it enough? Was it not?
that ends up winning.
At any rate, it feels fairly even.
But
We see now Hobblelar's
I
being
don't
shown off to B. He now
say
knows
it
that
right
his
now,
scout is not long for this world.
because I didn't see much from it, from him, I mean.
Yeah,
He's on
maybe
the
a
deer.
bit
This
scared
deer's a
of
good
getting
pickup, though.
baited. Yeah, definitely.
CSO's
The
going
deer's
castle.
going to help expedite his
It's gonna be a
economy.
good castle edge timing.
Yeah.
B is far away though.
Castle. Yeah, the white tower getting dropped.
Zawai the tower.
Okay, pretty safe. I was gonna say, I wonder if he was gonna like, go white tower drop him or something. That almost could have worked actually if he was aggressive enough, but maybe
No.
too many.
No, because that
there
white
to try and
tower
be
is
aggressive
not
with that. If you can
the
keep
same white. It
Silva
can't make units from
coming out on the
it.
field.
So then you couldn't make the
That could be
Rams
a crazy
or
way
the
to try
Trebs
to
to push.
close out this game for CSO in an effort of showmanship, win or lose.
So
But,
like an odd choice into spears. I guess there's not that many spears left.
Yeah, I mean, Sophos is going to do pretty well, not only in terms of raiding, right, but also to deal with any kind of castle age units from CSO if that is something he opts for, which is something B might be suspecting here potentially. Now, this timing is actually kind of scary coming in from CSO. We do have cows building up for B, but this timing with the upgrades for CSO as well as armored units might be very, very hard for B to deal with, as there's only one Musafadi on the field. There's no Donzos. There's no more Musafadi being added. I think there's only one barrack still. So finding the answers for, you know, O's guard as well as knights here might be very tough for B.
I was kind of just saying too, like, how much
Goodbye.
damage
Thank you
has
for
been done? It
watching.
looks like,
See you next
you know,
time.
At the moment, this is giving CSO a window, a really good looking window. He's up in castle. He's gonna get some of those things moving and grooving. Sofa looking to get some picks if they can find it. They're not getting any openings so far. CSO's done a good job of defending that deer spot as they look for another place to pick in. Hobblelar's just kind of letting them chase around. Spears now after them. And it feels like there's a window now for CSO to do some damage. However, he's got to be mindful that the Sofas don't do damage back to him first.
Yeah, absolutely. B is going to look to cause distractions here and idle time with these Sofas, keep CSO at bay as much as he can to buy himself the time needed to keep adding these cows, amassing units. I'm pretty worried for B now, though. There's no priority being made towards any kind of Donzos or Musafadi, which might really, really hurt him. But it's tough because there are yeomen on the field, and those will deal very, very effectively against any kind of anti-armored units here from B. Now, the push is coming in. 4 Lords of Lancaster. The upgrade on the yeoman, I think, is through by now, if I'm not mistaken. You know, O's guard and archers and knights in queue as well. So there's no veterancy on the yeoman just yet. This could be good here for B. The Hobblelar's triple knight now moving in, targeting directly
onto the archers and the javs. That's no Donzos in sight. However, they've got to go back because the yeomen are opened up to the sofa. Good read by B to try and get on the units that matter so much. Do not want those yeomen getting in masses. They get enough numbers, that's going to be end. But however, on the backside, the Lords of Lancaster are saying, hey, we're still here too. Picking off the Jav throwers behind it.
They're actually not attacking.
And boy, there's just a kind of pandemonium. There's fighting all over the place.
The Lords of Lancaster were kind of stuck finding a good place through the houses. There is more green on the map, but CSO has better units.
A lot of them are really low on health.
Yeah, the Osgard doing so much work here as well for CSO. Not only the extra health, but they automatically get upgraded when aging up as well. Villagers starting to go down now for B. 2 dead already, 5 garrison, 10 garrison in the towers, more going down. Now 4 dead for B in this game. More Osgard on the way, more knights as well.
It looks like it's a CSO win. B is struggling to keep up, and it's in Feudal Age again. Stuck in Feudal Age, like in game 5, if I'm not mistaken.
Quarter of your economy, but he's got all the passive resources coming in as well. Meanwhile, CSO is still up in age. B just has to kind of do the same thing he did as he was Delhi a couple games back. He's just got to stay pumping units or he's going to get overrun. So the question is, can he let the passive income give him enough to get to castle or not? He's got a ton of food coming in now from the cow boom. 14 of 20, so he's getting lots of food coming in. Can he get enough gold and can he save up enough? But meanwhile, more knights coming in for CSO. Gosh, it just feels like he's all over the place.
He really is all over the place, and he must be in this situation. This is a very committed push from CSO. 7 Vills dead now for B, right? There's no more manners being added. There's no more stone being gathered. There's 0 priority for relics whatsoever.
Yeah,
CSO wants to finish this game and series here and now as B looks to make a desperate defense up against these superior armored Castle Age units. The Javelins and Sofas doing good work here, trying to buy the villagers time to repair the outposts and hopefully get out with their lives. The Lords are... One of them did die, but there's 3 more on the field that are going to come back into this fight very soon, and they might be what breaks the camel's back here as the Knights doing so well up against the Sofas. A lot of
the Knights are doing really well. Not enough Donzos here from B to stop them. The TC is doing some good damage, but I think CSO is too much ahead at the moment. B is very far away from Castle Age.
The Knights just swarming around the sofa. No Donzos to take care of them, so they are just going to keep fighting and fighting and fighting. And now getting the bonus of health with the Lords.
What a brutal timing here by CSO.
Tough timing. I'm again, if anyone could find a way, maybe B could. But this is not where you want to find yourself as Malians right now. 17, almost 18 minutes into the game.
100%
CSO looking to take this series away from B.
He can smell the blood.
He's got a shot. He really does, right? He can. B is kind of on the back ropes right now, trying to find a way back into this. He's got no gold. He's never going to get the castle. He's just sitting on the gold. There's no Castle Age timing for B to be had. CSO, I think he might have it, unless he throws this army away and somehow just completely throws and gets overwhelmed. But the White Tower's there. I don't know if there's a way for B to get back in.
The White Tower is very far away, though.
The issue here is that, just like you mentioned, Castle Age is a thing of the past. More survival is now the name of the game here for B, right? As he looks to make another desperate defense here. But the army value here just tells you all you need to know. It's so difficult here for B. More villagers in the south side getting discovered.
But B doesn't want to give up, because if he does, it's a loss. So he'll just play it, hoping for the CSO mistake. CSO has very little food. B has 10 cows, which is not great, but it's an extra income.
The tricky thing is that CSO's units are just so tanky.
Yeah, good defense from B. Good defense. Look at that.
I think CSO is just looking for a way to close this game down. He knows he needs to get the pressure up. It's hard to just keep running around your opponent's base, though. The defender's advantage definitely helping B out. He somehow managed to just keep just enough units alive at any...
CSO is taking the beers from B, the berries from B. It's a good play.
That could be a really good use if he wants to go back, heal up the Knights, then send a big mass all together.
Yeah,
B's holding on. B's holding on. And if he can find a way into Castle Age... Oh, that could be really good with the sofa. They pick off a knight. Sorry, not
Yeah, this
Musafati,
this is decent here for B, right? He managed to find that Musafadi count needed to deny those knights. I think CSO again might have just gotten just a little bit impatient here, and it's working against him. There needs to be a much bigger yeoman mass here to offset this kind of Musafadi count, which he did not prioritize, right? It was pure Osgard, Lords of Lancaster, as well as Knights, which do very well. But that's the thing with Malians, right? They don't really mind. Out of all civs in the game, they probably mind the least being an age down, because they do have concrete answers to those armored units in the form of the Musafadi and then Donzo against Knights. And B now with newfound map control.
Big kills right here, though.
That stuff. Those villager kills are really nice for CSO.
The 1 Vil kills. Thankfully for B, he's got the passive income. The tricky thing, kind of like you said, is he got a little greedy, and it was right when his food income was not very good. He went down to about 300 food a minute for a second there. Now he's back up to 1100. So he wasn't able to keep up the constant production. He really did need to back off just a moment and get that critical mass. As the Grand Fulani Corral does come up, B has navigated what felt almost impossible. He has managed to find.
B's actually going Castle Age. Let's go. I thought he wouldn't, to be honest. I really thought he wouldn't go Castle, but he is. Let's get it.
There's a world where B can hold on. And again, this is the tricky thing about these pro players. With the cow boom and with some of the
MG's rooting for CSO.
Top players can just stick around as long as they're.
I'm not against CSO. I'm not rooting for anybody. Like if they both win, I'll be happy. But CSO is the newer player to the pro scene in comparison to B, of course. So yeah, if he wins, I'll get happy for sure.
I'm sure B, with the gold he has in the bank, he's finding himself a bit more extra breathing room to add those additional.
They're both fun to watch, exactly. It will be sad to lose one of them today. Hopefully, one of them can go all the way to the final to make the finals very interesting. Because sometimes finals are a bit too boring. Not boring, but they are not as exciting as they could be because both players are so methodical and meta slaves, you know what I'm saying?
CSO can't finish him now. I think he's going to lose in a war of attrition as the clash does come in. The upgrades are hot on the way here for B. They do research faster for Malians. The question is if it is fast enough in this situation as a massive.
He's just buying time.
Marches in.
Look at him. Sorry about that. Running through the base.
I'm not sure.
Buying time for the upgrades. And how was he faster than the Lancers? Oh, because the Knights are running with a lot of Lancaster, which is slowing them down.
They seemed a little empty when I looked at them just then. Big engaging here, trying to get the wraparound. Again, no Donzos. It's all Musafati and Sofa. Lords of Lancaster.
Musafati and Sofa will beat the Lancers with the upgrades, though. That's the question. Oh, but it's too many Lancers, I guess. Yeah, it's too many Lancers.
The Knights are doing so good against the Sofa thanks to the color of S's upgrade, and B's military count is non-existent.
GG. B is out of the tournament.
B's not going to make it easy. He's going to try every last opportunity he can find. He's going to pull every single thing he can to try and stay in this game, as it is the last game of a series of 7. Knights after the Vils. This is looking dire, though.
There's nothing left anymore.
Balanced Lancasters. Yeah.
Plummeted food income is only sustained by the corral.
CSO new gold.
Be desperately
just give up, man.
18 knights.
Yeah, but you have to understand it's the last game, right?
So dire for B. What can he possibly do to come
Yeah, he doesn't have colors since White Tower. Exactly. Good play. Good.
Does not have enough garrison slots to hold all these
good noticement.
Hit mines are now starting to be burnt as well. CSO running everywhere on this map. The villagers make a desperate escape as they have to crawl back into this game. There's nowhere to go, Sockerton.
He's got no hope. Meanwhile, relics being gathered by CSO. He's moved out on the map, secured his food again. This game, CSO has gone the distance, and I think he might just finalize this series for himself. He has done what many would have said probably was impossible against B. CSO just looking so incredibly strong in this tournament.
CSO
Let's go.
The winner of this game advances and plays. Let's see. We've got BC's already in the semis. Who's the other?
Louis.
I'll have to look at it and see who he advanced on to.
It's Louis.
Louis, I think.
Louis?
Yeah.
I think Louis, yeah.
I'm not 100% sure. We'll have to check the.
It is Louis. Anyway. Casters, come on. You need to know that. You need to know that.
Yeah, people are saying Louis in chat.
Yeah. What a game by CSO to take it in 7 games against B. And there's nothing B can really do but watch and internalize this. 71-53.
He's recovering the military count, B, but B has no gold now.
We see a forward siege workshop. Coming
Maybe just spam those.
Yeah, he's looking to completely close out this game. Ram on the way now as well, just to fully take down that TC. I'm surprised that CSO hasn't made a move onto the cow ranches yet. That's kind of the only thing keeping B in this game for now, even though they're not even full. Yeah, it's as if he heard me. If there wasn't delay, that would be suspicious, right? But no, now he makes the move. Yeah, the nice charge in, and with the color of S's, they're gonna make very, very quick.
No color of S's.
Melting so fast.
Since White Tower.
They're being hit by
Nice chatter to say that earlier.
a few yeomen are gonna clean up the Mustafadis as well, and the numbers tell no lie. As the berries exhaust will be as well behind this 0 wood income, CSO is looking to cause another upset in the Elite Classic 3 here again, taking out Anatan in the round before,
That's
and
true.
now looking to take out.
CSO defeated Anatan. That was a really good result.
And now it's just a formality, right? You get the sense that B doesn't want to surrender. He just doesn't want to give it up. He just doesn't want to say that he's lost this one. But unfortunately for him, it's just going to become inevitable in a second here as the villagers now trying to torch the Rams. You get the sense that this is just last-ditch stuff. It feels like there's just no way back in it for B. All he's got.
We need faster ways to finish the games. Color of S's gives +6 to your knights against heavy units. But you need the King's College for that. And CSO went White Tower.
To move on to the semifinals, what a series this has turned out to be.
Absolutely unprecedented result. I don't think, no, CS was a great player, but I don't think anyone could have predicted really, like, well, it wasn't one-sided, but I think most people had B pegged to win in this series, right? A veteran of RTS and AoE4 especially has been here since the very beginning, placing really, really high in tournaments. And, if, you know, B recently has had even better performances than in the past, notably in the KPMM weeklies, right? Winning, I think he has the winning record for them, but today, CSO coming out swinging.
Yeah, just some excellent games, some excellent positioning. Both
Well
players
done, well
really
done.
just it's so
GG.
well. But as we
Yeah,
said
you're
before,
rooting
there could be only one.
for,
And
CSO.
after what was one of the
CSO
most
got the
exciting
win.
series
It's really
I've
good.
seen in a long time, I think. CSO takes the victory and is going to move on to face Louis next weekend.
Oh, are they good? Oh no! F. No! F. You take Venmo Cash App? Me too. Actually, no. There is no Cash App or Venmo in Europe.
Looking back to that Relic River game though, with the Onobugeisha, I think that was the highlight for me. So that was just something out of this world. But congrats to both players on a series well fought. And CSO, the rising star, can he go the distance? Can he keep going? We'll have to see.
Continuing to push deeper and deeper in these upper brackets. Yeah. I'm almost breathless from this series. It was just so nail-biting, so close. In my mind, probably the best series of the tournament so far.
Yeah, I mean, of all the ones I've seen quite a couple of games, and I've gotten to cast quite a couple of these. I think this was by far one of the most entertaining back and forth series, because you know it's fun to watch a series, but it's not as fun when someone gets like swept 3-0 or something like that, or 5-0. It's always a little, you know, you don't want to see someone go down 3-0, 3-0, 4-0 in one of these things, but to have a series like this that just goes back and forth, man, what a game. And it started with that Baldland game too, you know, that good pick on CSO, picking up Mongols to counter the Biz. Playing it to perfection, and then moving on.
That chatter saying Marine Lord for an open point coming. No.
Went B's way. The pseudo mirrors went B's way, but then the other games going for CSO.
Yeah,
that Japanese game on Relic River. I'm gonna be thinking about that one for a while. That was
the
the way
classic.
he hid the Onobugeisha in the corner, like purposely was hiding it. Man, it doesn't get much better than that.
So it looks like we do in fact have a CSO interview coming for us.
Oh, right.
Which will then be followed up by what is essentially a a rematch of Red Bull Waterloo Finals. Marine Lord up against Puppy Paw after that.
Yeah, that'll be fun.
Now we are just...
Puppy Paw and Marine Lord have played off this tournament already too, and Marine Lord swept Puppy, I think, in that opening round in their series, right? So Puppy's gonna have his work, his revenge, the chance for revenge for Puppy Paw. We'll see how he does against Marine Lord. But man, it's gonna take me a moment to kind of calm down for this series. I'm excited to hear from CSO and his thoughts.
Calm down.
Man, there's so much to
Relax
talk about.
before the interview.
That there is, and just bear with us as we do wait for CSO to get in here with us, so we can have a bit of a winner's interview after this. I mean, can words even do this series justice? Really?
Can they? I don't know. I mean, after that Relic River game, I'm pretty hyped up about anything. That was, gosh, the way that like B.
Oof, Puppy Paw. I hope he gets one of him. Yeah. Puppy Paw sometimes is a bit of a kryptonite to Marine Lord. Sometimes Marine Lord struggles with Canadians. Like in the first Red Bull of Age of Empires 4, Marine Lord lost one set to IM Magic from Canada. And Puppy Paw usually, even though he loses like 4-0 for an example, the games usually are very close against Marine Lord. But yeah, Marine Lord takes the wins most of the times.
And CSO beating Anatan there. You can see that Vortex and Puppy Paw duked it out 4-2. So both these players, man, they've been dropping games.
We're gonna have a Chinese semi-final. Louis and CSO are both from China. That's gonna be interesting.
I mean, it's anything. I mean, people who look at like Marine Lord Puppy Paw.
Oh, nobody representing North America.
Puppy Paw wants the series already.
Besides Puppy Paw.
Red Bull, well, he's totally just a shoe-in to win.
That's tough.
I mean, look what just happened with B and CSO, right? You can't always look at past.
Yeah, European bracket? No, because we have people from North America.
You never know.
Do you have Spain, France, Serbia, Belarus, China, Russia, China.
Dispense with any previously assumed expectations of how a lot of these series will go. And
Canadian equals discount French. Hey, YouTube chat say that it wasn't me.
As they seemed, right?
It wasn't me.
With CSO having such incredible results and causing
discount French.
Upsets. I mean, he's always been known to be talented.
They need to do more revolutions over there in Canada.
Yeah, on another level.
Another level indeed. Next week we've got Louis gets to host now CSO. That'll be a fun series in the semifinals. Of course, Beastie's waiting to see the outcome of Marine Lord and Puppy Paw. So I'm sure he's watching this closely, waiting to see these two players duke it out momentarily. And then winner of those two. So we'll go to the grand final. All that's going to be next weekend. So next weekend on Saturday, it'll be the semifinals. Louis and CSO, and then Beastie and either Marine Lord or Puppy Paw. And then the winners of those two series will be moving on the next Sunday. So a week from today, into the grand final best of 9. We'll also have that third place match to see who gets number 3.
Best of 9 is going to be crazy. That grand final. So, crazy, I say.
Shortly.
Interview? Great.
Hopefully.
Maybe he's not allowed to do interview because he's from China.
Can you hear me?
I can't hear.
Okay. So let's talk about the owner.
No, he can.
Geisha Rush. Was that your plan from the very beginning to make that switch and to try and catch him off guard?
I just play random.
No English.
I never played this matchup before. This game.
Okay. Well, it worked out really well for you. So that was a really fun switch. That was one of the funnest moments of the series. How did you feel after you won game number 1?
What matchup is game number 1?
That was the Mongols game. You played Mongols into his Byzantines.
I think he will pick Byzantine in this map. So I pick Mongol.
Yeah, that worked out really well for you too. Well, I also need to congratulate you. Congratulations, by the way, on taking a full series against B. How are you feeling before knowing that B had previously beaten you every series? What were your expectations coming in?
I never expected that I can win.
Yeah, well,
I
you
just
proved everyone, yourself included, wrong then. As you shouts production for
There's a
great
there's a
portrait
poster
there of you
photo
right
of
there.
it of him.
Yeah,
I mean,
I think most people would have expected you to maybe not take this series, but you ended up going game after game after game. In that very last game against the Malians, you got really aggressive very early. Did you kind of feel that you were going to win it?
yes, I think I had great advantage in early game.
Yeah, it definitely showed. I mean, that was a really good play with the spears. And so looking forward, how are you feeling about moving forward and going against Louis?
I think he will win.
You think he'll win? Well, we'll have to see in a week. I think you've proven to be a very capable and very powerful player. You've improved so much in this tournament alone. You've been playing very, very well. So congratulations again to you and for your success so far, and best of luck moving forward next week.
Thank you.
YouTube chat saying this interview is still better than Trump interviews, for real.
All right, well, thank you so much, CSO. And we'll be excited
Real
to see him
shit,
again
real stuff.
next week.
You know what's right. You know what's right.
So glad that he's doing all this, and it's like middle of the night for him, right? So props to him for being able to get on, use English as a second language and be able to interview with us after taking a very, very brutal series. What a couple games that was. I'm excited to see him play next week. So
I mean, and especially after that series, poor guy.
I'll go to the bathroom real quick, guys. I really need to go. I'll be back real quick.
On top of having to speak in a language he pretty much never really has to speak in China, of course. It's tough. So thank you so much, CSO, for gracing us with an interview after such a tough series. I mean, God, you'd have to revitalize me with electrolyte water after a series like that.
I know. I mean, I'm feeling a little winded. I'm like looking forward to a quick break here before we hop into Puppy Paw and Marine Lord just to get something to drink. And I'm just talking about the game. We're just sitting here watching, just as observers and casters. These guys are putting their heart, mind, and soul into these games, and I can only imagine the adrenaline spikes and the reset game after game in some of those high octane moments where the adrenaline's pumping, it's coursing through your veins. You gotta stop, go back to the Dark Age, and do what you do every time. And that's what makes these guys so good, is that they can do that. They can take a moment, jump right back in, and then they can go the distance against a guy like B. So what a series that was. But we'll go ahead and take a quick break right here, I think, and we'll be back momentarily for Marine Lord versus Puppy Paw.
Hi everybody, back. We have 3 minutes until the next round starts. So we can just go real quick to the AV4 Reddit. This is show this to someone who played the AV4 in 1.0. Yeah, that's crazy. When you type GG, you mean good game. When I type GG, I mean get good. We are not the same, lol. Yeah, we have B versus CSO, Marine Lord versus Poppypaw. Beastie just reached the longest subathon for an RTS streamer, really. Previous hold by Pig in StarCraft 2 with a 16,293 and subs and 751 hours. Beastie sub counter is at 16,301. He's been streaming for 33 days straight. That is insane. Yeah, that's crazy. I am a silver god. Wandering Keep, not bad. Enemy uses bug to kill. Yeah, there are a lot of bugs right now in the online ladder as well. Are we good? Oh, stream. Okay, almost continuing the show. Siege needs change. At least prior to rework, you could make springs in castle and have an answer for 3 more mangoes, and mangoes were a good answer for mass range. You didn't need to spend over 1,000 resources to have a chance of killing longbow. Yeah. I concur. All they had to do was to change Springle so they don't counter themselves. That's it. Who hurt you, bro? Did mangoes need to be weakened versus everything other than ranged units? Yes, but they didn't need to be made pointless, unless 3+ in castle or imp. Springs will now either be too strong and cheap, instead of being nerfed every patch since. And now you have to just have a much bigger army or more cannons. Cannons that are not even supposed to be a counter, but are the closest thing left to one. Wait, they are the closest thing left to one besides 60+ ranged units. Let's not even mention the Great Bombard, or what happened with elephants for 2 or 3 wall patches. My point is that there is no counter system anymore. My mass range kills siege, siege kills ranged, horseman counter range, but all it takes is 20 spears to stop that. Yeah, bro, this person is really describing the situation. It's really tough for horsemen to make things work against ranged units.
Instead, he opts for the Marlins, and this is something we've seen.
Yeah, let's check the draft.
Specifically,
Marine Lord,
heavy emphasis.
Marine Lord with the Delhi, Abbasid, Templars, Mongols, Byzantines, and China, Lancaster, Zushi, Rus, and Achari band. Once again, on Poppypaw side, Malians, Japanese, French, Ottoman, JD, and Lancaster, Delhi and Zushiban, HRE and Rusban. Let me make a joke in chat. HRE and Rusband. First time seeing that. A little shout out to the casters. Oh, I thought I was sub to EGCTV. Or maybe I forgot to renew the sub. I want to renew the sub. I'll do it.
To take some games here from him, we can see the all-time head-to-head. Things don't look great. Now last head-to-head was 90-something% win rate for B, but that was also a much smaller sample size. We see 17-5 on the series count with 52-22 on the games.
Yeah.
That said,
that's tough.
Because you've lost more often than you've won doesn't mean you're going to take one today, because any given day, right? So the Canadian brothers can always, show up and pop off here, and people looking to do so today.
Shit. Why is Puppy crying? He was just tired.
Or this whole tournament. He's definitely played at a pretty high rate, I feel like. So Puppy Paw is going to have his work cut out for him, but he's reached this far, so he's got a shot just as anyone else would.
It's true. Marine Lord has been looking very good.
He's high, somebody's saying. He's high. His pupils are very dilated there, though.
And managing to snatch away that undefeated record that Marine Lord would have had otherwise. However, Puppy Paw is no slouch either. A little bit of struggle in the group stages, more so than one would have potentially expected from a player of his caliber, but make no mistake, Puppy Paw is an absolutely fearsome.
Yes, Puppy Paw is really good, though. He might win today.
Now, depending on where you rank him. Obviously, in the Red Bull year, he was pinned as the number 2, just behind the Marine Lord. He's been looking to keep up those performances since then. Just a couple of hiccups this year so far. However, Marine Lord is definitely going to have to take this series very seriously or risk getting knocked out early.
Yeah, this is, we're in the quarterfinals, essentially, so you cannot slouch here. You've got to put up or shut up now. We're going to have our first match on Dry Arabia. It'll be Byzantines versus Malians. Puppy Paw going straight to the Malians, and Marine Lord right onto the Biz. Which pick do you like better here, Myriad?
It's been a little while since we've seen this matchup. It's a very interesting one, I think. Ooh, it's tough to say.
I'm not sure which I like better. I'm having a hard time saying myself.
Yeah, it's tough to call a favorite, especially with the game as it is now. I feel like this matchup in particular hasn't had too much time for exploration as opposed to others, because obviously Pro Scouts got nerfed. That hurt Mali just a little bit, but then the Biz change kind of overhauled their entire playstyle to an extent, right? So we'll see how that matches up. We have seen some interesting things being attempted by Byzantine specifically here before, namely 2TC by players like Annotant and Vortex.
Interesting to see.
Yeah, well, that might be on the cards here for Marine Lord potentially. I think 2TC can certainly have merit as against Malians specifically, but the danger with that is Malians can definitely play a good aggressive game if they so choose.
Yeah, they can. And Puppy Paw is not afraid to do whatever it takes to win, right? He's not going to go in with one dead set, this is how I want to play it. He's willing to adapt. Really, both these players, as you and I have discussed from time to time, that both these players, Marine Lord and Puppy Paw, kind of profile in a very similar way in play style. Marine Lord maybe late in the last couple series has made a couple less mistakes than Puppy Paw has, especially in the latest series where Marine Lord swept Puppy Paw earlier in this tournament. It felt like Marine Lord just made less mistakes than Puppy did.
Yeah, Marine Lord advantages many times is that he just does less mistakes. Oh, sorry.
Maybe he's got hay fever from some pollen in the air. You never know. You never know what you're gonna get, and you never know what the spawns will give you and how things work out.
Marine Lord spawn, right?
We haven't seen this one too terribly much. Looks like we got 5 minutes waiting for this game to start in. Let's take a look at the rest of the drafts. However, we got Gorge is on the list of maps to see. We haven't seen that one yet today.
Oh no, Carmel.
Everything else I think we have. And then looking at the other matchups and bans, obviously we mentioned HRE and Roos. I don't think we're going to see them the rest of this tournament, frankly. I'd be amazed if we ever do. But China has been popular, Malians has been popular, Byzantines has been popular. Looking across, trying to see. We've seen all these civs. They've kind of all been the meta civs lately.
Notably here, right? We have we have the Japanese priority for Puppy Paw, and this is something
Uh-huh.
that he's become a little bit known for, right? It's a very much a comfort pick for Puppy Paw specifically, much like it is for CSO, and he's had some very good showings on the Japanese, not only in this tournament but in others ones as well. Known as one of the strongest Japanese players, but notably he was also able to secure himself JD and French behind this, whereas Marine Lord, as well as Ottomans and House of Lancaster, Marine Lord on the other side, opting for Mongols as a priority third pick, as opposed to something like Delhi or even Knights Templar, which is interesting. So there's quite a lot of respect put on the Mongols, which I mean is understandable. Mongols is really good on a lot of these maps, I think, right? They're quite versatile.
Well, and Puppy's
in
pretty
that
good with
regard.
Mongols too, so maybe that also comes to play. If you picking it for yourself, but also to keep it away from Puppy.
Yeah, it's true. So, you know, looking at these drafts, typically it does seem like Puppy Paw has most of the aggressive and timing-orientated civs over Marine Lord, whereas Marine Lord has a lot of the somewhat safe picks. Your China.
Abba's an interesting choice. I wonder if we'll actually see Abbasid get pulled out here for Marine Lord or not, if we go deep enough in this.
I think if Frisian Masters is going to be played, we're very likely to see Abbasid. I think Abbasid on that map it's like Roos on King of the Hill. You know, it's such a perfect.
Somebody in the chat saying, Shaggy saying, yes sir, when he's Croton when we did him. I hope he didn't die in the bombardments. He's an Indian viewer here on the channel.
Outside of maybe something like HRE and Roos, right?
Yeah.
But those are outliers, of course.
Oh no, more Fs, or is it me? More Fs. That somebody Lord wins. Somebody said we need subs for them to come back. And I said, true, it's a new Twitch feature. Bro, casters, no, come back. Come back. We're waiting for you, brothers. We're waiting. I wonder what's going on. Sometimes it's just OBS shenanigans, you know? Could be internet connection. Because Soccerton and Myriad are giving their feed from different locations. So it can be a problem from them, can be a problem from the mainstream, can be a problem from OBS. Could be a problem from internet connection from one of these guys. Let me see how the stream is on YouTube, because it might be just Twitch. Okay, I'm checking. No, the stream ended on YouTube as well. So it's a general problem from the channel. Sedge. Let's go, let's go. We need the show back. Brothers, hold. Don't leave the stream. Anytime now, anytime now. It's gonna be soon. Is it good? Let's refresh. Oh no. I left the stream, no. Oh no, I left the chat. No. No. Bring me back. Bring me back. I did the same by refreshing me too. No. No. I miss my AV4 brothers and sisters. Oh no. Well, we're here together, guys. CSO versus Anatent. We are here live and direct. Anatent pushing with 13 archers and 12 spearmen. They closed the stream. Ah, damn it. Well, there is some other guys. French. I can cast, guys, but I prefer to watch the stream. We can take a look at how the game is going. No spoilers, no spoilers. I'm friends with Marine Lords in game, okay, guys? I'm friends with Marine Lord, alright? So, I have special access. You know what I'm saying? Just joking, guys. So here we go. Wait, I think my AV4... They will stream again, for sure. Just fixing the issue. Thanks for the follow, your support is greatly appreciated. Hi everybody, we are here for game number 1 out of a best of 7. This is the Elite Classic 3 quarterfinals in the color blue. My UI is switched, sorry guys, this will hurt your eyes. It's not my fault, sorry. In the color blue, representing team mates, gentle mates, is Marine Lord on the Byzantines. In the color red, representing himself, it's Puppy Paw on the Malians, and he spawned with a front gold, which is not very good, especially against Byzantines, which can go for a very early aggression with the mercenaries investment as well. During the front, Marine Lord maybe will push it in later on today to deny the professional scouts from Puppy Paw, which Malians love to do, 4 houses coming in, not afraid of early aggression. Marine Lord does not want early aggression, he goes for the cisterns, and do we have more stone being mined? No, it's going to be just 1 cistern for the moment. After aging up, he'll receive the extra stone to maybe drop a second cistern. This will reveal a commitment to the age up. So I think Marine Lord either wants to go castle as fast as possible, which against Maldin is not very recommendable, because then they get the Erika online, they get a bunch of sofas going through, and even walls can stop that. So I think it's going to be a feudal aggression. So to go feudal first, not first, but faster, then by building buildings and the landmark, you can go to the stone, or you can go, no, you receive stone for that second cistern to boost the eco. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 houses, 7 houses. Wait, it's going to be full houses for Puppy Paw. He's taking a risk there, but also can be a big reward. Let's check this sheep situation. 2 sheep for Puppy Paw. I'm pretty sure he delivered more back in the TC already. Puppy Paw finding a good bit amount of sheep. This is Dry Arabia. Sometimes sheep are like all close to each other. Sometimes it's hard to find. Yeah, full house. Only 1 space for the mining camp later. Maybe a house can fix in there. Can fit in there, I mean. I don't think so. Puppy Paw now going to the feudal age, not as soon as possible. 12 villagers on food, already enough gold. Marine Lord with only 2 on gold, everybody on food as well, being boosted by the cistern. And the sheep are coming back for Puppy Paw. No, actually, he was looking for more sheep here on the side of Marine Lord, trying to deny that food as much as possible. Marine Lord moves the wheels away from gold, and now they go to wood. There we go. Grand Winery. Good placement there on the berries. 60% more oil coming through. Let's check the stream here from EGCTV. Oh, sorry about that. Okay, still no stream from EGC. We are here though. Welcome to the stream, everybody. Welcome, welcome. Puppy Paw gathering even more sheep. Nice deer locations from Puppy Paw though. It's gonna be easier for him to collect them with the deer. Marine Lord with a lot of people on wood now. That reveals to me some early aggression for sure. Now more villagers into the stone. That's a good amount of sheep arriving here from our player from France playing the Byzantines today. Manso Quarry is the choice from Puppy Paw. Right next to the town centers, nice and safe. A lot of wood now. Intention from Marine Lord. 7 sheep coming back home. We don't have a lot of sheep from Puppy Paw. It's okay, he's gonna have cows and potentially professional scouts. Byzantine is a good civilization, very good civilization to deny professional scouts. They can have great momentum in the feudal age. Let's speed up a little bit to see that feudal age realized. The deer from Marine Lord is really far away. He's pushing that one in with the scout. Double front gold is not great. Why is map sideways? Because the UI spawned like that. So if I spawned normally, if I casted normally, the UI would be like this, and then Puppy Paw is like the players are switched. It has been happening to me. I think it has something to do with the toon pack that they use, because there are bugs on the ladder. Oh, it's gonna be a second TC for Puppy Paw, for Marine Lord, or just immediately 5 cisterns here. So I have to cast like that so the UI doesn't get confusing, you know? Because they have to use a tuning pack for the tournament. Oh, it's gonna be manual, quote-unquote, manual scouts for Puppy Paw, not professional. He had enough gold for that, not enough wood though. He's making scouts anyway. Let's go second TC for Marine Lord, protecting the gold. It's always wise to go second TC versus Maldian to deny their stronger economy. The weird scouts are being annoying here. But Marine Lord able to successfully defend. Limitane already in queue, coming out anytime now. Warrior scouts forcing Marine Lord to have some a slight idle time. It's very valuable in these top levels of play. Villagers getting low. Marine Lord needs to switch them. One scout goes down from Puppy Paw. So this is manual scouts into warrior scouts, trying to deny the collection of oil there from Marine Lord. So far, it has produced some results. Puppy Paw is looking at the castle age though. Marine Lord now forced to invest to defend. That could be a good play from Puppy Paw. Castle age very close. Second pit mine coming online. Deer is going on. 2 TC for Marine Lord might make him too slow here, and Puppy Paw might go castle into Farimba. I wouldn't say so. Not strong economy so far, not production buildings to make use of that Farimba garrison. Sometimes you see players going Fulani and then make the cow boom around it, especially when he's on a rush to that castle edge. Press Shift Alt F. Oh, there we go. Bro, thanks. Thanks. Give name lose a sub, guys. You fixed an issue. Oh wait, it's not showing the FPSs too. Wow. I'm a tech wizard, guys. Look at that. I never seen that before. Oh, it's actually not showing for you guys. It's only showing for me. The FPSs. Nice. We are on solid 63 FPS. And it's Farimba with barracks. So there is Farimba play. It's not the slow Fulani. So it's gonna be the freeborn warriors. They have a lot of range defense, so that they can dive the base of Marine Lord. Marine Lord got the cash contract. Very interesting. Puppy Paw comes around with the scouts, being annoying once again. Marine Lord on the defense with the Limit 9. Double front gold as well from Puppy Paw. That's kind of rough to defend. But he's forcing Marine Lord to defend himself, so Marine Lord can't harass Puppy Paw at the moment. But maybe things are about to shift. Marine Lord is moving forwards. Puppy Paw still on the deer. Second deer very close by. It will not take much time for the villagers to travel to the next food location. Furimba Garrison now ready to produce. The choice is the Freeborn Warrior. Exactly. They will do very well against Limitarne. You don't need to upgrade them, right? I need to switch visions here. No, you don't need to upgrade them, I believe. No, yeah, they already come upgraded. Villagers on the run. We have some sheep available for Puppy Paw. He now needs to reclaim his food back. Keshiks are arriving. That will be a problem for the Freeborn. Only 2 Keshiks should be alright, but more and more coming in. And one of the advantages of the Keshiks, they're really easy to mass in Feudal Age. They don't cost as much as the other contracts. I think they only cost 400 oil. Yeah, 400 oil, while longbows cost 480 and the javelins cost 480. And I think the longbows cost 482, or it's a bit less for one of those contracts, but Keshiks are easier to mass. We could see Donzos coming out as well from a potential second barracks from Puppy Paw, or just mass Freeborn Warriors. They have 0 melee armor, so they will do very bad against those Keshiks. The other 2 Keshiks should be coming in anytime now. Actually defending here. Second season online. Villager lead coming in for Marine Lord. Golden Horn Tower as well. Castle Edge here could be a great timing. Puppy Paw does not have any eco boost. Okay, the pit mines are here, yes, but usually the cow boom is a defining eco boost for the Malians. We're not getting more stone, he wants more cisterns. The pit mine is being raided by the Keshiks. Freeborn Warnings defending efficiently. More Freeborns arriving, and now Sofas. Sofas raiding here could be really, really good from Puppy Paw. Let's check the income per minute. But in order to a bit more food, less wood, and less gold, but not by much. Marine Lord coming back to the... Not Marine Lord, sorry. Puppy Paw coming back to the deer. But there is a Limitane there. Freeborn is coming back to defend. Freeborn raid now could be great, but Puppy Paw needs to be careful, he's not paying attention, he moves the villagers immediately after realizing the threat. The Freeborns are in place, Marine Lord upgrading the veteran contract. And now we're back into play. Nice raid here from the Freeborns. They will tank these towers with no problem. They have 5 range defense, actually now 6 with the upgrade from the blacksmith. The Warrior Scout also being annoying. Still a huge villager lead for Marine Lord. Puppy Paw needs insane damage right here, right now. A lot of Keshiks are here, some crossbows coming in as well. But though, those units, they are not heavy units, so the crossbows will not be doing any extra damage. They were healing, not healing, they were going head-to-head with the Keshiks nicely. Puppy Paw retreats, he needs to reset his tempo. Marine Lord moving out here to the deer. Still on some berries, so oil will be still available, but not boosted by 60%. A couple of olive groves here to give that extra bit of liquidity when it comes to the oil economy. Third pit mine could be a play for Puppy Paw, but he does not have a lot of wood at the moment. He went for a musk and more production buildings to make sure he can use those unique units at will. The Freeborns are looming though. Marine Lord's economy kinda on a threat right now. Okay, the stream from EGC is back, so I think I'll go there. I think, yeah, we stop casting here, we know what's going on, and we go to the stream. Alright. Well, we know what's going on now. The stream is a bit behind on our cast. Thank you for the follow, your support is greatly appreciated.
Yeah, obviously they're not nearly as good as Horsemen or a Knight would be, but you know, they can do pretty good damage with the Warrior Scouts. They can do some
Remember that we have casted games on YouTube channel, on Azosu Empires. If you're watching on Twitch, type in the chat, !YouTube. We have a bunch of casted games there. We're also casting the Silver League. There are a lot of there will be a lot of SilverLeague games there later today and tomorrow. And now we know how to revert the UI. That's great, actually. I must not forget that. There was something else I wanted to say, but I forgot. So, never mind.
Advantage that you can get, you will get, just like in this situation here. Another
one goes down, yeah.
For Poppy, so he has to be quite careful here, right? These scouts.
A third. Oof, you know, this is starting to feel not so worth. He's lost a lot more food than he's gotten out of it, right?
Yeah,
and I don't think he's now to defend.
It looks like he's not opting for any pro scouts behind this or anything either for Poppy Paw, right? There's no deer being gathered. He intentionally moved out onto it instead with a mill. So the scouts, I wonder if it was a bait or if it was just that or whether that was the plan from the beginning to just get a little bit of harassment, maybe force some Limitane out. But the macro from Poppy Paw does look like he's inching towards an age up, and with this kind of a
definitely.
setup, this must be.
Maybe he's just trying
to
get a reaction from Marine Lord to go some spears. Maybe thinking he's gonna go for maybe some pro scouts or do something. Maybe you're right. Maybe I wonder if it's like trying to be just a bait, just trying to get him to have a reaction. Because he's lost a lot of scouts on this. Thankfully, scouts aren't super expensive as far as units go, but every little loss matters when you're at this high level. Poppy Paw looking to take his first game off of Marine Lord in quite some time. But he is definitely getting very close to Castle Age, and he doesn't really have any cows out. I'm guessing it's going to be a, Farimba Garrison. I was going to say, it's got to be the play here then. And sure enough, dropping it down with 9. He looks to be playing for a castle timing play. And Marine Lord's quite a ways back now. He is on 2 TCs, and this could work, right? When you do this, Fast Castle can counter 2 TCs if you can time the tempo. It's all about the tempo then, and getting in there and making that investment not pay off. So there's definitely a window, but that's the tricky thing, is a window is open, but it can most certainly close if you miss that opportunity.
It's especially tough as Marlians as opposed to other saves going for castle timings, because you don't have access to the same units that other saves do, right? You don't have a typical all-around armored unit such as the men-at-arm for Marlin. So I'm very curious to see what choice we're going to see from this Farimba.
We're back, guys. Let's go. Marine Lord versus Poppy Paw. We already saw a little bit of this. We were casting when the stream was down.
Must be a play into either Mansum Safadi or Freeborn.
We'll find out here in just a second as the age up clicks in, and Freeborn Warriors are going to be coming out. Not something you see every day from Malians. Fun to see this kind of build. And you know, this is one of those instances where it kind of could work again, right? Because the 2TC it leaves Marine Lord a bit vulnerable. He is trying to macro quickly to Castle Age. He's got 600 gold, but not enough food just yet. So I wonder if he'll try and reinvest a little bit or rebalance.
Yeah, this could get very, very interesting here for us. Like you mentioned, Sokoton, Freeborn, quite a rare choice from the Farimba. Even Farimba itself not always being the choice for most Malian players. But the Freeborn Warrior, for those who aren't aware, as we just don't see the unit very often, it is a special unit to the Malians, and it is an anti-ranged specialist that is pretty much impervious to arrow fire almost. They have very, very high ranged armor. I think even more so than a men-at-arm, if I'm not mistaken, but could be corrected on that. But they also have a very high movement speed compared to a men-at-arm, so these units can dive TCs and chase villages for days, which is exactly what might be on the cards here for Poppy Paw.
Which is what he needs to get to doing quickly, though. The tricky thing is that there's Horsemen and Limitane on the field, looking to keep him away. But if he can get these guys in, Golden Horn Tower clicking up, Marine Lord not that far behind. And this is the tricky thing with Byzantines. They get up in Castle Age so fast when they're not terribly molested as they've been. And he hasn't harassed him enough.
Verico is buffed by the Cisterns, and they get quote-unquote free units, so they invest. Marine Lord here only invest into a couple of Limitane, got 4 Kashyyyks, and now he can go Castle after the second TC. It's great.
Passive resources besides the pit mines. So he needs to kind of really take some good fights and make that second town center not worth it to stay in this game, because otherwise the eco for Byzantines just scales so well with 2 TCs.
Of course, a lot of damage has to be dealt here by Poppy Paw, right, to really make this play worth it, because this is kind of, I mean, it makes you very one-dimensional here, right? This is just mass.
Why would you get Freeborns versus Javelins? It's to then go raid the town center, because Freeborns have natural, very, very high ranged defense, and then you can go dive the economy, and they're a good front line. They will not struggle against crossbows or against archers, you know. it's a bit weird versus Keshiks, but like I was saying when I was casting, there are not a lot of Keshiks available just yet, so the Freeborns will be able to do exactly this, under tower, under TC, raiding, doing some good damage, and then it's easier to mass.
Start going for that instead. And one of the fun things when you aim, Vills are making a break for it. One of them, they're all going to get through. Vills in the gold. Oh, wait, now Marine Lord's lost track. One Vill will go down. Two go down. That was a lucky little grab for Puppy Paw. Needs to do a lot more, though, to stay in this, as the Keshik now diving in, trying to fight the Freeborn. They're going to trade pretty well into that. Picks off one and defends the gold. And at this point, Marine Lord just needs to sit and chill. He just needs to continue cranking and eventually start adding those olive groves in, and he'll be fine.
It's true. He just needs to be careful not to take too much damage. Maybe get a couple of the safe relics if he is able. Keep securing his economy with the walls as he's doing now. This is exactly what he needs to do to tide this over. I'm a bit confused by the addition of these crossbows here, because they will in fact do virtually nothing to these Freeborn. I'm not sure if Marine Lord is really...
They still do... The thing is, crossbows will still do way more than the archers, right? And like, you need something else. You need melee damage and some range damage, right? So the best is the crossbows, because the archers will do no damage anyway.
It's dangerous, right? Like, this is something you have to be aware of, because these crossbows are essentially almost dead weight right now. You'd rather just have a whole bunch of Limitane, and they'll trade reasonably okay against these Freeborn. Of course, there's a danger of Puppy Paw potentially adding in his own archer soon, but so far it's a heavy committal to these Freeborn for now.
I don't think I've ever seen these things work. So if they do, everyone's gonna be writing notes, but I don't know. I don't know about this from Puppy. I mean, it's catching Marine Lord off guard. Now he's got 6, almost 8 now in the queue, but a lot of the Keshiks and stuff on the field still. However, Freeborn finding the base, looking for Vills. Into the woodline they go. They are running for the hills. Nowhere to go, however, but their TC. Meanwhile, on the other side, most units from Marine Lord are chasing the other group that's down south. Ranging guards now coming out from Marine Lord as the Vills run away. We're seeing now the crossbows doing just nothing to the Freeborn. They looks like archers touching like a ghoul.
But the Keshiks are doing a good job versus the Freeborn. But it's 31 Freeborn from Puppy Paw. That's an insane amount of units. But can he actually do something here? 10 Keshiks. And the Varangian guards. I don't know if the Freeborns will be able to keep up. Oh, but if you add in Musafadi, the Musafadi warriors will counter the armored units that the Freeborns will be struggling with. So that's actually a very good switch from Puppy Paw. The question is, does he have time to actually make that switch very strong? They don't take a lot of time to produce the Musafadis, but Melonard is being a bit more patient. He's ahead by 20 villagers though. Third pit mine for Puppy Paw. 1 cow for Puppy Paw too. Insane eco.
I wonder what happens to Puppy Paw when the food dries up. That's going to be a concern for him. He can obviously make cows. That precipitates a need for a lot of gold.
Yeah.
2 relics for Puppy Paw.
That
and 2
scaling
for
fact
Marine
is
Lord.
already starting to manifest here a little bit, right? Marine Lord already ahead by 20 villages, just over at this point in time. System level 3 as well, not too shabby at all for him. And his army is starting to look kind of scary here, right? Quite a few crossbows, a decent number of Keshiks and Varangians and Gulams as well being added now for him. This is starting to look like a very well-rounded, scary army. And soon enough, he's going to have a decent enough frontline Marine Lord to where he can kind of sit in his base and send those Keshiks raiding. And when that starts, I feel like Puppy Paw might find himself really struggling at this economic deficit.
Yeah, he's in a weird spot here. This whole strategy just seems, to borrow a chess term, maybe a little unsound. But we're only saying that because we don't think it's working at the moment. I'm wondering if there's a world where it does work or how he can make this work. And the tricky thing too is that TC placement, we were kind of saying it was a little bit forward as we see a lot of Freeborn coming in from the backside here. That TC though is up front. But the wood lines are really guarding it nice and well with the units right in the middle. And here come the Freeborn, chased away by the Keshiks. Crossbows.
Yeah, the Freeborn mass cannot go in now.
Like multiple rounds of
The Keshiks and the Varangian guards are just too strong against that unit. We need more. We already have 20 Musafadis, and the Musafadis can go stealth. So they can go stealth, perhaps burn the walls real quick, and then Marine Lord will have to idle a lot of his economy. Puppy needs to join the armies. If he joins the freeborn with the Musafadi, Marine Lord has no counter at all.
Crossbow fire. Here comes.
Here they go.
It's about
Here they go. Ah, there you go, Marine Lord on the retreating nose. He has no chance here. Puppy Boy is coming in close. I think the Musafadis are on top of the Varangian. It's kind of hard to distinguish those units.
This is a good fight for Puppy, I think.
It's a very good fight for Puppy. You are right, Saucerton.
got the surrounded
Saucerton?
there. Now it's worth noting that the Ghulams are better against Musafadi than most men-at-arms in the game. Thanks to that double strike, they will be able to put out a lot of damage. But this is a very
Marine Lord's
overwhelming melee mass here from
separating
Puppy
his
Boy.
army
He would
very
have to be
nicely,
careful. However,
reducing the
also
losses.
the
Puppy
trade
Boy
out pretty
retreats
well
after a
on the
good
right side,
engagement.
aided by the Keshiks.
Oh, he's being
Behind
raided
this,
though.
raids from Marine Lord as well. So
Can he defend here? I don't think so. Marine Lord with 1,500 food in the bank. That's insane.
Marine Lord seems to be doing okay. Trying to get some damage here on the line. Didn't get any villagers killed, but
Puppy Boy, no cow boom at all. 3 pit mines. And that's it. Food for the Puppy Paw will be an issue very, very soon.
Counter heavy units. When it comes down to the brass tacks, it doesn't ever feel like they actually can hold their own because they are just, I think their health just isn't high enough to stand and fight in a long engaged protracted battle. So it feels like though they can trade out okay, something like Varangian Guards with some Ghulams, and you got the Keshiks mixed in. It's hard to find that value sometimes in the big head-on fights.
Yes, exactly. It's just it comes down to mobility and maneuvering, right? Like this army from Puppy Paw, it's very one-dimensional, but what it does very, very well, and it needs to look for that unexpected flank maneuver, that surround, that envelopment. This is the kind of strategy that Puppy Paw has to play towards, but like you mentioned, it's so difficult against Byzantines, so well fortified in their base with such a diverse composition as well. A very strong infantry base here for Marine Lord. You tied him over in this game. Ghulams, Varangians, Metane, and crossbows, as well as some Keshiks still raiding. Double-pronged attack here from Puppy Paw, trying to find angles of damage into the base, but he gets checked at every turn here. The system will go down, however.
It's a small boost.
Puppy Boy is doing well though. He's stretching the defenses of Marine Lord.
The aqueduct to that cistern first, just to make it down to level 4 for the rest of them, and then torch down the 5, just so you get some immediate bonus, a little bit of damage. Towers going up, and then these mango towers are...
Marine Lord is forcing that defense with mango towers. So many idle vills. Still a 25 villager lead for Marine Lord. He has a good army count. He's defending well. A lot of idle time though. Like a lot. Oh, another raid from... Oh, Puppy Boy is doing this so well. I'm loving these raids.
He's running out of food at this point in time, right? You saw there,
look at those
so many of his villages were idle at that point in time, so Puppy Boy found a little timing there.
Raid on the farms, it's great. Still 27 villager lead for Marine Lord though.
Now the Freeborns are being pesky. That's a lot of olive groves planned.
Yeah, it is.
They can just kind of keep the noose tight and kind of just keep things wrapped up. There's a shot. Byzantines, once they get this olive grove transition put down, they're going to be in a really good spot though, and then they'll be able just to hum with the olive oil. So it does feel like the window is kind of closing again. 89 to 62, but look at the idle time. 44 villagers idled. That's got to be slowing things down for Marine Lord.
Oh, absolutely. And now Marine Lord finds himself...
People keeping up the pressure, but what will be his food? That's the thing. He has 3 cows now. I don't know if he's eating the cows or actually using the ranches. I don't know.
Sprinkles would do excellently against this kind of composition from Puppy Paw, but it's tough to find a way to fit them in. And yeah, another raid comes in right directly onto the groves as they're being set up. More idle time here from Marine Lord. You can see the food income is severely stunted at this point in time.
This could win Puppy Paw the game, and military numbers are in lead for Puppy Paw. I think the army value might be in favor of Puppy as well here. The tricky thing is that the wall on the west side is still open, so Puppy Paw has a way to get on the right side.
All right. Yeah, Puppy Paw. Yeah, he's reading from 3 directions. That's really hard to defend from Marine Lord. That he can do it. This is a great game, actually. This is very entertaining. The defender player is defending a lot in different directions. The aggressive player is coming in from different directions. There are multiple fights going on. Different small armies matching up against each other.
Migrated over to the leftward line. And another raid from the very back of Marine Lord's base on the right side going in, wrapping all the way around. Maybe finding villages on gold, but not quite, actually. No villages there on gold yet.
Puppy's playing to the strength of Malians really, really well here, because Malians don't like the head-on fight. Byzantines wants that big fight, right? He wants everything right in the middle, down the center, take a big fight with all the stuff in the middle. Puppypaw's doing exactly what Malians need to do, is he needs to pick lots of smaller engagements all over the map. That's his, because really he can't stand in the middle and just stand up and fight. He needs to poke and prod and keep the army guessing, because Marine Lord wants to keep that mass together. Because in small pockets, Puppypaw is going to win. It's the big fight that he's looking for. So having these groups in the backfield of Marine Lord is really what's going to keep Puppypaw in this game, as it's now 94 to 67 villagers, 17 vill kills for Puppy at this point, and more coming.
Yeah, I really must question this investment into crossbows here from Marine Lord. I feel like it's really holding him back in this game. It's just not
Marine Lord floating wood, classical.
as effectively as you
He already has a bunch of holy groves. I'm pretty sure he has more 30 villager lead almost for Marine Lord, even though he lost 17 villagers. That's kinda insane.
Arne to trade effectively here. Even archers potentially to help offset the Musafadi mass, but ideally Springles is really what Marine Lord needs in this game, because I mean, with Puppypaw now starting to run out of food, we can see the income slowing down a little bit, and there's cows only now being started to be added, right? So he's gonna look to offset that deficit somewhat soon.
The crossbows aren't doing much, but the main mass though of the heavier units with Limitane can do quite a bit of damage as well. Marine Lord just needs to stabilize. Look at the food income now, back up to 1,200 a minute. Once he gets those olive groves back in the back, he's going to be set. And then if he can ever secure a gold vein, he's going to be good long term, it feels like, because Puppypaw needs to find damage. 17 vills just doesn't feel like enough.
Yeah. It's not 17 vills.
But it doesn't feel like enough
30 villager lead
long-term to win
still.
this in a late game.
His economy is not much behind though. He's 400 food less per minute, but the gold income is crazy for Puppypaw at the moment. 3 sacred sites, I see.
There's a pressure now on him, and additional gold income in for Puppypaw. You can see the army numbers are further dwindling here for Marine Lord's Byzantines. The villager count still firmly in his lead, however, it is not increasing as exponentially as he would like. Still getting pushed back here.
Yeah, he's gone into Sofa now and trying to mix up the comp. The problem is Sofa don't go great into Limitane, and the crossbows can take care of him pretty well too. Feels like Malians don't have a great answer long term again. He just needs to get more damage done, but he hasn't killed a villager in, gosh, a couple minutes. Mango towers now are really the doom. Look how much damage that shot did. Massive damage from the mangonel towers. It ignores, obviously, the range damage upgrade and the range damage, ranged armor, excuse me, that the Freeborns has. It just ignores that. It's siege armor, or siege damage. So really, those mango towers are kind of Marine Lord's ticket into security for the long term.
It's exactly what he...
Marine Lord is going Imperial and he's abusing siege towers.
Often you will be at an army deficit compared to your opponent, so static defenses in the form of towers and keeps and walls is what's really going to help turn the tide over. But Marine Lord behind this, the Foreign Engineering Company, now going up with 26 villages.
This could be such a frustrating playstyle to go against, right? Your opponent's been in his base. He's only been in, like, what is that, like an eighth of the whole map that he's been just kind of holed up and cornered in. That's all he needs, because once he gets those farms going, he's just...
Yeah, exactly. Marine Lord is being stuck in his base, but he's still going Imperial. How we got the gold, though?
Engineering company coming up.
We probably should have pressed more that gold, right?
Completely outclassed.
And this is such a tough spot.
I mean, should if he could.
I mean, going for this,
because I'm sure he wanted to, just couldn't really.
A few scouts before, and it just screams all in, doesn't it? You have to not necessarily kill your opponent, but get enough damage done to a point where you can then play your own scaling and be.
Chat is criticizing the sofas, yes, because the way Puppypaw is using them, the sofas should be raiding right now instead of taking these fights against spearmen and crossbows.
Behind is forced to go in. I don't think he can win this fight.
I think the writing is kind of on the wall here. He's got a lot of military mass that's not in this fight. A lot of it's just standing right outside the base. But again, you're down eco. You've got 4 cows. I don't even think those are in pens. I think he might be just eating them at this point. Mango towers are set up. There's a massive amount of olive groves. Yeah, he's just eating the cows. Level 5 cisterns. It just feels like long term, there's just nowhere to go. And Malians don't play great at this stage of the game. Maybe once they can get into feudal a little bit, into Imperial, they can do something. But right here, Castle against a Imperial Civ, even with better numbers, which he no longer has, it's looking rough.
It's true. Papipo does have a little bit of trade behind this. We help tide him over somewhat. However, the trade route is not as good as you would like, right? The
No,
neutral
trade though,
market
yeah.
is not in the
Nest of bees.
corner
Oh, it's
for
not
that
Grenadiers.
additional income. And Cannon.
I thought it was Grenadiers, but it's Nest of Bees. The trade is alright for Papipo. It will help, but still 30 equally.
Quickly at that. Nest of Bees out as well is going to really help against this melee mass from Papipo, but Papi really kind of on his last legs here. He's pretty committed here, but his army, it just doesn't have the numbers as he makes a last desperate push forward to try to clean up.
Marine Lord did very well in the defense. Papipo did really well in the attack, but he never got the right units or a good economy. GG.
I expect GG will be called. Yep, there it is. And game 1 goes to Marine Lord. What was an interesting build from Puppy Paw ended up just not working out as the Byzantines hurtling up, aging up, doing what they do best.
Good game from Papipo though. That's true. That's true.
Win. And game 1 again goes to Marine Lord.
Nice little attempt there by Papipo in our first game. What an unusual strategy we have. We definitely don't see that very often. Very few players in the scene.
Let's go, Samu.
From the Farimba garrison, right? Only a few names come to mind.
And like some things went well. Like Puppy ended up with all the relics, so that was kind of a nice thing. He had the sacred sites. It just felt like he just didn't get any damage done. Like 17 Vil kills is nice, but he really needed a lot more damage to make that worth it. I felt like the fast castle timing didn't really get him much, considering that Marine Lord just got us the second town center and then matched the castle timing. Like, yeah, he was on the back foot and had to be defend. That's just what Byzantines wants to do. So
exactly.
Interesting build. I bet it could work against maybe a less experienced player. I mean, we saw like crossbows was not the answer for Marine Lord there. So you can maybe bait a lower level player to fall for this one pretty easily. And I bet it could work on the ladder, but unfortunately for Puppy Paw, it's not going to work against Marine Lord, even if he did go for some crossbows. But he'll try again on our upcoming match.
MG from YouTube saying, although raiding, he couldn't find time to build up his eco exactly.
Yeah,
just 2 minutes from this.
Because raid is not just about killing villagers. It's also about now you are forcing the opponent to defend and whatnot, and now you have time to do stuff. But at the same time, if you're not careful, you'll invest too much into your units, and then you're not investing into your eco. I do that a lot when I play. I like to be aggressive, sometimes too much, like old school Vortex, and sometimes I'm doing very well, but I have no eco, then I'm screwed.
Japanese, no slouch in the feudal age either nowadays, especially with the cheaper Yumi and the bannerman system, of course, which has gotten plenty of buffs since the last time this matchup arose too often. In the past, there was a lot of fast castles for Japanese to try to cope in this matchup. The feudal age not really holding a candle to Delhi's, especially in the Tower of Victory days. However, things have changed a lot since then.
Yes, indeed. Should be a fun one. The players are getting ready to get in match now. They were waiting, I believe, for us to catch back up to them. We've given our technical difficulties earlier. So they'll be in game shortly, and we'll be able to get back to a live match. Excited to see. And yeah, Puppy Paw looking for an answer. I think he'd be at this point, he's just looking to win a game. You know, I think in the long term, you've been losing to Marine Lord a lot this year. Probably doesn't feel good. I'm sure Puppy Paw's just probably tired of playing Marine Lord and just looking for that win. I wonder if you could just get a win off of him now. Just take a game and reset and see how that feels. Sometimes that could do wonders for your confidence, right? I gotta imagine he's probably not feeling great about this matchup just in general. About as far as
stream, is it? It's not me, right?
The player. But it don't underestimate how much a one win can really affect the psyche moving into this next game. And I'm sure Puppy Paw, with his Japanese, we're looking to do that here very shortly.
Oh, Puppy Paw desperately needs a win. And he I guarantee he definitely wants to. He has ambitions of winning this series. It's necessary. There's a bit of a rivalry between these two players at this point, right? Friendly rivalry, of course. But Puppy Paw definitely wants to look to make his mark here. Even if he can't win the series, it's way too early to call, of course. But he's not going to be happy with anything less than at least several wins, I would assume, because at this level, competitive spirit really runs high. It has to be able to play at this level. So, you really want to bring your A game forward, and and have something to prove, so
There we
to
go.
say, which he's going to look to do in this second game as we load into Sacred Grove. Papipo in the Japanese in the color red spawning on the south side of the map, facing what is quickly becoming his nemesis here in the form of Gentlemate's Marine Lord,
Japan!
the color blue in the north side of the map as the Delhi Sultan.
Excited to see what Puppy Paw has up his sleeves with Japanese. I can just almost feel the tension behind this. I just feel he really wants to win right now. Just the competitive spirit in him. I can
Oh,
just
but
sense
Delhi
it.
versus Japan is really good for Delhi. Really, really good.
We'll do it here. We'll find out as scouts are underway. A pretty good number of sheep already from Marine Lord all the way in his opponent's corner. Meanwhile, right away, we see an upgrade coming in for Puppy Paw. He's going for survival techniques. Right onto the deer. It's a fun play. And with a Dark Age barracks coming out, he's going to do the pro spear strat, I think. And no, he's moving right over. Or is he?
Oh, interesting little start.
Is this
here
the
from
pro
Papipo.
spears?
Yeah, this
he
is
walking around?
interesting pro
Pro
spears.
spears.
Pro
attempt here.
spears, yeah.
Right, trying to
Spear
get
scout.
the Lords there away, shoved towards closer to his mill. This could be very interesting. I do wonder what the overall plan is here for Papipo. Is this a play to extend his food's lifespan into a swift and decisive castle timing? Or is he trying to secure as much food for himself as possible to play an overwhelming feudal age instead? There's something we have to see, but now a full
Scout's gonna find out. Can the scouts get him? Can the spears get the scout?
Oh,
Oh, maybe there's a lot of deer, there's a lot of sheep there. He can't stick around this. You have to be very careful. Marine Lord trying to push away. A lot of sheep to be had if he doesn't do this successfully. Puppy Paw flexing the micro just a little bit here as he pro spears the deer further and further to his base.
and by now, most of the sheep are gathered on the map, right? And there's a good spear investment here from Papipo. 3 spears. He did end up cancelling the 4th one in queue, but these 2 spears would chase the scout, and Marine Lord has to be really, really, really careful. Like
That's a lot of sheep to be had.
A lot of shit. Like a single misstep here can cause the game. If that scout dies, this game is lost without a doubt in my mind.
I think he realizes that he's gonna back
Yeah.
off and maybe loop around instead. Good play by Puppy Paw here. Pretty fun stuff. I'm definitely gonna keep using this phrase. I like the pro spears play. I've seen this. This is twice or thrice we've seen this today, just in 2 series alone. Fun aspect. And spears do push a lot more effectively than scouts do. So with a couple of them out in the field, you can move them pretty far. I mean, already they're a good chunk of the way there. They got a long way to go still to get to that house right there is where he's trying to push them.
Yeah, and this spear
Already.
play is starting to gain a lot of traction, right? Especially for Japanese.
Pretty good.
And it's very effective. I mean, for the price of a barracks and 3 spears, you're able to secure yourself an overwhelming amount of food, way cheaper than pro scouts, way faster as well. And you actually have some capable military units on the field as well. Especially against something like a Night Civ. Having those spearmen out early can often secure yourself a nicely timed castle age once you do have those deer in. Now, the age-up timings here are quite radically different, however, right? Like Marine Lord going up with the Dome of the Faith, almost finished now, whereas Papipo only now going with the Kura Storehouse, and judging by the only 3 on age-up, this might be a straight castle age play, maybe.
I mean, with the deer, with the faster food income, it's kind of fun to see because he doesn't want to deal with Delhi and feudal. Maybe he just wants to get straight to the mounted samurai. You see a little engagement. Man, that scout still hasn't dropped off the sheep. Marine Lord's playing with fire here. I think he might have sniped another deer. Didn't quite get to take a look at it, but that's 1,000 something food right there. You don't want to drop that if you're not careful. Those deer are almost where they need to be. Yeah, 9 times, what is it, 200 a sheep?
Yeah, I think you're right.
1,800 food?
250,
Yeah,
250.
1,800 food. Yeah, that's
250.
almost a boar right there. That's just following your scout. You don't want to lose.
250 sheep, right?
I don't
250
think
food.
archery range here for Marine Lord, actually.
No.
Instead of what you'd expect
150.
with the guards. I mean, it makes sense with 3 spears
Maybe
on
just
the field
200.
already,
Yeah.
but the problem is, like, there's already a tower being built on those forward deer there, so are archers really going to be able to push Papipo off of this? There's just so much food under here, Sokotin.
There's a lot. And now he's killing the deer. They have finished their trek, and he's going to claim them right there. That's a lot of food. And that's 2,100 food, I think, per deer pack. So, I mean, that's basically like a free boar you just pushed in towards your base under that tower that you're denying from your opponent. So the pro spear play, we'll see how this pans out. I'm pretty excited to see it again, though. It's kind of fun. You don't see it every day. After the pro scout meta, you know, who would have thought we'd have spears doing it instead? Only a season or two later. Archers on the field now, though, rushing over, trying to see if they can snipe some of those vills and some of those spears. They're going to walk right into them. Spears going, whoa, 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 never mind. We want to head back home.
But people are looking to maybe catch a Ghazi or two here off guard with a spearman frontlining there to catch them as they go forward, but instead runs headlong into some archers here. Marine Lord's going to pick off one of the spears for sure, and I think that's probably it for now. And I'm surprised People doesn't have more villagers out on that day. However, judging by the double broadaxe and the arrow slit, I think this is, and now stable follow-up as well for People. This is going to be a feudal age play, and I'm very excited to see it.
Yeah, he doesn't have a lot on gold at all, so he's going to be playing for some feudal age, going to deny the sacred sites if he can. But so far, he's earned himself, a nice little advantage here. Lots of text coming in for Marine Lord, as you would expect from Delhi at this point in the game. 2 on gold, standard stuff.
I do wonder if Marine Lord did spot out that
There's our extra sheep for Puppy Paw there.
That stable. That could be very, very significant detail here. I'm not sure if he... Yeah, it doesn't look like he did, but it's always difficult to tell with the fog of war toggling in observing. Sadly, it is not quite consistent. We'll have to see.
Yeah.
Still Ghazis and archers in queue for now for him, but this spearman horseman play from Puppy Paw could pay huge dividends if it catches Marine Lord off guard once it comes to capturing the sacred sites.
MG from YouTube chat saying, "No, build 100 me." There we go. That's the play. Big risk, big reward.
We might be getting
Show
some
it to
samurai
me.
on the field. It looks like Puppy Paw moving into some... I was just going to say something about that. Going, I wonder if he's going to go maybe for some samurai into...
Now it's gonna be some spearman horseman.
Upgrade, so he has that ready to
Marine
go.
Lord already getting some good archer numbers.
Scholars moving out to the sacred site right now in the center.
Now the fighting will start to force as Marine Lord with 2 scholars there and 2 scholars on one side, right? You might think this is a mistake for some people, but this is in fact, I'm sure, fully intentional. Marine Lord smells that something's wrong. He knows that there's going to be units here, so he needs as much healing as he can possibly get. 1 Ghazi here to secure the cap on this sacred site from Marine Lord, but a spear will stop that in turn. And looks like big fight about to happen in the center, most likely. The mass definitely
No
favors
sites have
Marine
gone
Lord
up
here.
yet. So a little bit of delay. He's going to deny the 1. This one's going to go up, however. And even with Delhi with 1 sacred site, obviously they'd like to have, I think at a minimum, they really want 2. But taking 1 at the very least is going to be better than none. Marine Lord obviously wants just any kind of gold trickle he can get outside the 2 vills. I'm sure he'll make a play probably for that north one again here in a second. I see some units on the minimap going towards there right now.
Yeah, he's definitely going to secure that northern one first. It's nicely situated towards his side of the map, so you can see the secret side, the way they spawn. One favors one player, the other one favors the other one, and then there's the center neutral one.
Caught out a little bit. Can Puppy Paw get this guy down? He really wants to take him down if he can. A lot of Ghazis coming in to defend, though. I don't think Puppy's going to be able to get there. He's got to get out of dodge now or lose those horsemen. Drops 1, but gets the other 2 away. Yeah, those Ghazis are a problem. There's not a great answer to the Ghazis.
There's a bit of an overcommitment there from Puppy Paw, right? Just the lack of his first melee damage upgrade here for Puppy Paw, or his second one for that matter, I think is really going to hurt him soon enough, especially against the Ghazis. No Bannerman on the field yet either for him. I don't think he even has the Daimyo mana yet. Yeah, I don't think so. And if he wants to play feudal, these are things he needs quite desperately. Otherwise, I don't think he's going to be able to win long term against the Delhi.
Akazaiku coming in right now. That'll help a little bit. He's going to need every little bonus he can get for his units. There's the ranged armor upgrade coming in as well. Iron Undermesh. A lot of Ghazis. The numbers are pretty close. 28 to 24.
The horseman number is building quite rapidly now for Puppy Paw. And with Akazaiku in now for him, as long as he gets the other one and the Daimyo mana to get out an Uma Bannerman, these horsemen will definitely win convincingly against the Ghazi Raiders if it comes to a fight. But getting to that stage is not so easy, as Marine Lord further building his numbers, now adding in spears as well, and this could be
the
turning point he
decap.
needs.
Just the 1 horse trying to hide the rest of the numbers. However, they do get spotted by a Ghazi Raider of Marine Lord. Those villagers are still on that deer, but not for long as the Ghazi Raiders come in, taking that tower out. It does have arrow slits on it, but that's not going to matter here with how many Ghazi are on the field.
It's looking rough for Puppy Paw. Marine Lord has a great counter into his army. The thing is, Puppy Paw is not... Oh, great raid here. Oh, Marine Lord didn't react. It's the wrong... Oh, no. One villager goes down. They waited to the tower. 19-20 horsemen is a great number. But he's gonna need more because Marine Lord is already adding in
decide to try and do that. There's in a couple of horsemen though. This is just one of those things. The Japanese playing a long extended feudal against Delhi. Just it makes me kind of just wonder. We do see Onobugeisha coming out on the field now. I'm not too sure what I think of that choice. There are archers on the map for Marine Lord.
It is samurai, I think.
The Ghazis. There are a lot of Ghazis. Oh, those samurai?
Yeah.
Okay. That makes more sense.
They do look pretty similar. They only have a little extra
One's flipped
ponytail.
one way, one's flipped the other way, but you're right. That's the samurai. It's the small little token sometimes.
Yeah, it's completely fine.
I was gonna say that does make a lot of sense. That makes more sense a little bit. Although the plus heavy damage for the Ghazis doesn't feel great with samurai, but the deflection armor exists.
Yeah, I mean, our people did manage to actually torch down that tower and kill those 5 villagers that were inside, whereas
Marine Lord now counter raiding though.
on the other side, but only managed to find the one villager and deny some gold mining here for Puppypaw. Army lead still in favor here for Marine Lord. Good to see of those scholars, but without the scholars, I feel like the mass definitely favors Puppypaw. Yeah, especially
he does, but he did just torch down the stable back at home for Puppypaw. He doesn't have a stable anymore. So I don't know if he will be able to make any more horses.
Oh, this is a massive catch. Massive catch here by Puppypaw.
Archers falling like flies as the horsemen wrap around. The scholars
great.
They're trying to help.
Marine Lord was out of position. Puppypaw really caught him. Oh, but now the Ghazis come in. This is a problem. Marine Lord will
doesn't want to stick around too long though. Spears are going to be left behind to do what damage they can. Actually, those are a spear and a samurai. Pretty good pickup, but is it enough? Now, Puppypaw is ahead with villagers. He is up 5-1 on builds killed.
I mean, I think as long as Marine Lord doesn't get too much control of the sacred size, Puppypaw doesn't mind this position at all. Like, an extended feudal age is not something he really minds as a Japanese here, as long as there's nothing propelling the Delhi forward in the form of those sacred sites or too much additional there. That scholar gets surrounded immediately.
Another good pickup if it could survive. Oh, barely with a little inch of health. Puppypaw get there? No. Scholar gets away. That was close. But still can't get on that sacred site. Yeah, Puppypaw has done a good job of denying the sacreds from...
Yeah, samurai are very sad before castle, especially against the Ghazi raiders. Ghazi raiders do that plus 4 extra damage versus them. Puppypaw with insane amount of food, he just needs gold and this castle edge. You know what I'm saying? Let's go, Puppy. Paul. Yeah, calling him Puppy is a bit disrespectful. He's a big dog. You know, Puppy is a big dog, bro.
Twice decides to go ahead and take the engagement because there's only 2 of them. Then sees the horseman, the Ghazi coming back in. He's going to have to pull back. But some idle time caused. Probably just trying to nickel and dime Marine Lord a little bit and see if he can get enough of an advantage to convert.
No, notably behind this, Puppypaw is massing up a large number of samurai as well, right? So, and he's hiding these as well.
He's looking for maybe a castle play too. He's getting some samurai up, and he's like kind of in that in-between zone where he could either reinvest right now, or he could go up to castle. I think it's hard to tell. He's got a lot of gold coming in, so I think he is going to try and make his way. Now he's spending all the food now, so he's just going to mass into samurai.
It's tough because the macro needed for samurai, obviously they cost food and gold, so, you know, it will kind of look like he's going for an age up, but then he might just be massing samurai. It's tough to call because of that, right? However, look, another raid found on the berries here for Puppypaw. Doesn't quite manage to get a veil. Quick on the reactions Marine Lord is as he cuts off these horsemen. And now the day are coming in from Marine Lord, something he desperately needs at this point.
Nice will kills from Puppypaw though. Getting ahead of Veil is very important because they have free techs, so they save a lot of resources in there. If you kill their villagers, you're going to be benefiting from that a lot.
Free farm transition behind this. And with the manor upgrade, he's getting even more out of those farms than most would. So,
yeah, it's still not great though. The manor upgrade. The next one is the really good one, and the last one, of course.
That'd be good for him as well. But all things considered, it's pretty dead even. A little bit more of an eco lead for Puppypaw, a little bit more of a military lead for Marine Lord. Then again, at the same time, if you look at the army value, it's close. You know, it's close, and the destroyed value is ever so slightly in Puppypaw's favor. But he does have quite a big mass, both players back and forth. top sacred side almost got taken, but I think Puppy Paw sees what's coming down the middle.
MG from YouTube saying calling him puppy is rude. This cut friends is no way. Bro, no. Puppy Paw, that's it. Just Paw, maybe. Just Paw, it's okay. Paw. Come on, Paw.
He secured this front side, but his economy was struggling behind this. Now, notably, floating gate on the way, now halfway finished for Puppy Paw, and he has a tremendous amount of samurai behind this in order to contest.
There you go. Castle Edge is almost here for the Puppy Paw. That's going to be Giga. But 11 horsemen, 24 samurai versus 22 Gazis and 16 archers is not going to be easy.
Able to dive the base a lot better than Freeborns would have. So if he can plan this right, I like that he's got the horsemen for the speed as well. There's something to this. It's hard to see what's going to happen. Marine Lord still, gold is the hardest thing for Marine Lord. He doesn't have a lot. The sacred sites haven't been enough for him yet, and he's not mining any gold that I can see at the moment either. So he needs to make a cognizant choice to either mine gold or stay in feudal. But if he stays, I mean, Marine Lord now getting that age 3 veteran upgrade for Samurai. We see one falling right here.
Okay,
with horsemen
now.
and Samurai, and some spears. This is a pretty good comp from Puppy Paw. I like his odds to take a good fight here.
It's a very good
He needs to get his units in one spot though.
Yeah, he gets caught off guard.
Yeah,
Mounted Samurai coming in. Over there. Nice defense. He loses units here though. That's tough.
He has been decapping the south. The sites in the north and in the south, keeping Marine Lord's gold income low, and that's exactly what he needs in order for this timing to work. Marine Lord, however, the economy is not far behind his own castle age, and these Ghazi raids are going to make it so difficult for people. But my people's horsemen get clinched.
Yeah, not good at all. Ghazi's winning against him. Puppy Paw needs all of his military in one spot to take a fight, because those men-at-arms, the samurai can hold, but he needs his horsemen and spears with them. But now the House of Learning coming up, the samurai need to make a decisive blow very quickly, but they're slow. And so getting there is going to take some time. Meanwhile, the Ghazi's just running rampant on the earth.
House of Learning
Is
firmly on the way here for Marine Lord. Curious to see what units we're going to next. There's pretty much just pure samurai here from Puppy Paw.
Puppy Paw is going for some raids, but he's struggling with the amount of units. He has better units for now. Marine Lord is Castle Edge. He will get the upgrade soon. 3 sacred sites as well for Marine Lord. That's an insane gold amount. It's more gold for
I'm just kind of worried.
Delhi, remember
A lot of
that.
the deer just came in for Marine Lord. He's been snaking them across the map. He's going to have a lot of food at home. Ghazi's chasing after some samurai, looking for something to do in the base. Mounted samurai on the field as well. Those will take pretty good fights against Ghazis.
They definitely will.
It feels like not enough. It feels like Puppy Paw's army just isn't where it needs to be.
Yeah,
Most of the masses in here,
Yeah.
right? Like,
totally.
be careful with
Puppy Paw is not
extending
making really good use, or didn't make good use of that advantage.
It's locked in. There are Ghazi raids happening. Like, if you move across the entire map with the samurai and there's 20 Ghazis in your wood line, suddenly, was that really worth it?
Here it is.
But yeah, here they come.
Here they
Now the
come, the
samurai as well.
reinforcements. They've kept him busy in his own base, and now they dive in. Can they manage the choke points and take a win? Lancers are going to do a pretty good job here, and an elephant is on the field.
GG. Elephant, GG.
Trying to send that thing right over to the samurai if he can get it. That's going to be a tough thing to take down. Do we have a chance for a Wolo?
There you go. Whoa.
There it is. Papa fighting under it. Backs off.
Oh, no,
He's going to get the samurai.
Oh, no.
He gets a mounted samurai in the corner, so a successful Wolo technically. And that's got to feel pretty good if you're a Marine Lord. You'll take one every day.
Yeah, definitely.
So the elephant alone is going to be a tough thing to deal with because they're just so tanky. Mounted samurai need to get on there as best they can. Archers aren't going to do a lot, however. That's a good archer mass, but with the scholars there, elephant's going to heal right back up. Puppy Paw needs to find a decisive fight and just sweep those archers off and be mindful of the crossbows that are coming right behind.
The elephant is definitely going to be a massive thorn in Puppy Paw's side now, right? It's just not a unit that you can really deal with the current units that you're producing. You could add on a Musha maybe to start dealing severe damage to that war elephant, but the issue is there's already so many archers behind this. It's very easy for Marine Lord to then reinvest.
Very difficult for Puppy Paw to counter the elephants, totally. He needs to do insane eco damage.
I think even the deer have run out, yeah.
Because if Marine Lord keeps making elephants, it's going to be very tough.
Farm transition, essentially. And he got it mostly for free, so this is where he's going to get a bit of an edge, and he still is on outside food sources like the boar. That elephant, though, is just such a problem. Wherever it is, Papa needs to not be, because I think it just,
Mass Spearman also very
really
good against elephant, but against archers and crossbows is not going to be the best.
There aren't getting attacked and are hitting you. So this crossbow mask gets scarier and scarier by the minute.
It's true. However, Papipo now, with the Krastoas behind this Funicum is secured, right? So theoretically, if he's able to pin Marine Lord in his base now, force him into this one-dimensional, very static composition that can't really raid, can't
the elephant's been caught.
secure resources.
He's got
Oh, the elephant! Yay!
Peanuts, it's gone.
Nice!
That thing goes down. A misplay from Marine Lord leaves it hanging, and Puppy will take it all day. He'll, yes, please, let me give just the elephant, because in a one-on-one, the elephant's not going to do much. It's the support that it gives to let other units attack that makes it so difficult. And he gets a nice surround there. That is, I mean, it's so understated because it's so many resources, and when you heal it up, it's just like the most impossible sink to get rid of. But for Puppy to clear that out, that almost changes the game a little bit because it opens up the base again.
I honestly think that might have potentially won Papipo the game here. You can see the mass. There's just no reliable frontline here for Marine Lord. Only 6 lances, and he can't afford anything else. The food, Sokoton, it's so bad right now for Marine Lord. He has nothing left besides trying to...
The food is really tough. Puppy Paw second TC, by the way.
It's not safe if he does. He can't even do it. He's got no, there's no real estate. I mean, the wings are so open. There's no wood line to protect him. There's nothing to wall in. At this point, Puppy Paw is in a really good position. I mean, that I think you might be right. That elephant being off the field is like a sigh of relief for Puppy Paw, because that thing was just such a difficult, or like you said, a thorn in his side. He could not deal with it. And now it's a matter of, well, all there is lancers and crossbows. And that becomes a much more easy fight to take. You can understand how to counter that, how to maneuver around that. Scholars don't get as much value anymore.
Well, people does have to be very careful here, though, right? He needs to really watch out how he focuses his attacks here, because he's able to close out this game if he does so effectively. But yeah,
That could be an insane villager kill, but
I'm not sure how good for him. Yeah.
he's losing a lot of Mata Samurai. Oh, low here needs to be so. Oh no, Puppy Paw. Okay, he reacts. Mass crossbow is going to be an issue. He needs to pull a CSO and mass Bugeisha.
Oh no. 10 villager kills to 1. Not a huge deficit. But the idle time's creeping up there. 30.
Somebody in chat is saying emergency keep, and I was thinking about who? Japanese or Delhi? Then I remembered.
Right now,
Japanese can't build keeps in Castle Age.
Units. So Puppy Paw has the more expensive military. But yeah, they're kind of not. He needs to group them up together. Meanwhile, a second town center for Puppy. Maybe that's why his military feels a little underwhelming, is he's going for some eco behind this. It's an interesting choice. I'm thinking about it right now if I like it or not, because here comes a keep.
3 sacred sites is really good.
He needs his farm position up and running, and he needs to be
For
safe.
Puppy Paw.
Yeah, completely. This keep is a desperate necessity for Marine Lord right now, and it's gonna buy him plenty of time here. And Papipo, he has a 2 TC up and skating behind this. He has good eco-techs as well. Double Broadaxe 2 already in, as well as the max Japanese wheelbarrow. I'm not sure what the last one is called. However...
It's Tawara, Takeizaiku, and
maybe to just outright kill Marine Lord, but maybe a case of
Tawara, Takeizaiku, and Fudesashi. It's Fudesashi.
Another raid here, finding more villages on the farms though. Is going to pick up a couple of them. Just one for now.
Just one, but the idle time's nice either way.
Yeah.
I mean, there still is kind of a food deficit, 1,200 to 700 now. Marine Lord will be getting some food, but the nice thing is, as long as Puppy Paw can keep the elephants off the field and keep the military numbers a little more even, eventually I think he will get enough economically to kind of take care of things. The tricky thing is, though, is if Marine Lord can really get food going, and if that's no longer a concern, as the keep takes out 2 mounted samurai, that's a big pickup there for Marine Lord. That hurts. If Marine Lord can just keep the food and gold coming, he can maybe make some heavy units. The tricky thing now, though, becomes that back wood line is pretty much gone. And where is he going to go next?
Yeah, exactly right. This is where additional keeps are going to be needed for Marine Lord. He has enough stone in the bank for another one, and yeah, he's going to use it to
That's a good
secure.
spot. That's exactly where that needs to be.
Secures the gold and the starting edge of that wood line here for Marine Lord, and this is big for him, right?
Yeah.
I found the choice of Yumi here from Bobby Paul.
Big keep there, big keep. And then Marine Lord can also make villagers out of the keep, but it's going to be later into the game. He's still researching now Village Fortress.
Well, there's not many. Well, I don't hate it, given that all that Marine Lord has is crossbows and archers and a couple of lancers and a couple of Ghazi. I don't hate. It's not the worst choice in the world, I feel like, but yeah, it is They aren't the best. We also have 8 minutes on the Sacred Victory coming in. That's not long enough to be a huge concern just yet, but wonder if that'll come into play later. We'll see if Marine Lord sends some units to try and decap at some point. One for the Scholars. I like this play. Stopping the research would be really helpful for Puppy Paw to buy some more time. Force a fight if you can. Archers looking to take a good fight, and this is what Puppy needed, to get everything in one spot.
But Marine Lord might be able to defend here. Oh, so many lows! Bro, that's so dangerous. He has to retreat. He's gonna lose some units. He lost the guys, a samurai. Not too shabby. Not too bad.
Now the base is open, but he got a lot of time bought there to take some good shots at the crossbows. Good defense.
There's a very significant...
Now they're taking the relics and going away from again.
Yeah, there's a significant backline here from Marine Lord that's doing a great job on this defense. I mean, so
ranged units.
The mounted samurai from Puppy Paw have died. However, this is a war of attrition.
Quickly now.
They are. This is a war of attrition that
34.
really favors him at this point in time. The Scholars at this point frontlining, right, to try to sustain.
That feels bad. That feels pretty bad. Scholars dropping down. But he does live to continue fighting on. I think Puppy's okay with the remass, though, here. Because it forces Marine Lord to reinvest in everything he can. And he doesn't have the resources to, again, build anymore. As long as the elephants are off the field, I think Puppy Paw can kind of keep this leverage moving. However, there's a lot of gold coming in now for Marine Lord. I kind of wish Puppy would think about those keeps and how he can maybe estrange those villagers and get them caught out. Maybe find a way to knock those things down. Maybe even get a Mangonel to take out the back line, because that's been something he's been having a hard time with.
Yeah.
He does have trebuchets on the field. Ooh, can he keep him alive, though?
Yeah, the tough part with having siege
back
in this position, right, is it's difficult because you lose so much mobility if you do opt for something like a Mangonel, which against, sure, it can do very well with the crossbows, but the Yumi will do a good job as well. And speaking of, they do focus now onto the backhand of crossbows as the mounted samurai go up against the Ghazis. The mass here, however, really favors Marine Lord and Puppy Paw. I think he's diving too deep. All the Yumi are gonna die.
No, I think it's alright over there.
Yumi just aren't strong enough
gonna lose the
to
Yumis.
handle this alone at all. Ghazi's cleaning them up easily. And Puppy's back to the drawing board to try something new again. That keeps getting kind of low. And in fact, a lot of villagers working on repairing it. Ghazi's going for the push. Get pushed back. This is a nice little spot to have some towers up with the fortified towers there. Good little spot to fall back to. That's actually really critical here for Puppy Paw, to have somewhere he can mass back up again that's close to Marine Lord's base. Almost like to see some forward production a little bit. That keeps going to go down.
Yeah, I mean,
farms transition fully in place now for Marine Lord.
Yeah, for Puppy Paw buying this as well, we can see the nice grid there, the Shogunate. Oh, not quite Shogunate yet, but the Daimyo.
Yeah, I think Puppy Paw needs a mango. I love his farm transition, though.
What's the second level called?
But
Daimyo Palace?
Mangonel is necessary here
All right.
Nice.
to punish the back line. 30 Yumis.
Between the two of us, we're like one really competent caster. Stonewall's coming up for Puppy Paw now. It's securing the wall and stuff. That Sacred Site stays up for Puppy. And this mass is now looking pretty scary. Look at the difference in eco. 108 to 76. That second town center of Puppy's taking a little bit of time to pay off, but I think we're starting to see the effects.
Oh, 100%. The food income
Food
itself.
count, oh my word.
Yeah, the
Puppy Paw, he's getting
Yeah,
so much
2k
food
food per minute for Puppy Paw is insane.
On top of it,
2k, but the gold. Marine Lord has way more gold.
Your palace are so much better. The boosted farm income is just
Yeah.
massive for him. And 3 sacred sites have been locked in for close to 6 minutes now. That's on top of it, that's so much gold income. Massive Ghazi count here, however, for Marine Lord. He's going to look for a full wrap.
The Mangonel goes down, though, but the Mangonel was doing great.
Ghazi's now wrapping around the Treb. They're going to get one. Trying to find a couple vills, a couple things. Not a lot of front line for Puppy. That's kind of the thing he's missing. He's got some samurai.
And the samurai are doing well, but they will lose to the crossbows. But he has a lot of Yumi, so the Yumis will counter the crossbows. GG!
Regardless, the writing is on the wall. Those Trebs are hitting the main TC. Puppy Paw takes a game.
Puppy
I think
Paw.
the eco just won it for him there in the end, you know? That keep went down off the gold in the wood, and once that's expunged,
Let's
nowhere
go,
else
well
to go.
done.
It's a build-up of lots of small things, this game, I would say, right? That, like, I think what Puppy Paw in Feudal Age especially has done so well is keeping control, well, denying control over those sacred sites. That is so significant for him, right? Because theoretically, the longer feudal age goes, the better it is for the Japanese in this position, because the Kurosawa is going to really help out their farm transitions and, you know, the extra quality of life they have from the forge as well as the farmhouse. Obviously, Delhi has their free techs as well, but those are, once you have all of them in feudal age, then the scholars lose a lot of value outside of being, you know, a healer unit.
True. Once you have all the ecos, the scholars lose value.
Marine Lord is trying to break in. Marine Lord is trying to break it in and turn the tides. Felt like Puppy Paw came dangerously close a couple times to letting it get away from him. Maybe it might not have looked pretty, but I think he did enough, you know, got enough eco. I think that second town center really did help in the end for him to keep that eco churning. But my biggest takeaway from this is that, yeah, right there, Pro Spears. Pro Spears is the new strat, new meta that's on the scene. Buy your stocks now while they're low, because they're gonna go to the moon here in a bit. But we've got a tied series, a 1-1 apiece, as we will not be seeing the minimum 4 games. We're gonna have at least 5 games today, depending on how this goes, or more. Next matchup is gonna be on Gorge, and a classic one at that. Chinese versus French. This should be a lot of fun.
Yep, completely. And you can see here these skirmishes here in initially Poppy Paw, right? Like, Marino did a great job here of using his Ghazis to distract Poppy Paw, as we see another raid there at the back, and keeping that mass of samurai away from his base, because they are very slow at the end of the day. Very threatening, but very, very slow. So
yeah, that was it. Felt like for a while there, Puppy was just spread too thin. He needed to take a really good fight. This Wolo, pretty dangerous stuff right there. He does get the one samurai, I think, that runs right at the last second.
Oh yeah, it's another one there. Yeah,
a total of 2 samurai converted to the cause of Delhi by Marine Lord. Not quite as exciting as, you know, the full army take that you sometimes can see, but fun stuff nonetheless. Yeah, I think it just came to the fact that there's just no wood behind this. He had gold, and then the keep went down. Just it's tough to hold on, as Japanese kind of, you know, every civ has like their peaks in power, right? Where they're really good, where they're not so good. And it felt like Japanese was finally becoming fully realized here in a later game, which gets very difficult to contest, especially when it gets to late castle, Imperial Age. Japanese just looks really, really scary with that farm bonus that they get.
100%. Japanese is no slouch once they are fully set up, and especially with such great map control, it's not a position that Japanese really struggles to play from, right? Sacred sites, 2 relics under his belt as well, and just the full farm transition under that Daimyo Palace, like you said, providing an immense amount of food income behind it, and a very good passive gold income for him as well. But we do have getting ready for our game number 3 here between Puppy Paw and Marine Lord. And yeah, it's going to be Chinese against French on Gorge, and this is a bit of a historical matchup by now, right? This is we have seen this a lot in the Proscast meta, especially, and can be
indeed French versus China. Classic.
I mean, the aggression that you get with the French Knights, Puppy Paw's MO of late, I feel like has been a bit more up tempo and aggressive as opposed to just pure booming. Whereas Marine Lord, I mean, I think he's happy to do the Chinese eco thing. I would definitely expect Pro Scouts to be on the agenda again. Maybe we'll get Pro Spears again. I don't know. I've been kind of enjoying seeing the Spears do it the hard way. So you never know. Maybe not on this map, however. I'd be very, very shocked to see a French Dark Age Spears here. But we got 6 seconds to get into game. Game number 3, Marine Lord and Puppy Paw. Puppy Paw, the first win against Marine Lord in some time. That's got to feel good. Will it be enough to propel him to a victory, or Marine Lord shut things down as we go on? It's game number 3 in the blue, Marine Lord as Chinese here in the southwest, and in the north, in red, Puppy Paw as the French.
Very classic, entertaining match here on our hands as Puppy Paw takes his French up against the Marine Lord's Chinese on Gorge. Very open map here, EGC Gorge. The backwood line similar to Sacred Grove.
Gorge is always a great map.
Notable differences here, right? Namely, the deer spawning always in a very retracted flank position, which means that they'll always be very, very safe for either player. The balls are typically close to the corners as well. You can see Marine Lord towards the left-hand corner, Puppy Paw slightly more forward, but towards the right. And it does appear like... Yeah, no, I was just checking. So it seems like, in fact, all of Puppy Paw's gold... Oh, no. I was about to say, all of his gold is towards the north, but there is one far away gold mine in that south side of his base there. So it's not like he'll be forced to be just on one side. And yeah, Observer Vodka
Yeah,
beautifully
pretty,
showing
pretty
us.
even spawn. We're really grateful for those who work on these maps for EGCTV. Shouting out people like Kaivaru and whatnot for working them very hard to get these maps at a tournament standard for us to watch as we dive in here. So yeah, looks like gold on both sides for both players. Sacred sites as they normally are. Have you ever gotten the bug where the wood line doesn't connect to the back?
Oh yeah, that's so weird.
It happened to me.
That is a bug.
Yeah.
I've had it happen, I think, twice to me now, and I'm always shocked when it does.
That is the
Technical reason we're
possibility for
getting
that
told
happening.
cow is
too.
the whispering is that the trees cannot spawn on a slope apparently, like that, and so I guess there's some kind of weirdness to it. So
Who would have known, right? Luckily, it's only an issue on the ladder version of Gorge, so that we have EGC Gorge.
It's been fixed for this version.
It would
I
be
just
pretty
bring it up
funny if it
'cause
happened
it's an
here.
interesting thing. It's part of the reason why we have an EGC map specifically remade for this, is to avoid things like that, as we have a much more fair spawn. Because that would be were it to have that middle tiny wood line, that they'd have to restart the game. But thankfully, not the case here, as we are underway. Puppy Paw scattering some deer there. I don't know if that's intentional. I think he's just scouting for sheep. And School of Cav, big surprise.
We're lucky to see a pretty standard early game here from either side.
Yeah.
Puppy, in this case, as the French, not opting for that Dark Age wheelbarrow that we see quite a few players opt for, namely from the CIS community, notably. I think they were the ones who first came up with it, if I'm not mistaken. But we do have Imperial Academy on the way here for Marine Lord. And School of Cav on the other side, everything pretty standard here. The question is whether Marine Lord will opt to open directly for the Pro Scouts as opposed to Barracks first, or whether it will be for that Barracks first. But because you could theoretically get away here with delaying your Barracks because the deer are in such a good position. However, Marine Lord, being a very safe, calculated player that he is, probably still spares, right?
I'd imagine so. But you never know. Kind of waiting to see if he's going to move over to wood really quickly. It doesn't seem like it. He might give it some time. Puppy Paw, of course, scouting out right on that side, sitting on that deer pack, kind of waiting to see what Marine Lord's going to do. He's pushing the deer up the hill. Oh, man.
Oh,
Puppy Paw
he
really does
is.
love just pushing stuff around, doesn't he?
Yeah.
He's moving the deer
Making
as best
further
he can,
away.
trying to push him away from Marine Lord.
Yeah, I
Oh,
mean,
goodness.
if there's any players that would be doing this, it would be someone like Puppy Paw or Wham, right? For those who aren't aware, Puppy Paw and Wham were the ones who first discovered or really pioneered the deer shoving as we see it today. This was way back during the early days of Age of Empires 4. And Puppy Paw just making a little bit of extra distance
Not
between
that
deer.
early. It wasn't that early, bro.
You know,
It was
those few seconds
2 years
extra
ago,
that
maybe
take the scouts
1 year,
very
1 year and a half ago, 2 years ago.
mentioned Zokoton, at this level, every tiny
matter.
little thing adds up, right?
Definitely. Now, the problem with scouts is scouts don't hurt deer as well as spears do, as I've said earlier in games past. But we do see 2 scouts out for Puppy Paw already, so I'm definitely getting the inkling that he's thinking about something like that, perhaps later down the line. First Knight is out on the field of play as well. However, he's going for his fertilization to start things off. Pro Scouts, however, clicked up for Marine Lord, and he does not opt for that barracks like you were mentioning. You see to go straight for the stable.
Oh, I
Kind of a
think
risk-reward kind of play, huh?
did Puppy go for 2 scout this game? I think, right? Did
I think
we
he
miss
did,
that?
yeah.
Because the
I'm not
village
sure when that one
count,
popped
right?
up.
Like I know Marine Lord
He's
has
down by
the-
1. Yeah, and he is
yeah.
French, so maybe he did. Yeah.
Like we do have the 2 extra Imperial officials
the
from
IO though,
Chinese.
yeah, the Imperial
Yeah,
official.
but I think it would still be bigger. So yeah, I think it was a 2 scout opening for Puppy Paw. And no pro scouts, it looks like.
Yeah, he hasn't gone for that. He went for fertilization instead. Interesting choice. I hope that wasn't a misclick, you know?
Yeah, I must say it's a very strange tech priority here from Puppy Paw, right? If you don't go for pro scouts, typically we do see that wheelbarrow being prioritized as the French is aging up, and it will be done in quick time with a cheap cost. They can afford it very, very well. But instead, he skips it altogether, opts for horticulture, and just doesn't bother with pro scouts. And looks to be a heavy aggression play from Puppy Paw, as already an archery range is out and routing forward.
Such has been the MO of Puppy Paw for some time now, playing much more aggressive. It's almost reminiscent of like I think of like GUA, who is always known for being like hyper aggressive, right?
Yeah.
Kind of Puppy Paw, kind of a similar style of late, being just very aggressive. We see the deer now being picked up, spears being enough to kind of push Puppy Paw's knights away.
I like it though. I like the aggressive Puppy Paw because he already knew how to be a bit more conservative. So now by adding a bit more aggressiveness to the game, he can find a good balance.
To cut his scout production short there in recognition and respect of the amount of aggression that Puppy is putting on, seeing so many knights on the field so early. Definitely enough to make him wonder a little bit as to what Puppy Paw is cooking here. As 4 knights on the field already, more in queue, archers following as well. I don't think the archers have been revealed to Marine Lord yet, so there are, however, horsemen on the field. 1 out, another 1 in queue, 2 in queue more now for him. There's definitely sensing archers, and I mean, you know, you need
diving in.
archers here.
Oh, under the food.
Oh,
IO. That's a good pickups there, right? At any rate, I mean, you're okay with just that. Even if
That's a good kill. That's a good pickup from the IO. Infinitely. For sure.
Nice pickup there.
Yeah, it's a very nice catch.
Forcing him to get off the other one and use it to supervise the mill instead. Archer's now been revealed, getting hit on by the horses though. Horses trying to get one. He will get one of those. And there's just too many spears for Puppy to do much here. He just doesn't have the mass. I mean, that's a lot of stuff.
Yeah, maybe a slight premature move out with these archers for Puppy Paw. I don't believe he saw the horsemen, or at least didn't register seeing them earlier, right? Otherwise, I'm sure he wouldn't have. But yeah, ideally, you want to have a critical mass of these archers before committing them into the fight. Specifically out of the fear of
another dive.
Being dived here by the horseman. Dive goes in, the food gets idled. However,
only another eco unit killed, but the idle time is great. The archers going down is not great for Puppy Paw. He can't defend the spearman now.
Yeah, too many spears and the horseman able to close the gap. So it only takes 1 or 2 horsemen to do it. Archer's fallen by the minute here. I'm not sure what Puppy Paw's second play is here. After this, these spears just are too much for the knights to stick around and do anything. So he's just throwing money away into those archers. Meanwhile,
professional scouts coming in for Marine Lord is getting a lot of value.
Survival techniques is just going to send the Vills out to the deer instead. Doesn't feel great for Puppy this game. Definitely feels like Marine Lord is militarily ahead a little bit.
The lack of wheelbarrow is also a bit concerning here for Puppy Paw, right? Like, especially moving out into these days, definitely a tech that you want to have in by this point in time. But he did opt to prioritize for the other ones instead focusing on army instead. But the army, yeah, there's just so many spears on the line here for Marine Lord, and he's getting most of his deer in now, so basically he's not going to be able to...
And Marine Lord is then going Castle Edge as well after that, so not looking good for Puppy Paw at the moment.
Also timing is a bit of a threat as Marine Lord is starting to build up a bank now.
Looks like he's reinvesting a little bit more into units, but it's just kind of tough. Where does Puppy go from here, right? I mean, it's not like he's like outright lost the game yet or anything, but that's a lot of deer coming in. He hasn't done a ton of damage. Only 2 villagers killed. The spears just remain a pesky threat as the knights kind of look back and forth, hesitate, and return back. Not enough archers. Second archer range has been put down, but not enough wood for Puppy Paw to really maintain a constant archer production.
It's definitely
Horseman
difficult.
Spear doing really good for Marine Lord. Yeah, he's really done this really well, focusing down the archers. Because once you get that ranged mass, it gets really tough to deal with, you know? But at the moment, it's just been all Marine Lord.
Yeah, the spear horseman up against knight archer dichotomy of comps is something that has been... It almost feels timeless by now. It's something we've seen so often and so long, and it kind of goes back to what we've been seeing before.
Oh, nice. The board wall. I love it.
Luckily, no archer.
Let's get it.
Not too often at this high level. Horsemen, however, showing why that wall might be necessary, as the deer, they are getting picked off 1 by 1. A Vil kill, too. Probably a 3rd if he can manage it.
Yeah, he's going to get it as well. Oof.
He gets it.
That's
a really good raid by Marine Lord. That's worth the price you paid for that.
100%.
Puppy is, however, on the board, but the Imperial Palace getting dropped down. That board is going to become very visually easy to see from Marine Lord here once this goes up. Knights scouted out. Ooh, can he get on this in time, or will the spears be on there? Nah, the spears, they're just right there. That's a good defensive play to have them at hand. Puppy just doesn't have the archer mass to deal with this.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a forward Imperial Palace here, so that can be slightly dangerous. But yeah, with the good trades that Marine Lord has taken so far, like you mentioned, Puppy Paw does not have the mass to contest this. No blacksmith upgrades for him yet behind this. He's going to be taking a bit of a toll, I must say. And Marine Lord with 21 spares out. He's not feeling very much threatened by these knights whatsoever.
Well, looking for do some kind of damage, trying to get on the gold, but the spears again ever present, just right there like a prickly porcupine, ready to shoot their quills. And the archers now trying to pick off some, but underneath the tower doesn't feel good. Looks like they're getting focus fired by the tower. Well, has to back up a little bit. Knights trying to secure the retreat, but the archers, that's just not a big
Marine Lord is now ahead.
A lot more spears than our archers.
Yeah, it's
And the Puppy Paw far away from Castle Age.
A lot more. And
Not a lot of archers. Still good to hold back and defend. Maybe not great to push.
A big payoff for the Pro Scouts play.
And if Puppy Paw doesn't spot that, that could severely hurt him in the future as he starts to run out of food here. And Puppy Paw is still reinvesting into this age and finds himself quite severely behind right now in army count. And the value still favors him, courtesy of those expensive Royal Knights, but these aren't really fights that he can take full out. Marine Lord is biding his time, not wanting to take any bad trades. That's something he's very well known for by now. Puppy Paw is stuck in a bit of a tough spot as he has to reinvest to be able to contest this mass, but if he reinvests, Castle Age goes ever further away from him.
Yeah, and that becomes a problem. We start seeing crossbows in the queue for Marine Lord, and that will spell the doom of the Knights if Puppy Paw can't find some kind of an answer.
The archers will do good against the crossbows, but Puppy Paw now wants to go castles. He wants, he'll be producing a bit less.
Be able to tell that much? Maybe he can and can see. Be hard to see. I don't know if he's noticed that there's walls around it. He definitely knows by virtue of that landmark he just built that the vills are out here. But he does have some vills on the berries.
Oh,
coming in, and they got to run for it. Can they get through? The body block is going to be enough. They all die.
He's just looking very bad for Puppy Paw now. Very, very bad.
You're next.
That's so unlucky.
I think it's done.
You know why you have those 3 vills on berries? They couldn't fit around the boar socket.
Couldn't fit around the boar.
Yeah,
8. Yep.
They just couldn't fit.
Over around the horseman.
Unfortunate.
I had nowhere else to go. Yeah, those horsemen definitely got their value back. And now a large amount of archers now, but the problem is now you've got crossbows coming in, so the knights are going to be even less effective. There's just so many spears too. Puppy Paw needs a really good fight. He needs a really good fight to go his way and get him back in this.
Lancer's coming out from Marine Lord now to hit the field and start doing some raiding of his own behind this. But Puppy Paw is still fully reinvesting in Fudo here. And, you know, the good thing with Puppy Paw is that French doesn't really mind being an age down, courtesy of those knights. But as these crossbow numbers start building, as these lancers come out onto the field, which are obviously superior to his own knights, it's going to get much tougher, and there's just not enough archers here to clean up these spears fast enough for the knights to get a good engagement. Obviously, spears are so cheap for Marine Lord to produce, and with the lancers in tow as well, they will do a good job of picking off these archers, as Puppy Paw is forced to just keep kiting with the archers. It looks like these knights are useless.
Yeah,
they're trying their best. He's getting as much value as I think anyone ever could out of these archers in those circumstances.
It's really hard for the French right now in this position.
That spot to push in. Maybe now would be the time, but Puppy Paw's still kiting back as much as he can. Archers dwindling down to just 12 of them left on the map. Now the Knight's turn. Trying to find an opening. Not a ton of spears left, but pokey enough to be formidable regardless. It's a lot of Knights now for Puppy though. 16 starting to feel like a healthy number. But can he get a good clean wipe? It feels tough even with 6 spears there. Feels like he just won't be able to get enough damage done in the crossbows for the DPS. Engagement happens. So Knights wrapping around. Can Puppy snipe enough of those spears? Most of them are gone down now. And the Knights now getting a good wrap around here. But the reinforcements from behind from Marine Lord coming in to help engage the fight as well. Spears coming in reserve. Knights backing off and archers dwindling in numbers ever more.
Yeah, this is disastrous from Puppy Paw right now. Half of his knight mass has died in that fight. There's no more archers left besides 5 measly ones on the field now, looking to make a desperate defense in his last legs in this game as Puppy Paw finds the wind slipping out of his grasp at this point in time. The crossbows combined with the spears and the lances bodying so well here at the front for Marine Lord. A lot of them do go down, but
Puppy Paw, trying to get on them.
He just has nothing left in the tank behind us. Yeah, sadly, this is a full committal just to survive. But
good game,
survive is just a matter of time, right? As Marine Lord can just keep this up all day. With full map control now, relics starting to be collected as well.
And he's up in age. He's getting the upgrades. Lancer's going to be coming in slowly. He's moving out in the map on the resources now, so food's no longer a real concern for him. And Puppy Paw just kind of left scratching his head going, gee, should I have gone pro scouts too? Fertilization, I wonder if that was a misclick. Why else would you pick that? Like, it just feels so strange to go for that so early.
I mean, it makes somewhat sense because he's going to be gathering a lot from the sheep, right? So he wanted to boost that income. But the lack of wheelbarrow, even now, I just don't understand it for Puppy Paw. It just feels like a notable oversight for me.
Well, as if he's just heard you. He is moving out towards those. Yeah. He's moving out already, and then has clicked up wheelbarrow.
Bro,
oh, it just feels so bad.
That stuff, yeah. He wants that deer. No, GG, bro. Just GG.
And then they get surrounded by the units of Marine Lord. This game is over.
Yeah, very rude awakening for Puppy in this game, finding that the majority of his deer pack has just been stolen, and yeah, this is just... I really feel for Puppy Boy in this game because it felt like everything just went wrong for him, and you know, I can really relate to those kinds of games where it just feels like it's like it's rigged against you from the start almost. So definitely painful, and I just hope it doesn't take too big of a mental toll on him. As Puppy reinvesting again, a lot of archers up once more, but yeah, I mean, Marine Lord is feeling very cozy in this spot by now.
Yeah, it would pretty much take a throw, I think, at this point for Marine Lord to lose this game. Puppy Paw down in age, down almost double the military numbers now, and losing ground economically too, given that Marine Lord's killed 16 of his villagers. And the road to victory seems maybe closed for maintenance, as GG is called.
There we go. Just took a bit too long, but we got it.
Now has a 2-1 advantage over Puppy Paw. Yeah, you can see the swing there. It just got out of hand. I mean, you feel everyone's been in that kind of game too, where you feel like it should be even. I should be doing good, but then paper cut here, a little slice there. You drop a vill here, you lose a knight there, and then suddenly you look up and go, "Oh man, I'm a whole age behind, and I've got nothing to show for it."
Absolutely, and I think it all started when there was that first engagement with Puppy Paw's archers on Marino's side of the map. So many of them went down to those two horsemen, whereas Puppy Paw's knights just could not engage from the sheer spear mass, right? So losing those initial knights, yeah, as the highlight is going to show here, losing those initial archers hurts your tempo so much as French in this kind of a situation, because you're dealing with a powerhouse economy in the form of China. And obviously with their boosted production, they can just get out so many units. So if you fall behind in units, you just lose map control, and losing map control as French is a really, really painful spot to be in.
Yeah, definitely. Losing the archers, I think that really was the crux of it, right? Like, if he'd have kept a good archer mass alive and was able to then contest those spears, the problem is those knights were rendered pretty much ineffective by the spear mass, and the fact that the horsemen, it only took 2 horsemen to just slowly trickle down those first couple archers that came in. And that's all it took. And then from there, it just, the snowball starts, right? It just gets worse. You find yourself more and more of a hole. And then it turns into something like this, where you see all these archers just cannot compete. They can't kite forever, unfortunately. And Puppy Paw drops this game. Game 3 goes to Marine Lord. It's now 2-1. And up next, we've got Enlightened Horizon with the two new civs along the block. Knights Templar and House of Lancaster coming right up.
Ooh, the news.
I don't think anyone's surprised to see Knights Templar chosen by Marine Lord for this map.
Oh yeah. And we got a nice little
Lancaster though.
A nice little showcase of the new civs on this new map, right? But yeah, I guess we have seen it depicted a few times here with mixed success so far for them. KT, however, I think has been very successful so far on Enlightened Horizon overall, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, it feels like the meta civs for that would be KT, Ottomans. Those both feel very, very good on that map. I've seen some Japanese play on that map, but I think KT and Ottomans have been kind of the go-to picks.
Particularly curious.
Man, tough game for Puppy. Those vills caught out right there. It must have felt so bad. You're building a mill for nothing. Like, there's nothing even out there anymore, and they're just dead.
The fact that, like, that entire time he didn't know, and then when he decides to go for them, he discovers that there's nothing there.
Oh,
that must be
feels
so
terrible. Feels terrible. We got a minute left before we jump into the Enlightened Horizon. I expect some Dark Age Barracks shenanigans as normal, as has been the meta. And then the question I'm curious to see, what does Lancaster do? I feel like Knights Templar feels all like they can do whatever they want, but it feels a little more like they're going to get the pilgrims going. They're going to try to get their eco ramping up early on, right? What does Lancaster go for? Does Puppy get aggressive with like the lords, or does he, take the defensive landmark and go for like a manor play? I feel like that gets too greedy too quick. So I'm hoping we see some lords. It was kind of fun to see CSO use those to great effect against the Malians in our last series, but I'm not too sure how well they'd work against Knights Templar. What would you do if you were playing House Lancaster, Myriad?
I have to say on this map, especially in this matchup, I feel like it's difficult to play Feudal Age against any kind of Knight Civ, right? I mean, you're dealing with a premium unit that you just simply don't have access to, that gives so much map control to the other side.
We are on
see how it's determined by
Enlightened Horizon.
As we load into Enlightened Horizon.
House of Lancaster for people. This is better for Marine Lord, Knights of Templar.
And Marine Lord.
They're gonna fight for the wolves.
Knights Templar, the south side of the map in the color blue, up against Puppy Paw's Red House of Lancaster in the north side. A standard opening here for both, right? The barracks on the merchant camp, we have seen this time and time again, getting the maximum value from capturing it at the same time as the villagers are building.
Yes, indeed. This has been the meta for the entirety of this series, and since this map has added these fun POIs in, first spearmen are each queued for both. Looks like to be 2 spears for Puppy, 1 so far from Marine Lord. Curious if we'll see any other changes run up. Looks like Marine Lord has a village just sitting there. Does he not have enough wood for a house, or did he build one back home?
Well, I think that's Puppy, but yeah, I think he's just short.
Oh, sorry, that's Puppy. That's right.
Oh, I built in his base, I see. Yeah, there we go.
They built in his base. Okay, old habits die hard, right?
Yeah.
You build the house right off the bat, and then you go, oh, wait a minute, I should have built one there. That would have made the time more worthwhile. That village is going to take a long trek back home. It was probably just purely muscle memory.
Yeah, I think so.
Marine Lord's already got his spear headed towards the wolf den.
Yep, so it's not going to be any kind of merchant camp aggression shenanigans here for these two, right? Both a bit apprehensive. Just decided to go for the safe option, get the age up gold as needed, and then look to really get the game underway. I'm very excited to see this matchup. It has been going very back and forth since the release. I mean, outside of the one day where House of Lancaster was... I mean, the less said, the better.
Day one. Yeah.
The less said, the better. But
when the House of Lancaster was crazy broken back in the day, yes, we know, we remember.
I feel like these two civs have matched very, very evenly, one against the other. It's hard to say.
Shivak is here, let's go, Eusebio 2, Canada 1.
Into that mix in terms of
we're doing better. Eusebio is on the way to win. But we got another Japan win, bro. Gotta nerf that fishing again, nerf Yumis, nerf Onimusha, nerf Samurai, make barracks cost 200 wood. Japan is too strong, man.
Right, as these new civs still settle in, there are, I'm sure, still some builds each of these civs could have that we have not yet discovered that could work in these situations, as we see Spears trying to get aggressive here on Puppy Paw. Marine Lord not hold him back, send those spears right to the barracks, trying to decap that little merchant spot right there, trying to get the POI, get the passive resources. Puppy Spear just walking around there, waiting for his buddies to come back and back him up. And those guys going, hey, you and what army? And then here comes the army.
We do actually have a very severe investment up into the spearman here from Marine Lord. As you can see, he's nowhere near his age up yet at this point in time. Whereas Puppy Paw is already aging up with the Lancaster Castle. Nice little spot for it as well. He's going to protect that stone as well as the frontal entrance to his base. But due to this heavy investment here from Marine Lord, it will net him the gain of that merchant camp and maybe even torching down this barracks. However, Puppy Paw is going to be ahead in tempo in terms of age up.
Yeah, definitely. He can start getting those Yeomen out early. And again, this is becoming kind of a calling card for Puppy Paw.
Another deer push. Let's go.
Spears. At work once
Get
again,
it.
Getting those deer pushed back to home. I actually really like that play right here, though. You've got the spears anyways. I actually really like it because he's not going out of his way to do just that. He's saying, hey, I've got these spears. I can't fight up front. Let me get some value out of them. And I do like that. Keeping your units as value is good. However, Marine Lord knows what's up. He's going, no. Those need to stop. Shoots down a couple.
Protecting 2 stones, protecting deer. Good, that's good. That's valuable.
Look for something, but not have anything going. Kingdom of France coming in for Marine Lord, so it will be a very heavy cavalry focus.
It's a very nice shove in there by Puppy Paw, right? He gets them a good bit under that radius of the House of Lancaster, and he can quite easily throw up just a couple of manors even ahead of the House of Lancaster there to further secure up that spot without even needing a tower. such is the strength of the Lancaster Castle in a defensive position. Now, the barracks is going to go down here for Puppy Paw, and he's not even able to actually upgrade the Spearman, which could be a notable detail potentially. Like I said, Kingdom of France on the other side will mean that the Chevalier Confrère is going to hit the field here fairly soon. But most likely archers first for Marine Lord, I imagine. A safe passage is now also being researched.
See, he's moved out onto the deer as well. Getting the survival techniques to go with it. Always useful. First Pilgrim is away. And I think he's going to be at least get one or two of those in. Spears on spears here under the tower. By merit of the tower. You can see that coming. However, that's going to quickly change hands. I like how fast these things can be captured. Makes a lot of sense too, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, the more units you have next to them, the faster points of interest get captured. It's a nice little change between getting rewarded for shifting your army as opposed to trying to do it efficiently with just one unit, right? Gives you a choice. Very, very nice. It's always good to have choices.
First manor is built. So some passive resources coming in for Puppy Paw. Still hasn't reclaimed that a merchant camp outside of his base, so that's still trickling some extra resources in for Marine Lord. Meanwhile, Puppy very heavy on the stone. Looks like he's going to plan on keep building these manors. I'm curious if he'll go for anything more than 3. I feel like 3 makes a lot of sense. I feel like going more than that in feudal early without any kind of military units, I don't know. You do see the boar getting taken here.
Yeah, so it's interesting. Puppy Paw's not going to look to retake that merchant camp.
That feels weak.
Ooh, almost.
Can Puppy get that villager down? It's down to 4 health.
Only 4.
I'd focus that down.
Yeah, only 4 slaps from the scout, and it would go down. That could be a possibility.
He can definitely do that.
Yeah, it could. He might look to wrap around again and do it. But the state of the game as it is now, so Puppy Paw's not going to look to retake that merchant camp because he is heavily investing into manors at this point in time. We now see the level 2 upgrade for the manors coming in as well, so he's going to get access to an additional 3 manors if he so chooses. And Marine Lord recognizes this, right? He saw the heavy investment into manors. He knows there's going to be no units on the field anytime soon. So he takes this chance to get himself as ahead economically as he possibly can, right? So we saw Sanctuary already researched, so 2 pilgrims are on the way towards the sites now. They do get intercepted here. But besides that, he moves out onto the deer and the boar as well. So
Pilgrims, rip pilgrims.
At the same time.
Good defense from Puppy Paw. Good defense.
Castle age here. He's got some food and gold in the bank. Spears kind of chasing spears. Pilgrims continuing on. It was a good pickup on both of those pilgrims for Puppy Paw. Denying that gold is so crucial to keep that castle timing away from Marine Lord. And as I see now, he's really behind on gold and has way too much food. So he might need to consider what he's doing. He's going for 2 of the, I can never say the word, but the Chevys.
Chevalier Confrère.
Into the queue. The Chevalier Confrère coming in.
Chevalier Confrère.
Getting those in, so that's going to reinvest that gold. But now it almost missed macros him. He almost could have just not gone for them and gone for a quick castle timing, because now he's kind of floating the food a bit here. In a minute or 2, he'll be able to go up to castle still.
Yeah, he's trying to sort of gauge what kind of investment there is here from Puppy Paw. He realizes now, I think, that it's only those initial spears that were disturbing him, and he gets a decent amount of value there, right?
Puppy Paw very close to Castle Age. Lacking the gold.
Just like you mentioned, right? The food is ahead of the gold, specifically because that trip did not go through for Marine Lord. He's still going to find an Aja buying this, and we do have the Lords being called.
There we go.
For Puppy Paw. 7 Demi-Lancers now hit the
Fast
field.
Castle. Not Fast Castle, but Castle Age now for Marine Lord. Demi-Lancers. That's a lot of Lancers.
But in this case, looking to do some damage here. Reclaiming.
But Marine Lord has 6 spearmen, so that's okay.
A couple minutes. That's been a big benefit to Marine Lord.
Republic of Genoa. That's the Genoese crossbow.
Yeah, Genoa makes a
Very
lot of
good
sense,
crossbow.
right? You have so much income already from the pilgrims with the safe route that you have towards that sacred site. And Genoa is the commander you go for when you really feel in a cozy spot in the game where you want to get yourself even further ahead. And there's no direct threat to you, right? If you're under heavy pressure, normally you'd go for something like the Angevin Empire. But that's not the case here, as Marine Lord looks to greed out further and go for the Genoa.
Excellent pull.
Nice reaction.
He's going to get some units on this, because these Demo-Lancers are going to be able to handle this just fine. Here comes the first Chevy in, second one right behind. Demo-Lancers really can't stand and fight for long, especially with the spears coming right behind. They will head off looking for more picks. He's actually going to head straight to that deer pack. Let's see if Marine Lord pulls them out in time. Looks like they're already gone. And King's College coming up for Puppy Paw. So both players angling towards the Castle Age. Marine Lord, of course, already getting the upgrades and already getting the benefit of being there. Puppy not far behind. Now he's up to 6 manners. So pretty healthy eco for Puppy Paw behind this.
Indeed.
He's going to get military to match it, though.
Yeah, only the 6 manners here for Puppy Paw, right? And I'm quite curious to see what sort of composition he will look to go into after this. So the Demi-Lancers have been called in before that King's College, so there's not going to be any sort of well, they will get Veteran Seed up instantly once he finishes, and he might look to play into Collar of S's afterwards and play for Cavalry. But obviously there's already so many spears on the field here already for Marine Lord, and with access to the Genoese Crossbowmen, they're going to make pretty good, short work of any kind of knight play here from Puppy Paw.
Yeah, Puppy Paw doesn't have anything going just yet. Here's to see if he's got any production buildings coming up for him, or what he's going to go for. Looks like it's going to be archery against the Omen coming up in crossbows to start things off, actually.
Yeah, slight worry.
It's going to be cav range. Okay.
Also, it is going to be the knights. I see. There might be a slight worry for people potentially with those unfair diving from one of the sides who goes up for those crossbowmen quite early. Meanwhile, Marine Lord, the first monk, is on the field and he's going to look to start getting those relics back ASAP towards his base. And we're about on the way for Marine Lord now as well. And yeah, Collar of S is now being researched for Puppy Paw. Yep. So it's going to give all of his armored cavalry, which includes the Demi-Lancers, an additional +6 damage up against armored units. So that will include the Confere.
That's such a good upgrade.
It's massive amount of damage, right?
That's a great upgrade for what he wants to do here. Even these Demi-Lancers alive into Castle kind of matters, right? He wants to keep these things going. Not just want to throw these away, waits for the crossbows to come trickling in. We have 4 Lancers in the queue as well. So Puppy in a minute or two is going to be online, but Marine Lord already kind of up there as well. Has got 23 military to 10. And I like that Puppy Paw sitting on the relic, looking around, trying to see if he can snipe something. However, Chevy's coming up. That outpost is giving him perfect vision of this. And he doesn't have a gate yet, so
yeah.
A knight's going to have to go the long way to get back home.
Exactly right, and interestingly here from Marine Lord, we do not see him prioritizing... Ooh, nice catch on the Pilgrims again by Puppy Paw. Those two will also go down without making it to the sacred side. Once again, the safe passage was in fact a lie in this instance.
That's 260 gold he just denied.
Exactly.
However, crossbow is going down. Oh my goodness, the Chevys get right on top of him.
Yeah, Chevalier
crossbows can't survive this. They need to get out of dodge. They are getting just gobbled up.
Yeah, very good catch here by Marine Lord, right? Picking these up on the reinforcements. A lot of value gained. Ooh, but a few of them did go down.
The Manor's helping out with the defensive arrow shots and able to get the choke point to keep them alive. That was a good little pickup at first, though, from Marine Lord. Meanwhile, relics, 2 already in and 1 in hand from Marine Lord. That's going to be 3 if he gets it. A 4th now in hand.
Yeah, all of these going over to Marine Lord would really further expedite that gold income. And what I was going to mention before was that, interestingly, Marine Lord opts for regular crossbows here instead of the Genoese crossbowmen. Which I think makes sense. Ultimately, against armored units, I think regular crossbows are probably still favorable, whereas if the opponent is mixing a lot of melee infantry into the Genoese crossbow... Ooh, big
Knights get caught!
That's a great kill from Marine Lord.
And
Puppy Paw seems to be crumbling.
Demi-Lancers, those guys are quickly thinning out in numbers. I think those are the last of them.
Yeah.
Anyway, so back to what you were saying.
Only 1 is left on the field at this point. But yeah, the Genoese crossbowmen, they have a tremendous amount of extra damage against melee infantry in particular. So they actually do very, very well against spearmen and men-at-arms, even better than regular crossbowmen. But against cavalry, then regular crossbowmen should probably still be a very apt choice that doesn't cost as much here for Marine Lord. Yeah, there's no any kind of spears or Earl's Guard for Puppy Paw, so Marine Lord's probably content to keep making regular crossbows for now.
Be with 20 crossbows of his own now. Pretty good. That's a pretty good mass of crossbows. Unfortunately for him, he doesn't have a really good angle of attack just yet, so...
Puppy Paw is a very good food income, though.
Upgrade now as well.
5 relics for Marine Lord, though. That's insane.
For Marine Lord. going to be a clean
But
sweep of relics.
good
For him. Plus,
eco.
the sacred site's coming under his control.
But
Plus,
not
the
a lot of
villagers.
units,
Now they get
though.
the plus extra 30%.
He has
I think.
20
So
crossbows, and
169,
that's
169.
it.
That's a
Then
lot
3
of gold to
knights.
get.
What?
Essentially for free now.
GG.
Yeah, a lot of additional gold, right? That's almost an extra 30 per pilgrim per trip, so an additional 60 gold every single trip there, which is only going to get further boosted by any kind of fortress which Marine Lord looks to drop, which, as his stone is starting to build, is not far off at all. It is going to be a second town center instead before any fortress, so just to get his eco here that way, wanting to boost for villager count instead. And I think Poppy Paw is suddenly in a very, very difficult position here, right? I mean, you're only on 6 manas, you're now going to be down a town center, you have no relics, Sacred Site's being locked in as well.
Second town center coming up for your opponent that you haven't seen yet.
Yeah.
It feels like
Marine Lord going second
really
TC.
far behind here.
Yeah, quite severely so.
Papi Boy is looking at Imperial Age, maybe for Berkshire?
I would say, which is why score is difficult to go off of a lot of the time. Oh, but wait.
That said, look at the numbers. Yeah, Vodka aptly pointing out that this is
crazy.
An Imperial play, a fast Imperial play. I was just sitting there going, man,
No,
like,
it's
where's
Vingard.
he should be
So
ahead
he
of this.
wants
And that's why
the
Palace. He wasn't going to go Berkshire. But
Randy's? The Ribaldo Quinn?
He's a really defensive civ. He's got 23 crossbows. Marine Lord, you can kind of get the sense he's sniffing something out. He knows something's wrong. He's not seen enough of Puppy Paw on the map.
Yeah, like it just doesn't compute. That Lancaster should be just churning out units non-stop at this point in time, but Marine Lord Soil sees none. And I feel like this imp is just the epiphany of greed here for Puppy Paw as a massive amount.
Greedy.
Yeah, a massive amount of confrères move in. Completely.
The cross is coming in alright, but the confrères are giving HP to each other. Confrère, confederation.
It's not exactly capable of penetrating any kind of fortifications like outposts too effectively. Siege engineering is on the way for him now, so Rams might be on the cards for him. Looks like Puppy Paw, yeah. Starting with the, I think those are those the spearmen from the Wingard?
Must be.
5
Look here.
relics and now 3 sacred sites for Marine Lord plus pilgrims. And then he can build a fortress around his monasteries, get a technology that will make them boost 20% more gold
He needs to get the upgrade for that.
from the relics.
Build a barracks.
I think they're probably still Dark Age spearmen, right?
Now they're still. They're, I can see the 2 tips there, the 2 little pips. They're
Oh yeah,
feudal
no,
age.
they are. Yeah, there we go.
He needs to get them to castle though, and then hopefully to Imperial if he can eventually. But interesting choice. I'm fascinated to see if this is gonna work.
Cherry confrères. A chevalier confrère. That's the full French pronunciation.
It sure feels kind
Chevalier confrère. You have to use the ceiling of your mouth in conjunction with the start of your throat. Confrère.
On Marine Lord's side.
One good
Bills on the goal to getting pushed back though.
Good thing for Puppy Paw here will be the lack of a direct answer to these spears outside of the crossbow. When charge comes in from the French Chevalier
There you go, there you go, there you go.
onto in. A lot of them
Big fight. Marine Lord pushing forward. People trying to defend. Spearman. Nice. Nice hold. It's too many spearmen. It's too many spearmen.
You know, behind this, the villagers are
Those
dying
behind
to the
again,
Rams.
taken down.
Yeah.
Oh, the Bills. The Bills are struggling there. The Villagers.
That's a tough loss to swallow for Puppy Paw, but he's managed, at least he's not dead. Spears now with the upgrade, able to push back and fight, and they'll play.
We see a fortress from Marine Lord. I hope it's around the relics so they can get the boost.
Such a precarious spot when you do something super risky like this.
I mean,
That crossbow number's trickling down pretty low, however, for Marine Lord.
it did indeed. It's just not the unit he needed here, right? So it's he's willing to sacrifice some of them now in order to replenish his military with archers instead, which is definitely the right choice in this situation. But this Wingard actually providing an immense amount of value here for Puppy Paw. And Marine Lord is nowhere near his age up now, throwing up fortresses to fortify his pilgrim route. But it might be
The military number. It was 63 to 40 at one point, and now it's 48 to 61. Puppy Paw swung this in his favor.
Yeah, the Wingard Palace producing units so you save so many resources from the Wingard Palace as
Comes the
well as
dive.
producing them at once as the fight
Chevys
comes in.
get speared. Behind this, Crossbow is trying to do their damage. More spears behind this need to move forward. Puppypaw sends him in. Crossbow is trying to get as much as
Missy
he can
saying
right
he's
now.
losing 2 buildings.
Dropping down a little bit by little bit. There are archers behind this from Marine Lord. Crossbows trying to clean up as much as they can. He's got to keep that crossbow mass alive as they keep backing up. Kind of a wash of a fight, but a lot of damage dealt. A lot of Chevys went down for the spears. That's pretty cost efficient for Puppypaw. Overall, I think he actually won that fight. A lot of dead Chevys on the field.
6 minutes for Sacred Site. Who need fortresses?
Favoring Puppypaw at this point in time, right? Now making a move out onto the ball. And this Wingard, I must say, is actually paying dividends here for him. Siege Workshop being thrown up by Marine Lord now, so he might look for a kind of either Springald or Mangonel play to offset the disadvantage he finds himself under. Now, he might be opting for an all-in castle here to go for that Sacred Site victory. However, it looks like there's no Imperial Age upgrade
speed,
in
yeah.
for
True,
Puppypaw
no
yet.
elite
Now
upgrades. I
opting
noticed that
for-
earlier.
I think that's the Hobbler upgrade, right? For veterancy.
And she's saying like hawking a loogie. I don't know what that is, bro.
It might be, just because I saw...
Sorry.
him training as
Hobblars.
well. Yeah, there we go. Because he researched...
Oh, the Hobla.
training from the...
Hobla on the field.
College, right, which is the extra charge damage for them, so I thought it made sense. As now, Marine Lord with a massive
Should help
Chevalier
clean up the
confirmed.
archers as we see we see the knights come in, the cavalry coming in. There's a lot of spears from Puppypaw though, and the crossbows behind do a lot of base damage for the DPS. Feels like Marine Lord's getting a little bit outplayed here on the field of battle.
Yeah.
Trying to kite back.
Puppypaw is pushing Marine Lord in.
Not much going for him though. Puppypaw backing up just in time here. This is what I was hoping to see. Puppypaw putting a spear on each of those sacred sites, getting that counter wiped off. 5 minutes is a bit spooky. Get that counter reset so
Damn.
it's not a problem. And now
Marine Lord lost Sacred Sites. It could have been away. It will be hard to defend anyway.
anytime soon.
Could have worked.
Puppypaw can just continue to stabilize in this age as he's doing. This could be really scary for Marine Lord as we see the spears trying to get on top of the cavalry. They're trying to run past the archers. Crossbow numbers dwindling behind this though. And this is a lot of units. I think Puppypaw is going to lose this army here, but it's trading out pretty efficiently overall.
You were right.
Army
With
numbers still pretty even.
the space on the front line is going to be very difficult for the cavalry mass to get too favorable of an engagement, but of course the mass does get cleaned up in the end. And like you said, I mean, Puppypaw definitely did a great job in stabilizing. It looked very, very scary there for him initially, but the crossbow mass he had securing that age up and making it possible to now contest. Losing the Sacred Site hurts Marine Lord for sure. I don't know whether he thought it would be possible to win through the Sacred Site victory or not, but either way, we do have elite Hobblars now, I believe, on the way for Puppypaw, and only spears as well next to it. He's going to play a mass melee raiding game now.
Hobblars are going to go really well into this because there are no spears whatsoever right now for Marine Lord. He's mostly just got archers and horsemen. So for a short period, at least these Hobblars are going to come in like a wrecking ball. We see a religious man falling prey to the spears. Sacred sites continue to be denied here. However, all 5 relics are trickling quite a bit of gold in from Marine Lord, so he's got a healthy eco behind this gold-wise. Still getting his pilgrims in as he can. Spears still trying to trade out with the Chevys. Archers, though, making it harder to get even balanced trades on this for Puppy now. However, the numbers, 77 to 65. He is down, however, a good number of villagers, 87 to 66 villagers. I wonder if Puppypaw has been... Oh, it's the 2 town centers from Marine Lord. That's what's really making the difference here.
Yeah, that's right. Marine Lord very well managed to add in the second town center in the mid of that castle age. And now for Puppypaw, I mean, the route for Marine Lord is very well secured. Fortress is up now. The pilgrims will have safe passage at this point in time. Secrets are still under control. And like you mentioned, 5 relics in the bag for Marine Lord.
Because it also attack for Lancaster and Imperial when you can also receive gold from your manors.
Despite that, right?
Which is good. I don't know if people already got that, but if he did, he's getting all resources but stone from the manors.
Notably, no university techs yet. Yeah, there's still veterancy. Now the upgrade at least on the way, yeah. But there's no
That'll make a
university
big
techs
difference.
yet. Yeah, absolutely.
57 spears at an elite level will make a huge difference. These Rams might get caught out. Hobblars obviously can't take really good head-on fights. Much better at quick run and dash raiding units. Those spears are going to look pretty formidable here in a moment. Puppypaw needs to secure, again, it's a stabilizing game, right? He needs to stabilize, continue to get the advantages of being an age up. if Marine Lord can close that gap and the gold number is getting pretty close once he gets the food going and gets up in age, then it'll be a much more tough Puppy Paw. So he's got kind of a window to try and make this game, take a good engagement here somewhere and get some advantage of being up in age.
Yeah, but this melee
He's still down in age. He's diving just a little early on this. Gets a pretty good brace out. I would have waited just like 10 seconds more.
The extra range and armor here from the fortress is going to prove pivotal in this fight, and yeah, Puppy Paw knows it. This is not
The buff, the tower buff is really helping. The fortress buff.
These odds are not in his favor.
But the Hobalars.
That fortress providing such an additional, not only extra range.
The Hobalars are not great. They're not super strong. Marine Lord really needs Imperial Age because he's not getting more units now
That age up disadvantage.
than Puppy Paw. He needs that equal tech, and then he can
A
win.
lot of fortresses. That's the name of the game for KT. Now, these spearmen are elite now, so they will be able to trade out much better than they were. Archers are still obviously the counter, but I like when you have an age up, the extra health, the extra damage, all of that. As Pupa coming with the Hobalars, looking for a fight, trying to bait these Chevys in. Trying to get them caught out too far. Spears wrapping around. This giant stone vein kind of making it a little hard to catch up to him. Has to go around those. And the back and forth continues. At this point, I think Marine Lord's trying to buy some time, get up and age himself. He's very close.
Yeah,
About a minute away.
If Marine Lord manages to fully secure this farm transition for him, and it's getting very close, 1,500 food per minute now on the way for him, compared to Marine Lord's 2,200. If Marine Lord stabilizes his economy fully, gets these wars up, gets all the fortresses he needs on his farms, then that is a position that he can then start to play a very serious offensive game from as well. But for now, with Puppy Paw, the first covering on the field for now, he might look to start taking down that northern fortress. Yeah, it will be the northern fortress as his first target of priority. Makes a lot of sense, because if he takes that out, then he can take out the sacred site as well and deny any further pilgrim income.
Yeah, that'd be huge. Having the culvert on the field is going to really help take down all of
Bro, let's go, let's go.
spots.
Marine Lord almost Imperial Age, let's go.
Getting kind of chewed up a little bit there. But on the backside, Hobalars chewing up the Vills in return. Chevy's come back and go, hey, wait. No, don't do that. But meanwhile, on the front line, spears on both sides. Peepaw kind of pinching either side here.
Let's go.
Trying to make something happen.
Imperial Age, Marine Lord, the Arrow Kingdom of Poland.
Does not want that to go away. However, running out
Polish
of
car.
anymore. Kingdom of Poland.
That will give
him
cavalry a
+10%
buff.
the cav.
He doesn't have a lot of cavalry though right now. Does he want to use the Shlachka cavalry?
Yeah, really quick. The age ups do speed up depending on the age that you do click up. Now, Puppy Paw dropping a forward keep here to try to secure this sieging position of his. However, the composition is looking really solid here from Marine Lord.
Let's go, Shlachka cavalry will destroy all of this. Because the Hobalars are already weak. Then they'll be able to deal well with Spring. Oh no, the fortress is going down. Keep the fortress up, buddy. Keep the fortress up. Save it. Oh no. We need bunker repairs from the Malians. Look at the wood from Marine Lord.
Marine Lord's not up by more Vills. He's only up by about 20, if that. I believe more like 15. They've each killed the same number.
Yeah.
He's not up by more. I wonder if he's there's some idle time, perhaps? Because he should be up to like 110 by now.
No, maybe so, yeah. It's also
2k, 2.8k food. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Let's go, fortress. Nah, it's going down. Marine Lord wants the farm transition, I guess.
On the way, but it's definitely coming in too late. However, on the second fortress, it might pay dividends. Elite archers, elite confrere on the way for Marine Lord as well. And
Oh, the Chevalier Confrère. Très chic.
No, one thing to consider.
Très
There's
petit.
no gold behind this after these pilgrims get down. I mean, there's a lot of gold coming in. It's all exclusively pilgrim gold.
Yeah.
If this next one goes down,
This person doesn't understand. Throwing away Infinite Storm to leave a fortress up seems interesting. It's not because of the fortress just itself. It's because of the buff that it gives as well.
You see a big engagement here. Spears on Cav going around, but the back line looking really good for Marine Lord. However,
Can Marine Lord hold?
walking around, can he get the front line taken down?
It's too many Obla.
Front line
It's too many Obla.
Hobalars doing what they can do.
it's a great timing found here by Marine Lord as the Billman upgrade also doing severe work here. Only some of Marine Lord's units are on the fortress, right? So
The archers are elite for Marine Lord. Let's go, Eusébio. 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 Go, push, push.
Incendiary arrows on the way now for him. He needs it desperately to keep himself into this game. Marine Lord Puppy Paw can't dive too far in deep as the choke point gets thinner.
Yeah, backup reinforcements
Good
coming right up. We
defense.
saw a lot of production buildings right there. So the defender's advantage, keeping things going. Puppy Paw replacing a fortress with a keep instead. He's really trying to secure this down. I mean, 3 keeps in a row. Good spot. And there we can see Marine Lord on the stone, very heavy, trying to get some Hobblears coming back in right onto the range mass. Cannons in the back helping pick stuff out too. Tough. It's tough though because there's not a lot of front line here. A lot of spears in there for Marine Lord. Hobblears don't want to take that engagement too heavily.
Yeah, the hill training from the Hobblears just does an immense amount of damage with these charges. You can see as they charge in, so much of the HP bars for the archers is going down. The pilgrims again getting denied here by Puppy Paw. Marine Lord finding himself in a tougher position than he originally anticipated, I think, as more and more of his infrastructure falls.
What are they called? Basically the men-at-arms unit that Puppy Paw has.
People with 2k, Marine Lord with 2k gold.
They're really kind of holding up because archers don't do a ton into them, so they're...
Come on, discount, you can do it. Actually, no, here, I want Marine Lord to win. Because the way Lancaster is keeping up here is disgusting. They are almost 30 villagers behind. And they be like, nah, we chilling. Nah, I'm not behind, we chilling, bro.
Spearmaster and Puppy Paw, I think, is so smart to keep it up because...
Nah, we just like ahead on economy. Actually, no. We're Lord 2k food, 1.5 wood, and 1 gold, 1k gold. Puppy Paw 1.2k food, 1.1k wood, and 500 gold. How the hell has so much food? That's unbelievable. 12k gold mine in the corner. What? 12k? That person is high as hell, brother.
It's got to be dwindling quickly. And now it looks like actually in the corner we see that one's almost done. But
Ooh, good
corner,
question.
Marine Lord finding another gold vein.
No tithe barns here, Wolfheart. No tithe barns. Tithe barns will be important. That I don't know why reminds me of Kingdom Come Deliverance 2. Should we play hardcore Kingdom Come Deliverance 2? That would be crazy.
It's really impressive to see. He's got 2,000 food a minute, and it's just always sitting at 1 or 200 in the bank.
Yeah, it's very tough here for Marine Lord to find a composition that will actually really work against this. I mean, Puppy Paw is just making pure melee units. Every melee unit that...
Oh, the Randys, the Revolver Queens.
Plenty of siege behind it. And this is
It's really tough to deal with all that siege.
yeah, the robotic is
Old
gonna
Randy's
control
with the
it.
Mangonel. I almost wish he'd go into a switch into the Yeoman and get the synchronized shot for the back line. That would go really well into this composition, I think. But he's
Marine Lord defending well, but Puppy Paw attracting Marine Lord under the keep. It ain't easy.
Fires. It's a pretty decent amount. Not enough to kill, though. Needs 2 to do that. However, Spears getting on top of it.
Chat, what's the right composition here for Marine Lord?
Man, this is turning into a bit of a meat grinder here.
He can't really go cavalry because of the Pillman upgrade. Archers are holding, but they're not making the difference. They're not pushing. Men-at-arms versus Spearman and the Earl Guards? I don't know about that. Slasher Cavalry is too expensive.
You can see they almost one-shot archers.
Condotieros, but he isn't Venice. Oh yeah, to run and snipe the siege, totally. But he isn't Venice. He went to Poland, and now he's not even using cavalry.
Meanwhile, it feels like Marine Lord's starting to get the edge. The military numbers are very close.
Genoese crossbows are coming in though. They could do insane damage.
It's really making a big difference. We do have a big upgrade coming in for Puppy Paw, it looks like. Trying to get some of those elite upgrades from the university.
It's tough for Marine Lord. He can't leave his base at the moment. 30 villager lead still, which is incredible. Fahor game incoming, bro. No, I'm getting sleepy. And it's not even that late, just the AoE4 effect on me. I'm getting sleepy. Actually, when I used to watch way more AoE for content, I used to watch a lot of Aussie Trongo. Sometimes I would just fall. It was the only time I would fall asleep in the bed watching stuff. The only time.
As his gold had to be kind of resituated, is that he's got the relics behind this, all 5 of them. So that really kind of helps bridge the gap as he's going out on those resources, even though he's losing the pilgrims and doesn't have any resources coming for that anymore. Having the relics behind this has been really, really beneficial.
Come on, Marine Lord. Defeat the devil of the Lancaster. House of the Devil, House of Lancaster.
Well, behind this overtime, they're going to do a tremendous amount of damage. The front line for Marine Lord is dropping rapidly, however, and the Generous Crossbow, when combined with the archers, make for a very, very solid back line here, but not when they start getting overwhelmed by Hobilars as well as Mangonels. As they push forward, Marine Lord once again forced to reset, and it's a good thing you mentioned...
Yes, make the Portuguese lineage proud.
In this game, however,
And defeat them demons.
no tithe barns researched yet.
Oh, that'd be huge for him right now.
Bro, we need Portuguese on the game. And when they introduce Portuguese, they make water good. That would be insane. Like, guys, we have Spain and Portugal, and water is actually interesting right now. And Japan gets better because fishing is now good. It's gonna be crazy. Do some push-ups, wake up. Nah. Actually, I already did exercise today. And I walked a lot today. I went to a gaming event that was on a city inside of a castle. I watched the CS2 final of a Portuguese tournament. I walked a lot. I lifted some weights. I didn't do any jumps today though, like rope jumping, rope jumping, or like running. I didn't do anything of that today actually. Things that make your organs bounce is really good because it helps release toxins and fat. And gee, I think you need to do that. You seem a bit bored, huh?
Reaction from Marine Lord, seeing what was happening, immediately getting the palisade wall up in time. That could have been quite disastrous for Marine Lord.
Yeah,
Marine Lord kind of needs siege. Bro, as soon as I said that, I realized that Marine Lord has 4 Mangonels in queue. Bro, this is just so annoying because Puppy Paw has less villagers. And Marine Lord has 5 relics, bro. Like, this is so annoying. This is something that I really don't like about AoE4 sometimes. Like, you active, you trying to do stuff on the map, and then this dude with cows or manors or 3 TCs in the base is just winning. Bro, like, come on.
That might be what Marine Lord needs to actually push forward here and regain map control. And
too many passives
now in queue as well for him.
Shivak, I don't know if you've seen, but now there is a new bug where torches can kill knights.
Maybe a third. No, he's gonna
I've seen that in the AoE4 Reddit today.
Big pickup from Puppy Paw right there. You got to get rid of those siege. You can't let your position falter any further. Got to hold on to what ground you've claimed. Nice. That's a great use of the Hobilars. That's like what they're built for, I feel like.
Oh yeah, they're definitely one of the best.
Too many passives, totally.
Right now, without a doubt. And picking up that siege there.
Because like it wouldn't matter if it was easier to push, but it's not. I mean, Lord is not trying to raid. You can't really afford that. Or people with 4 Mangonels and 4 Culverins.
A big engagement here as they just send more into the meat grinder.
Bro, just finish this game, man. Just finish this game, bro. This is annoying me so much. You guys have no idea.
Charge in, one-shotting the siege almost.
Yeah, Puppy Paw starting to get a definitive lead. Look at the population now. It was 200. Now it's 165 to 200. Puppy Paw just wiped out 40 population in an instant from Marine Lord. And another Trebuchet goes down. And I think the wheels are starting to fall off just a little bit from Marine Lord. It feels like Puppy Paw has finally fully realized his Civ's late game potential. Gold is still coming in for Marine Lord, however. And now the sacred timer begins. 9 minutes. As Puppy finally, actually kind of late, he probably could have captured those a little earlier. Finally gets all 3 sacred sites under his control.
Big shot on the Mangonel though. A lot of units going down.
Big damage on the siege as well. Puppy pushing ever forward here, not really turned away by that kind of a Mangonel hit, and he shouldn't have that. So many Earl's Guard on the field now. Triple sacred site locked in.
Down the production.
Yeah, the production is falling here. Marine Lord is losing grasp over this game at this point in time.
And those Mangonel shots, look at that. You just see shot after shot landing on the front line. But Puppy nonplussed by it, just continues pushing in. And, you know, the production's huge because Marine Lord now is still having a hard time maintaining 200 population. We do see, looks like knights on the field coming in, or maybe that's horsemen.
That's the Schlatter cavalry coming in there for Marine Lord.
5 barns only now for Marine Lord, guys. That's insane. Only right now. He had 5 relics. Still has. The game is not over. That's so many missed resources. That's tough.
Oh, but it dies to the incendiary arrows.
And dies to the range instead. Big fight, but the massive siege is still there for Puppy, and he's still just pumping his units in. He's at 189. It's 164 to Marine Lord on total population counts. Look at the military number, 71 to 33. Marine Lord may have an economic edge, but don't forget that it's full 9 manors for Puppy, so he doesn't need as many villagers as Marine Lord does. And the pilgrims have...
True, that's another big advantage for Lancaster. Because of the manors, you have way more space for military.
Big pickup, a second one down. Oh, these are huge. Third one just popped like a piñata, and all 4 are gone. That's a huge pickup for Marine Lord. Needed that to sustain himself in this game.
Yeah,
that was really good. Get the mangonels out.
His push in his tracks, and this is almost fully online here, right? The Genoese crossbowman with incendiary arrows up to 22 now, and now biology in queue as well for Marine Lord. A remass here with the Schlatter and the Genoese crossbowman is going to allow for such an incredibly potent army from him. But for now, it is going to be Horseman. He's saving his gold for now. Hobble reinvesting into spears and hobblars, pushing forward, and now hand cannons on the field for him as well.
Yeah, it definitely feels like there was a tech switch into those. How do you say them again? The Polish ones, the
Schlatter, I think.
Schlatter.
I'm not Polish, so I don't know for certain, but
close enough for government work, for what I will say. But yeah,
them in chat saying that Puppy Paw never had biology. That's important. Both players forgetting a lot of upgrades.
I feel like we've been looking at the same spot of the map for, gosh, like 20 minutes. That little half wall right there has been on our screen for a long time, as neither player can seem to push too far. Gosh, it looks like World War I almost. Just the stalemate continues in no man's land. Meanwhile, the big development, however, on the field is, as Vodka's pointing out here, we've got hand cannons on the field. Oh, but a big raid happening on to the gold. Can he get there in time? Not a lot of units there to defend. Puppy Paw gonna have to pull these villagers back if he wants to keep them alive. They're still just mining.
Oh, who needs vills?
So many villages going down here. Oh,
Lancaster doesn't need vills.
Can't afford to take too many of these losses, as he's still only on that one single town center. He does have the manors working overtime for him at this point in time, of course. And in Lord, reinvesting into Chevalier Confrère once again. They are now elite techs. Not often do you see elite Chevalier, I must say. There's chaos all over the map, as we can see. Triple Sacred Site still locked in for Puppy for 5 minutes.
It's very rare to see elite Chevalier.
Victory approaching here as well for him.
Man, this is going to be close. I'm looking at that sacred timer going, you know, this keeps going on, but Puppy Paw hasn't really super secured those in. And there's villas around to be pulled on the wood. And Puppy Paw keep this going. We're now 42 minutes in.
MG on YouTube chat saying you should want Lancaster to win. Should the devs the Civ still need some work? Yeah, they're too weak, right? They need to be buffed again.
Meanwhile, Cow, our secondary viewer, is showing off to us in the bottom corner. There's a hole in the wall.
Oh, this entire time there was a gap. That's incredible. If only he knew. But now,
if only. Instead, it's another wash of units, as it's now 40 to 50 some odd units. They're still fighting over the same little scratch of land.
Nice fight for Marine Lord. He's holding again, but it looks Puppy Paw is the one doing progress.
As both of them again pretty much wipe their armies. Ooh.
It feels like they've been just grinding it out for like 20 minutes. Another huge mango hit. Those hand cannons are expensive, and they're dropping like flies. Another shot, and they're gone. Is Marine Lord getting the edge again, or is Puppy Paw going to quickly remass and be back?
It's so tough to call. It's so tough to call right now, but the triple sight here for Puppy Paw is doing great work for him, right? But then again, the 5 relics is doing great work for Marine Lord as well, and it just feels like
Marine Lord, he's only got that little 1,600 gold back in the corner. I think he's forgotten about it by now. He's out of gold.
Yeah, he definitely forgot about it.
Puppy Paw can hold for another 3 minutes.
It's not too much anymore. He has no choice but to go for this keep right now, right?
Big fight, but I think Marine Lord trying to break through. He's got some men-at-arms coming in. Can he get through? More reinforcements from Puppy Paw behind. The siege still alive, but barely getting hit. One goes down. The rest are alive. And Puppy Paw holds yet again. And I think this might just...
We need faster ways to finish the game as well. Oh, we got some gifted subs in chat. Thanks for the gifted. Shavaki saying GG on the chat over there. What for who? Oh, GG! GG.
Rainlord losing to Puppy Paw in this game number 4.
What a game. Wow. Puppy Paw holding. The first half of that game, the first 15 minutes did not look great. But Puppy Paw showing kind of what late game English can do and be once he got the same.
I just said in chat, House of Buildings win. Bro, this makes me so pissed.
And yes, Marine Lord had 5 relics, but with
This makes me so pissed that they actually, that Lancaster wins like that. Because it's like, I'm not against Lancaster. Sometimes it's like, they get the manners, they do some good things on the field, but Paul went straight to Imperial.
Wow.
And then spammed Spearman and defended. Like, I don't like that.
Incredible series,
you know,
here so far.
I like when they go for 3 manners, 6 manners, they are present on the map, they do stuff, they press the enemy, not like this. Oh, let me stay in base, go Imperial. While Lancaster is stupid, it's not only their trash units hit way over their weight, but Eric could keep up with 5 relics. I know. To be fair, Marine Lord forgot about Tide Barns, but in the end, it's like,
I think Puppy Paw is probably
you still have a lot of gold coming here from here.
Because I mean, Puppy Paw knows it's going to be a tough series, right?
And it was really, for me, the worst. It was really Puppy Paw goes fast, semi-fast Imperial, and then he's able to defend with so many Spearmen. That was so disgusting. I like, as a player and as a viewer, that's really bad for me, I think.
Looked so tenuous, but able to pump out enough spears, able to use the Windguard Palace as best he can to get this cost-effective trade out as much as he can, and just pumping those spears and just holding. And you know, I don't think he built more than like 1 Yeoman the entire game. So
yeah,
for viewers at home, Lancaster can win without Yeoman, I guess. That seems sacrilegious to say, but as we've seen in this game, it can be done.
It definitely can be done. I mean, just think throughout the course of this game.
Of course, Spearman gonna be good if they reduce the armor you pay gold for. Yeah, but in this game in specific, I think when Marine Lord was pushing, we probably still didn't have that upgrade, but once the upgrade kicks in, it's so much good value. Because they break the armor for the crossbows too in the back. It's not just for their attacks, it's a general debuff once they hit. Chi-Chi? What's that? Chi-Chis? What does that mean? What language is that? What language is that?
Resources worth of units. Obviously, the Wingard does cost, but you still save some resources.
Bro, low-key, I'm starting to hate Frisian Marches. I've casted so many games on it. Like, mid to late game is good, but early game in Frisian Marshes is so...
It's just prime
walking through the mud.
Late game AoE 4, right? It comes down to all the little things that occurred throughout the game, any large missteps that may happen at that point of the stage, like misstepping with the siege, potentially losing it all out of position. Not so much of that happening here today. I mean, at this level, both players are obviously very, very capable and of keeping their attention spans up and pointed for this kind of an extended game, but ultimately Puppy Paw clawing the win away from Marine Lord in what looked like it was almost a done deal for him in that mid game.
Such a risky play to go for a fast Imperial like that. But once you stabilize, it's like, okay, you've stabilized. Now you've got to slowly inch your way back into the game and take over half the map and, you know, make it so you can win it. And then just the holding. Once he denied the sacred sites, as long as he could keep Marine Lord off of that, that was his win condition, essentially, right? Was just keep him off that. And I want to point out again, it's really funny that neither player even sent anything to each other's faces at this point.
MG, that's actually a fucking good point. MG on YouTube saying, this map is supposed to showcase early aggression in Age of Empires 4, but Lancaster makes it a long game. Bro, that's an excellent point. Excellent point. Extremely good point.
Their actual home bases were untouched. It's so funny how
traveled just to come fight. It's insane how, and he went fast, and people went fast Imperial. It was not like he was being aggressive. He went fast, or semi-fast Imperial, and then got a lot of Spearmen out. It's just unbelievable.
Ripe for the picking for him, right? And torching those down essentially just disintegrates Puppy Paw's entire economy, really. But Marine Lord did not opt for that. But similarly for Puppy Paw, there's actually a gap in Marine Lord's wall this entire time. But then again, there's just so much rares on the north side of the map where that just is the point of contention. So it's still a bit surprising, however, to not see any of those raids through those exposed parts of the base. But
yeah, well, and you wonder if you start peeling any units away from this to try and go raid, would you have enough to hold this position here? You know, it becomes kind of tricky. Like maybe they just really felt like they need to throw every last thing because one grain of sand can make the difference, kind of idea, you know. But gosh, what a fight! Both players just showing their high quality and their high skill in this best of 7 series. Up next, we've got another pseudo mirror match in Zushi and Chinese. We do have the redraft after 4 games, so we take a look at Frisian Marshes coming up, and looking at the redraft. Hey, surprise! Rus and HRE both banned. This time, Marine Lord gets Japanese. Although has Chinese, Mongols, Abba, and House Lancaster again. Marine Lord with Delhi, Zushi, which he's using here, Japanese, as I said, and then Malians. Man, I feel like it's the same couple civs, just in constant rotation, you know?
The civs that are good, or the civs that are good, right?
I was just talking with my girlfriend, guys.
Interestingly, now we have Marine Lord who puts the heavy priority on the Malian pick as opposed to Puppy Paw. Maybe just stealing it away from him. Marine Lord, of course, being host, he does have access to that first pick.
SilverLeague chat on roids right now, like it can be compared to Pro Meta and gameplay. What? Is that a SilverLeague stream?
Or banning Mongols from Marine Lord. Marine Lord taking Japan. It's to an extent, it's like they kind of reverse drafts almost.
Almost, yeah. We got Malians and Japanese from Marine Lord instead of Puppy Paw this time around. Should be fun to see. Frisian Marshes, so much food. Do you pro scouts on Frisian Marshes? There's enough food elsewhere, but there is the deer still. I just kind of, when I see two China, like both the China,
I think that person was just
expected to be pro scouts and just don't question it at this point.
He was just criticizing the chat, saying that the chat is SilverLeague.
I think it's entirely possible that one of them might opt to skip pro scouts. Maybe Puppy Paw on the Chinese, if that were the case. But again, like we spoke of this before, Sokoton, right, in our earlier matchup, when we saw this very matchup on Carmel instead, you really sacrifice a lot by going to TC, potentially most of the relics, most of the map control, and then the other Civ can just easily add the TC of themselves. They'll be behind a few villagers, but they'll be ahead in relics and map control. So it's tough to justify this kind of a pseudo mirror, you know.
It feels like last time there was the chance for them both to go pro scouts. Puppy Paw didn't, and it didn't work out very well for him. I would imagine that he might be thinking this time, just play the meta, just do the pro scout thing, get the deer, move on from there. There's a ton of food on this map, however, though, so I feel like Zushi's going to be pretty happy about that if they can get out onto the fish. I don't know. This is one of my favorite maps to watch because there's a lot of food and it's kind of far from the base. How do they play it out? It usually ends up being very aggressive in the later game. So we'll see. We've got 3 seconds to start. We're going to go ahead and dive on in. It's going to be game number 5. You are watching the Elite Classic number 3, hosted by EGCTV. I'm Sockton. You also got in the booth with me, Myriad. We're watching Puppy Paw and Marine Lord tied up at 2. Puppy Paw as the red Chinese and Marine Lord as the blue Zushi's Legacy.
Frisian Marsh is a map known for its vast amount of food that can be accessed by either side, not only in the form of sheep, but also plenty of shoreline fish. The best food source for villagers in the game in terms of gather rate, even faster than the boar. And on top of it, very good trade routes. Not that they'll become too important in a game like this between these two civs, neither, of course, being very prone to trading, at least in the early parts of the game.
I say, if we see trade, we'll have gone on this map for a long time.
Way too long, that would be, without a doubt.
Way too long, probably, yeah.
MG from YouTube saying, girlfriend, you're out of the for the community. Hey, Beastie has a wife, okay? Marine Lord? Is he single? Actually, I don't know about Marine Lord. But people dates his brother, right? Popo and Wham always together.
Of such maps, as is the case for Fissure Marshes too. So hopefully that's not the case here today. Although, because I'm sure both players would be extremely tired by that point, and so would we naturally. However, I'm sure they will fight tooth and nail despite that.
Most certainly. It's a pretty good sheep haul here from Marine Lord. Again, I love this map because of all the food and all the sheep. I just love hearing that little bell ring as they gather more. One difference to point out already is we've got the just the one house opening for Puppy Paw instead of the village opening. Slight difference, whereas Marine Lord opted to build the village.
Wonder, as you mentioned earlier, Soccer
both players.
Yeah, both players pretty comfortable with their sheep counts here. Yeah, Pro Scouts is going to be the main question here. I'd be very surprised if they don't go for it, purely because of the fact that it is a pseudo mirror matchup, right? Like, you can't really let the deer go away to one player and you don't take them, even with the fish. However, a point can be made that, I mean, I was going to say that it's a similar case where even without Pro Scouts, you can still secure the deer on your side. That frontal deer pack for Puppy is very exposed.
Yeah, he does have a lot of sheep back at home, though. He's got the lion's share of the sheep here, 21 gathered. He's got a bunch sitting in the back behind his town center as well that I was able to see. Meditation Gardens getting ready to come up here in just a second for Marine Lord, and Imperial Academy already underway for Puppy Paw. Yeah, look at that. Oh, a lot of sheep there for Puppy. He's definitely happy with his number.
Yeah, absolutely. Nice little lead here for Puppy Paw. It shouldn't be too significant throughout the course of this game. 17 is still a great count here for Marine Lord as the Meditation Gardens goes onto a double gold and stone, as well as berries. So, nice little Meditation Gardens here for Marine Lord.
Excellent Meditation Gardens. The berries. Do fish count for Meditation Gardens?
I don't believe so.
Okay, I wasn't sure. I didn't think so. Yeah, no, hearing that it's no. Wasn't sure, but he does catch the berries there in the wood and the 2 gold. That's still a nice spot to be. There's a village there for Puppy Paw, getting some more population room.
Well, that's interesting, actually. Getting the village in so early for Puppy Paw is severely going to slow down any kind of Pro Scout timing for him, as well as stable timing.
Yeah.
And
another bad thing about Pro Scouts is that it makes Fiddle Age very long.
Might not be Pro Scouts at all.
I mean, there's so much food on the map, and he just got so much sheep. I kind of could get why. By the time that runs out, he'll probably want to be making granaries anyways, right? So maybe on this map, we don't see it just because there is such an abundance and overabundance of food.
Yeah, it could be the case, right? I mean,
either player's clicked on it, yeah.
Yeah, and Marine Lord not opting for it either. He does still have plenty of gold mining.
Not a ton of wood just yet. Yeah, maybe he's waiting just to delay it a little bit.
A lot of food in the bank, and actually horticulture being prioritized here for Marine Lord. Very curious openings from both players here.
Stable queued
Was that a
up forward.
misclick on the horticulture? Can't be right.
I mean, we asked this last time again, right?
Yeah, we did.
We were wondering last time, like, wait, did Puppy Paw mean to go horticulture as French in a game where Pro Scouts was on the menu?
Yeah, we do see
I mean, there's a lot of sheep there, so I could see it just for the sheep, right?
I mean, it makes sense, right? Yeah. I just also, because he was still banking up quite a lot of gold behind it, so I figured, like, you wanted still to go for Pro Scouts, but Puppy Paw goes for his own horticulture now. It very well could be. Maybe one horse to test the waters.
Song Dynasty.
Oh, Marine Lord's going horseman. Puppy Paw going Song Dynasty, exactly. Protecting fish, protecting gold. It will give that extra villagers, that's really good.
Barbican gives you a little bit of angle towards that stone and the berries as well. Arrox being rushed up now by Puppy Paw, probably upon seeing that horseman commitment from Marine Lord.
Marine Lord scouting everything out. Meanwhile, Puppy Paw looking around the base of his opponent too. With first horseman underway, headed out towards Puppy Paw's base. Gonna try and get onto that Barbican pretty quickly. He might actually get a Vil kill from this if he goes in. And he goes. Vil's pulled. Barbican not done yet. In comes the spear to come save them. And yeah, Marine Lord's gonna back away. Go, oh, okay, never mind. And out go the Vils. Puppy Paw's gonna swap Vils out. That injured one's gonna go onto the gold. Horseman looking to get some value still. He's trying to find a way to get in there, but I don't think he's going to have much going.
Good reaction by Puppy Boy to get the spearman out there, so the villagers are relatively safe for now. Triple horseman here from Marine Lord, and behind this looks like that's all he's going to do. Instead, going to commit directly.
He's going to get one
towards the castle. Oh, he does actually get one.
Nice little pickup. I'd trade a horse for a villager early game, only 6 minutes in. I think I'd make that trade.
Not against Song Dynasty, right?
Trade at all, especially in this situation where both players do opt for that castle age, so it's not like you're dealing with fine margins in terms of unit counts. Mount Academy already on the way here for Marine Lord, and you see
so fast.
People might be paying a bit of a heavy price for that Song Dynasty. He is going to start getting ahead in villages now, and he has the Barbican to keep him safe. But the trade-off he makes is a severe deficit in castle timing here.
I mean, you say that, but Puppy Paw's already got a good chunk of the food and a decent amount of gold coming in. He could get up pretty quickly behind this if he so desired, but the question is, should he? Oh, that's going to be a dead horse right there. Good little stab from Puppy. But there goes up Castle Age for Marine Lord. And so now what does Puppy Paw do? He's got 2 more spears in the queue.
Yeah, he's going to need a bunch more spears here to defend against these initial Lancers whilst trending up towards the next age himself. It is going to be Lancer priority here for Marine Lord. There's no regional inspection or anything being researched from the Mount Lu Academy just yet. Again, the Mount Lu instead of the...
Mount Lu instead of... Yeah, exactly. I like the Mount Lu instead of the... Instead of the Shaolin Monastery. Just that extra supervision is so valuable.
Showcased by Vodka here.
And we're seeing that landmark chosen more and more and more. It feels like its twin, or its cousin there is usually more picked. But of late, especially in today, in this tournament, we're seeing it pop up a couple times. Horseman trying to get the scout. Spears are there. Lancer on the field, however, and 2 on there. Be really close to Castle Age, just a little more food needed, 1 more drop off and you'll have it.
Nah.
Monk's already on the way now for Marine Lord, looking to start slowly gathering up the relics. More and more Lancers in queue for him. Regional inspection has been researched, so now the Imperial officials or Marine Lord do supervise production buildings at double the rate they were before. As we saw in the series beforehand, a Lancer takes only 14 seconds to train.
Puppy feeling pretty good as the astronomical clock tower getting rushed up by 10 villagers. That's coming up very, very fast. And the question is, what's his comp going to look like once he's up into castle? Obviously, he's going to want to probably upgrade spears probably to hold off Lancers, although only 4, now 5 Lancers coming in from Marine Lord. Hasn't made a ton of those just yet. I think he's getting his economy a little more up online.
Yeah, I think we're going to see a stark difference in this series as opposed to what we saw earlier from in the CSOB series. Puppy Boy, you see, there's no stables prep. It's going to be Spearman, Crossbowman for him. And this is what I meant earlier. Puppy Boy, I think, understands that he wants to look for this scaling point with China. Part of why he added that early Song Dynasty as well. He wants to look for some safe scaling here. Try to get closer towards that late game in a good spot without hopefully giving away too much. Although, as we say that, his home relic is taken away by Marine Lord now.
Greedy Marine Lord. I like it though. You know, if you're, that's one of the benefits of getting Castle Age so quickly is you should go out and get the relics. I mean, that's going to help you throughout the rest of the game. We saw Marine Lord do that last game. He did lose that one, but it kept him in it. Very, very helpful for when he needed to get more gold in other locations. Lancer's looking for spot. This wall in the process of going up.
We probably had in villages, but Marine Lord already with 2 relics.
Time it just right. Only 1 villager, but with the increased building speed.
With more food for Puppy Boy at the moment.
I might be up in time.
I think he's going to be just short, as a Marine Lord can sort of smell it that it's... Oh, he actually cuts away though. Oh, it leaves the 1 Lancer. Very nice.
Ah, it gets in.
Marine Lord.
Yeah, and these things aren't terribly, you know, hanky, so he really could just sit here for 20 seconds and tear that down. Might be faster than walking all the way around, honestly. That villager is not long for this world, though.
I feel like Marine Lord... Puppy Paw, sorry, maybe bit off a little bit more than he can chew with that wall, right? A bit of an ambitious wall this early into the game, especially against mass cavalry from Marine Lord on the other side. Maybe a slightly more conservative wall to secure the bottom below the Barbican would have been better. But either way, it's going to be safer now. It's not like the Lancers can do too much damage in this situation.
Yeah.
Puppy Paw still Yeah, like we see exactly what I meant earlier.
That's a lot of Lancers for Marine Lord. And Papipo is going the classical Chinese composition of Spearman Crossbow. That will deal with the Knights, but you need good numbers.
Itch towards that later stage of the game.
Here's the danger as Spears have to deal with these Lancers. That's a lot of Lancers and really just not enough Spears to deal with it. Marine Lord backs off. More Spears behind this helping reinforce. That will do it. But those first Spears right there, they can maybe hang out for a moment, but those Lancers are a scary number. But thankfully, Puppy Paw has the numbers to defend, able to chase them away and keep going. Shaolin Monastery coming down for Marine Lord. To get more of those monks out on the field.
Yeah, so we do have, in fact, a direct move into Yuan Dynasty here for Marine Lord. Quite surprising, I must say. Skipping Song altogether, but I guess it makes sense on this map with the severe amount of food that he has access to, right? So with the Yuan Dynasty, he's going to be able to produce units much, much cheaper. Meanwhile,
Feels like the game's kind of slowing down a little bit, but here come the Lancers again. Look for some damage. They get one. Take a Spearman down for their trouble. But the crossbows now become kind of the big DPS unit for Puppy Paw, right? The fact that these guys can't really even come close to the spears before they start getting tip damaged by crossbows, which do pretty significant amount of work. Barbican defending. That one Lancer's close, weak, but not dead. Now, Marine Lord just kind of running around the back of the base, checking to see if there's anything out there. Meanwhile, bringing relics home. He's got 3 relics and 1 more in hand right there.
4 relics for Marine Lord. Here we go.
yeah, Marine Lord.
Once again, Marine Lord just right on it for the relics. There's one in Puppy's base. I think he should be able to get at least that one. I don't know if I'd be surprised if Marine Lord could snake that one away from the Barbican.
There's another one, actually. Yeah, there it is. Quite safely in his base. So he can at least get that one for himself. Marine Lord just playing pretty textbook Jushi here, right? Using the Lancers to assert himself the map control he needs. Now the sacred sites are locked in. And I think Marine Lord kind of understands what Puppy Paw is trying to do here, right? He's playing for that late game. You already see double Broadaxe level 2 in for both players at this point in time. And it is going to be a Jugenu composition switch here for Marine Lord. He's going to look to play Jugenu up against Puppy Paw's light unit mass here. Prudently so.
Have Nest of Bees, though.
Oh, yeah.
Puppy Paw right on it with the Nest of Bees. So that's Jugenu could be effective, but the Nest of Bees proving a very capable defensive unit. At this point, I feel like Puppy Paw's just kind of buckled in for the long game again, you know? He feels like he's wanting to take this as long as he can. Marine Lord sitting on a lot of gold. Wonder if maybe he's thinking about a quick age up into Imperial himself, or is he going to reinvest that and try and get food going? Say, he doesn't have the food eco to get up into Imperial.
Yeah. Blacksmith upgrade is now on the way for both players. Very similar timing, actually, in that regard. A little scout being annoying there. Ooh, a lot of villagers being caught out of position here. The Barbican, ooh, they make it just in time. A few of them will go down, though, but not nearly as bad as it could have been. 3 villagers down.
Oh, that Nest of Beast has to watch out, though. Nest of Beast is really exposed. Villagers wrapping
Nest of Beast out of position.
If they need to, but
That's a nice play for Marine Lord. Good play. King Smurfy, we giving a bunch of subs. Thanks. What a chat. 25. Wow, that's a lot of subs. 25 subs. Well done, bro. Well done, bro.
The Nest of Bees down, but then he decides not to commit again. That's actually terrible for Marine Lord right now. He loses so many Lancers for nothing.
I was like on my lips. I was about to spit out. Pop goes the weasel. It was right there in front of him. Instead, lets Puppy get away with a freebie.
Oh, Puppy Paw with a lot of units though.
By Puppy Paw now, trying to get those away.
Marine Lord struggling to counter the Spearman and Crossbow play plus Nest of Bees. It's a classical China play, Marine Lord.
And with those villagers and the amount of stone Puppy has in the bank, I think there's something very unfortunate for Marine Lord playing on his mind, and with such a severe army mass for Puppy Paw, Nest of Bees now as well to counter the Zuganu. He's gonna drop a keep.
Sure enough. He's going to get aggressive with it too, right on the outskirts of the base. He was going to put it a little close to the Sacred Site. Instead, drops it a little more forward onto the resources. I like that play. Aggressive, but at this point, Puppy Paw's eco is pretty much coming up online. China becomes kind of a menace 15 minutes in the game when left relatively unscathed as archery range number 1 goes down. Spears taking a look at another one. They're going to get both if they can. He's going to back up a little bit, though. That keeps pretty much a guarantee to go up, though. And adding some production next to it. I love that he puts the Siege Workshop right next to it as well.
Oh, but nice wraparound here from Marine Lord, picking up one of the Nester Beasts for free this time round with no real danger to his Lancers at this point in time. You know,
Yeah, Marine Lord needs to go his own Nest of Bees or maybe Springolds to counter the Spearman. The food economy is way better for Marine Lord, it just needs to hold.
Make that a lot harder than it looks.
Just needs to make sure he doesn't leave it abandoned as that nest of bees is just kind of sitting there. He's got to be careful here. Yeah, oh, wow, look at how fast those guys drop. A lot of Juggernaut. He doesn't have the mass to really secure this. He needs to get under that keep like ASAP. As he finally backs up. I think he should have left that a little earlier.
Yeah, the Zuganu from Jushi especially, not to be underestimated with the bolt magazines upgrade. They do a significantly higher damage than Chinese Zuganu would do. And people now suffering a little bit from the raids, not too much damage done except some idle time. He's going to start working on the keep, but with 2 Nester Bees now here on the front line for Puppy Paw.
Those are some exposed vills.
Oh, that was...
Doesn't get a single kill, but man, that was close.
That was
Nest of
really
Bees coming up
dangerous
to try and take a shot at the seeds. They're not going to do a lot there. It's going to elicit a response, however. They can get a shot off on the Jugnu. That would be huge. He's got 2. Ideally, you want a 3rd Nest of Bees in there to really rain down hellfire. But 2 is definitely scary enough. You got to be careful. Meanwhile, Lancer's still in the back of Puppy Paw's base, looking for some kills. Here comes an engagement, maybe. Nest of Bees moving on up. Getting greedy, going for the shot. Gets a pretty good hit on some Jugnu right there. Spear's backing up. He needs to get another shot if he can. Lancer's coming right up. They're going to get easily, and a good shot from the Nest of Bees. Not enough to kill, though.
Yeah, you can see Marine Lord
the villagers to heal him.
doing a
Another
good
shot.
That's a very good fight for Puppy Paw. But Marine Lord, he will now push through. Nest of Bees being killed. The ranged unit, the Zugnus are doing a great job here. Puppy Paw can't hold anymore. More Nest of Bees coming in.
Those units did fall to the Zuganu.
The Nester Bees are doing great work in keeping him back.
Well played, well played.
The army count from Puppy Paw is dwindling severely, and now a mass horseman switch behind this for Marine Lord.
And not a lot of food from Puppy Paw.
Problem right now. He's been dealing with raids in the back of his base the entire time, and he's running out of food resources at home. He really is probably, at this point, almost 20 minutes in, you start thinking about when do you go for the granary transition, but he has no time to do so because every ounce of wood he's got has been going back into these Nest of Bees. He does have 1,300 in the bank, so he could start a granary transition. He probably needs to start thinking about what he's going to do with food long term, as that keep falls down to the Trebs. Meanwhile, a Palace Guard switch behind this. His Puppy Paw now has amassed 18, 19 of these big boys, and with nothing but Jugunu and a couple of crossbows, Puppy can get these guys in position fast enough. He could do a lot of good work with these. Meanwhile, Nest of Bees getting picked on by the horsemen, and they get out in time. They're going to take a couple good shots onto the Jugunus, and they just fall. Excellent hit right there. Meanwhile, one does get popped, another one in danger. Palace Guard's finally catching up with some spears of their own. Another Nest of Bees is popped. He needs to get around. Another one goes down to just 2, and the last one maybe as well. No, keeps that one going, so he's got 3 now as one comes in reserve. What a fight.
The forward villagers of Puppy Paw got cleaned up pretty early in that fight. You see already 17 villager kills on the Marine Lord's belt now, but Puppy Paw still only 4 behind thanks to that Song Dynasty. Marine Lord has his own Nest.
Puppy Paw Giga all in, true. But it's not really working.
Now Marine Lord's gonna buy nice crossbows. Yeah, luckily there's still some Lancers here to trade out against these Palace Guards. They will do very, very good work against them.
Puppy Paw now is the one with more food. Maybe Marine Lord is doing a change
But I feel like
to
it
farms.
wasn't really...
Maybe too aggressive.
I think so. I mean, you outscale Jushi in this kind of a situation. I mean, maybe not with against 4 relics. I'm not too sure, but you have the stronger late game. I feel like you can just play to secure map control and maybe be fine. But
Kind of wish Puppy had gotten that second ranged upgrade for defense, because I feel like the Jugs really kind of tore apart those Palace Guards a little faster than I would have expected to. Meanwhile, Jing Jing Tower coming up for Marine Lord.
yeah, the lack of undermesh level 2 for Puppy Paw really hurt him throughout those entire several fights there, right? Against the Zuganu, for the Palace Guards as well. They ended up taking way more damage than they normally should have. And now...
Man, Marine Lord's got a ton of wood. 3,300 some odd wood. I think we hear him trading it off now.
Yeah,
He could probably go for a full granary transition at this point.
Yeah, Yeah,
Puppy
so
Paw is
this is
more
that
Nest of
Puppy
Bees,
Paw,
but that
right?
will
So
not really
it is
matter.
definitely about to be a 4-4 grand
Because he only has
transition
20
here for
spearmen and 3
Marine Lord.
crossbow.
And Puppy
Marine
Paw, I
Lord
think,
will go
is
for a
quite
huge farm
far
transition, that's
behind
true.
in terms of getting anywhere near ready for his farm transition, as we see now. Marine Lord's wood steadily depleting as granaries are starting to get dropped. Marine Lord in a pretty comfortable spot, really. I mean, he went Yuan Dynasty for those early pagodas. I think he got them in already, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, there's only one in the monastery, so the pagodas, yeah, there we go. Stacked full of relics, every single one of them giving over 100 resources a minute.
Wow.
Oh,
That's a ton.
a lot
Oh my
of
goodness.
way more than 100 actually. I underestimated it. And with the Song Dynasty in now, his granary transition is going to be secured as well. And Puppy Paw, that push, I think, really stalled his economic output behind it, because he's doing a
Yeah.
raid now.
It definitely feels like he could have sat back and maybe made that farm transition a little earlier, secured his base a bit, because he kind of doesn't need a lot of room to operate back at home. But here, speaking of back at home, as our game slows down for a second, we can see in freeze frame a bunch of Lancers just waiting to land in the vills in the wood line.
Take your screenshots now whilst you can.
The
as
stream
this
is live, it's the game
a
itself.
war in stills that we are seeing at the very moment. Bear with us while we try to figure out any issues.
This is strange.
Yeah, I think we're having just a little issues on the observing side here. I think Vodka might be having some slight technical issues. Bear with us as we try to.
It's looking like they have an in-game pause, so it looks like maybe someone had to do a quick pause. Strange.
Okay.
That's unfortunate.
Okay. Not sure what's going on there, but we'll figure something out and get back to you guys in just a second on that.
Yeah,
I'm pretty sure that they're fine. It looks like they're fine in games. Looks like the game itself is good. It looks as if they just paused, and maybe there's a bug with the observation with pausing it, is what it's looking like.
Yeah, no.
We should be able. I think we should be able to reload back in and catch back up. I would hope. And then
yeah, there's
get back
no
to our
need.
timing. So
there's no need to worry.
Someone must have had to go potty really badly. You know, when it happens, I guess.
Happens to the best of us, right?
Happens to the best of us. You know, maybe one too many cups of coffee. You know.
Can take its toll. You know.
How it goes.
What a nail-biting moment for this to happen. Quite unfortunate, but
I know. We were
nail-biting.
a really intense part of the game.
It was in a part where both sides are very,
I hope Eusebio is fine. I think he was in a better position. I hope he wins for sure.
It's just gonna start being really on a larger scale. But just bear with us as we figure things out. And
he was about to do a huge farm transition. He was about to raid.
Do you think that they go in there?
Are we back?
And think about, okay, what can I do better?
10 vills behind, 10 military units behind. I don't know. The UI is flipped. Marine Lord is the one ahead. He's the one with way more food, way more military.
Wow, this was quick. Okay.
More gold per minute, more wood per minute.
Can't hear anything, but
yeah, he's gonna win.
Okay, there's those
25 spearmen though, tough to beat.
In the base, running back.
I know. 6 nest of bees versus 2 nest of bees. That might be a big difference.
So we can fight, so we can cast, we can watch. Lancers running on the back. Man, those things took a bit of a beating. There was a lot more of those before the pause break, as opposed to after. I wonder if some of them had to go potty too. One of them just getting ran around by the crossbows of Puppy Paw, but there's a wall back there. He's gonna get stuck. He's not long for this world. We can just say goodbye, sweet prince.
Yeah, nice little secondary wall coming up there for Puppy Paw in the south of his base. Whereas Marine Lord prepping to have the triple trebs left earlier from when he sieged down that keep, and a pretty comfortable villager lead as well as just overall economic lead here. Looking at the income per minute, upwards of 4,000 here for Marine Lord, whereas Puppy Paw barely breaking 2,000.
Yeah, the food income for Puppy now is just skyrocketing. Wow. He was kind of running low on food for a minute, and now he's just skyrocketed back up to 2,000. Looking really clean in the last couple minutes. That's a big mass too. 51-46. Things have calmed down in this fight now.
They really have.
Yeah, I can
Both
forget
players
once
are
again.
quite scared of pushing too far deep, right? I mean, you know, with Nesta Bees as a threat, it's so easy to look away at the wrong time when you're overextended and suddenly find yourself just suddenly with the game lost, just like that. And that's the power of this unit, which, you know, it's definitely a unit in AoE 4, without a doubt. The Nesta
You
Bees.
need to point us to the fact that Marine Lord is in Imperial Age.
Oh, yes, he is. We didn't even catch that.
Adding up his at the moment as well. I think we've jumped ahead in time just a little bit here. It feels like a lot has happened in that moment. Catching back up here. We got upgrades coming in. Marine Lord's eco is fully
Puppy
this is where it
Paw
gets
going
really sketch, right?
Imperial.
Like Marine Lord's eco is just fully online. Puppy Paws is about
Yeah.
to be as well.
Marine Lord is already Imperial.
Hasn't yet. Oh, this is so
He's
sketch. I feel
pumping
like you're going into Imperial Age without a farm
units,
transition
which is
made.
good.
We've already got
33 Zoogs, not a lot of upgrades coming in. The Zoogs are elite already, right?
Oh, what are you doing, Puppy
What are they
Paw?
doing? What are they
The
doing?
Villies.
The lack of a wall.
Villies.
Oh, no,
Villies.
Puppy Paw.
No.
The lack
42
of a
villager kills
wall
in
on,
like a blink of an eye.
no wall on
What
that
did I
south
just
side.
witness?
That was painful for Puppy Paw. And
We just
is that game?
It's Puppy Paw. What is going on?
Is that just like?
I don't know anymore, guys.
Do I leave?
That is what people must be asking himself right now. Oh no. That is so painful.
All I know is that
Again, game paused.
there's just been a mass casualty event, and I don't know how Puppy Paw is ever going to recover from it.
The amount of chaos this game is even causing the very game itself to suffer. Great Wall Gatehouse is up on the front now for people. I mean, the village loss is definitely hurt, but luckily, I mean,
Yeah.
it's 2TC song, right?
It's
it could
TC
be
song.
worse.
You just lost 42. You know, what do you mind?
It could be worse.
Just make some more.
Oh my
Yikes.
god, look at the food income socket and the lack of a farm transition.
Oh man, it's so bad. This is not good for Puppy. He's got like a patch of berries left, and that's about it. Meanwhile, knock knock in the back door. Who is it? It's Marine Lord with all the cavalry you don't want in your base. And here they go. He's gonna be like, all right, where are the farms at? And he's gonna be like, wait, there's no farms.
Yeah, he's
Even
gonna be
alive.
so
What is going on?
I think
Where are the farms at?
this raid is going to be a big problem for people, not only in terms of villages, but I think Marine Lord gaining this crucial information that there's not a single farm for Puppy Paw means that he's just going to push in. He knows that in a war of attrition, what's Puppy Paw going to do?
Die. That's the answer. That's all he's gonna do. I don't see how you get back into this. Like, Puppy Paw might not know it, but unless Marine Lord really kind of throws here, I don't know how you get back in. I mean, it's 2TC song, right?
Do you know,
Doesn't even have two town
I'd
centers?
love to see
That villager lead is crazy for Marine Lord. 40 villager lead.
not a single farm in Puppy Paw's base.
Not a single farm for Puppy Paw's base. That's crazy.
I don't even think he's got two town centers. I think he's just got the one.
He's trusting on the nest of bees.
The nest of bees are the only thing.
The UN Raiders are there. Get them, boys. 3k food in the bank for Marine Lord. Is getting Imperial Red Seals. That's more Imperial officials with better supervision. That's GG.
More villagers going down. 50 now.
Come on,
almost
Puppy.
dead.
It will take like 10 minutes to finish the game, though,
Yeah,
guys.
dynastic protectors prioritize.
Just chill. It will take 10 minutes to finish the game.
We do see those Yuan Raiders, the fastest unit in the game, hitting the field, as well as the Imperial Guards for Marine Lord as well. One of the best cavalry in the game as well, especially
Kind of wish
against
Puppy Paw
melee units.
had. Kind of wish Puppy Paw had taken some of those nested bees, ground them into the earth with the wood, and made farms instead out of that wood. But he's still, I guess, alive.
Hey.
However you want to define alive.
Who needs
Alive, and then he can still play.
who needs farms when you have nested bees? So
Right. What was like them? Let them eat cake. You know, just make nested bees. Let them eat cake. You know, who needs farms?
they will eat.
Meanwhile, Vils and the gold are dying in the corner of the screen. And,
Oh yeah,
GG.
The other-
And yeah, that's game
Okay,
called.
yeah, nice, nice.
It's too much.
It didn't took 10 minutes to finish the game. GG, GG.
Now the sounds are playing in the game as bear with us as the technical.
Marine Lord just way better in this game. Way better.
Nested bees do not come with honey, so not
What an
enough food there.
unfortunate shame.
Yeah, unfortunate. They should fix that. I'd like them to officially fix that, and we should be able to getting passive food resources from the honey that clearly nested bees produce. But anyways,
100%.
Marine Lord takes game number 5 in a very, I wouldn't say dramatic, but very strange turn of events. Somehow he was ahead, I think, there anyways, but in a rather chaotic fashion, we could say. Takes game number 5. However, that's not it. We are not done, because this is not a best of 5. It is a best of 7. So it's match point for Marine Lord. Puppy Paw needs a couple more wins to secure his place moving on if he wants to. But he's won 2 against Marine Lord, so it can be done. But after that last one, that's got to be pretty rough.
Yeah, especially as Puppy Paw is very much known for his Chinese, one of the scariest Chinese players in the scene. Chinese in terms of Civ, not nationality, of course, just to clarify that for some people. However, we're getting ready for our game number 6 in this series, and looks like it's another series that's really going the mile here. Puppy Paw finding himself trading a game behind and now on match point. We already have our next matchup. It is going to be Delhi Sultanate for Marine Lord up against Puppy Paw's Mongols on Relic River. Another classic matchup on a pretty fitting map for these two civs.
Yes, indeed. It's going to be interesting to see. I think Puppy Paw is pretty comfortable with Mongols. He really likes that civ. I see him play it a lot on ladder, and when he streams, it's usually one of his top picks from what I've seen. Like this and Japanese are like, I think, 2 of his better civs. So we'll see how that fares. Marine Lord, obviously, I mean, both these players are exceptional with all civs. Marine Lord with Delhi, very good aggressive civ. Which if you were playing, which would you prefer to have on that map in this matchup?
Very tough to call, because I think, you know, the map really plays a factor because of its uniqueness. That shoreline fish in the south, I think, can really impact a lot of things as to which civ goes for a dock play. If we're talking like standardly, I would have to give the edge over to Delhi. I think they're just superior on a standard land map, even with the access to the Keshiks that the Mongols have. But things on a map like Relic River can definitely, you know, go differently than you might expect in some situations. As both players can opt for the dark, there's potential Dark Age spear shenanigans from the Mongols. A lot of different directions the game can take us.
We'll have to see here in just a second. Puppy Paw on the ropes, needs to take another game to make this one go the distance as well. We've already seen a 7-game series today. Our last one, CSO, duking it out and getting a win after 7 games. But can Puppy Paw do the same, or will Marine Lord close it out in 6? Coming up very soon here. Boy, what a wacky game this last one was, huh? Not a single farm built by Puppy. I'm just scratching my head a little bit there. Like, I guess it makes sense because Frisian Marshes has so much resources on it. So many places you can get food. But in the end, like, gotta make farms eventually. But Relic River coming up here in just a little bit. But let's see. So if Puppy Paw wins this one, let's look ahead. We've had Bald Land would be the last one. So assuming Puppy Paw can somehow, you know, manage to go the distance against Marine Lord, what civs would you expect to see of the ones remaining for Bald Land?
It must be House of Lancaster for Puppy Paw, I would assume. Just because Abbasid on Bald Land, there's not a lot of wood to work with, I think, and for Marine Lord.
Like I say, in my opinion, he should have won last game too. Yeah, Lancaster just BS.
Either of those can be very, very solid options.
The way that game went totally. I think Lancaster is not BS, but that specific type of Lancaster play totally.
And then if he
Kinda looking ahead.
does, he still has a tough one in Borderlands, as both Japanese and Malians are very, very solid civilizations on Borderlands. Whereas of Lancaster, not so much, I would say, right? I mean, obviously the passive economy from manas is great for them, but the lack of
Feels
wood
really
on the
exposed.
map is tough. Yeah.
Well, and Abba likewise doesn't feel great on a map like that.
Let's go.
I haven't seen Abba yet today, but
This last game wasn't great.
With that second town center,
It's like
kind of
Marine Lord was always ahead.
We got about a minute before we dive in on Relic River here. Mongols and Delhi. Do you go trade with Mongols on Relic River or not?
I don't think it's worth it.
Don't think so? Go Yam Network instead?
Yeah.
That's kind of what I was thinking.
The thing is, like, against Delhi, even on a great trade map like Hill and Dale or Prairie, it's pretty difficult against the Ghazis, right? And obviously with the threat of sacred sites in tempo, and on a map where the trade bus is not ideal like here, I don't imagine it'll be it would work very well for Puppy Paw, unfortunately.
Sacred sites don't feel super easy to get to either. I mean, they're kind of just down that river, so it's not like Delhi's going to have one safe one or anything. He's got to have to go out and fight for every inch of land he gets. It'll be an interesting matchup as we get ready to dive on in here. You are watching the Elite Classic 3, hosted by EGCTV. I'm Sockton, that's Myriad. As we dive into game number 6 here, Marine Lord versus Puppy Paw, coming up in just a second.
Shortly as we get underway.
Should be
here.
going. Hopefully, hopefully no other bathroom breaks, pauses, mailmen at the door that you need to sign for things come up.
It's an interesting point you bring about the sacred sites in the south, especially because, with the proximity to that sacred site from the shoreline fish, it can really make a big impact for either side as to who has control over that side. And actually spawns on Marine Lord's side. That's so good for him. Speaking of Marine Lord, in game number 6 between his set against Puppy Paw, spawning towards the eastern side of the map as the blue Delhi Sultanate, and his opponent on the left side, it will be Puppy Paw in the red Mongols. We are on Relic River here today, and this matchup promises a lot of volatility.
I like the spot of the OVO with the TC right in between. He could double up on Vils if he ever wanted to. You don't see that very often. Normally the standard is just
Let's go. Puppy Paw versus Marine Lord.
He's got the option.
I hope Marine Lord wins
Nicely
now,
tucked
because
next
I'm
to
tired.
the gold.
So that will just finish the
Pretty
series if
standard
Marine
stuff
Lord
from
wins here. Delhi versus
Now, if you
Mongol
look
is
at
a
the
good
power,
matchup
both
for
the berries
Delhi.
and the gold are forward, so Puppy Paw could easily
On Relic
power up and
River,
get some early aggression going on there.
Delhi usually goes fishing. Marine Lord
It's a
doesn't want that right
possibility,
now.
I mean, historically, Mongols, of course, big fans of the Tower Rush, or the space on the way. That could definitely be on the cards for him. Not a great spawn here for Marine Lord, which it doesn't even feel right to say for him, right? It's so rare. With the forward gold and the forward berries here. Prime spot for a tower, and as well as the deer pack actually on the front there for Marine Lord. This is quite bad actually for him.
There's a lot of stuff forward. I mean, the only thing he's got back behind him is a stone and a bit of wood.
And on top of it, the
would be pretty easy.
secondary berries as well, to the south.
Yeah, not a lot going here for Marine Lord. This, everyone always says, "Oh, the Marine Lord spawn." This would not be the quote-unquote Marine Lord spawn. This does not seem like it's going to favor him a whole lot. As he's looking to get a tower up. He says, "Forget that wolf in particular." And spears in place, ready to go. I think he's going to dive onto the berries. And they might, yeah. He does indeed. He's going to start poking and get some idle time right off the bat. Try and torch down the mill if he can.
Definitely want to push the Delhi off of the berries if you can, right? The extra gather rate is so good for them, so denying that is certainly effective. As Marino, getting a bit dangerous with that villager there. Almost goes down, but big damage on the spear at the garrison actually. I wonder if that was actually...
But those villagers are almost dead. Good healing from the Scholar. Tower comes in as well. Spearman dies, but I don't think Marine Lord can stop the tower.
This game was always going to come down to really clean micro early in the game, but that right there feels like a bit of a misplay. Probably really just needs to get this mill lit on fire now and get some kind of value back out of it. We see the Khan's Bird, the only air unit in the game that I'm aware of.
I'd honestly be quite surprised to actually see this tower finish in this position. I mean, Puppy losing what? Both space? No, he lost one of the space because he opted for just 2 double produced batches and no single production, which he's going to fix now as he puts another singular spear in queue. Marine Lord could very well opt to just go out with the prelate, the scholar, sorry, and look to torch down and deny this tower completely, and I think he could do it.
I don't think he will, though. It looks like it will go up. You were right. There was kind of a window where he could have denied it. Instead, he's going to focus on the Dome of Faith instead. This mill almost torched up here. Meanwhile,
Torching up the mill will give resources to Puppy Paw. Nice play.
I guess not sure what the purpose of that would be besides just scattering them for Puppy Paw.
He wants to prevent Puppy Paw from spreading them out too much beyond the tower, right? Yeah. Because now, obviously, the zone is inaccessible for Marine Lord at this point in time. So Puppy Boy could use that advantage to just shove the deer out however far his heart desires. As Marine Lord is going to repair the mill, so no bounty in for Puppy Paw from that yet. And the Scholar's going to do a good job in healing here for him. This is a big drain on Marine Lord's wood, though, as you can see. His bank already depleted.
And that's so critical early because he needs to get the production building up.
Yeah,
ASAP.
that wood is being drained. Is very efficient for Puppy.
A lot of wood. He's not able to make an archer very easily for some time. Adovo just in a nice little spot. A couple spearmen already came from it. I'll be curious to see if we get any villagers up at any point if Puppy opts to do that. Meanwhile, spears move over to the mining camp instead. Say, well, that mill was kind of rough business, but this one we can torch down. Surely this will work.
Surely, right?
I'm sure
Archer's
no
now
one's going to
in
come
queue
and bother us.
Yeah, well, for now, right? The Archer
Sure
is in
enough, there's
queue.
the Vil right on cue. Just like, oh, no. Sorry, we're closed today. Please leave.
Yeah, no more of that, at least for now. Now, the spears are going to continue being annoying here. And I wonder if Marine Lord is waiting for this age up for him to actually go for that torch before the arrow slits does come through for him. I wonder if he opted for any kind of textiles. I don't think so, judging by the villager count.
Doesn't look like it. Marine Lord actually up a couple here. Maybe some delay in Puppy Paw's TC.
Yeah, a bit of the... Part of it's probably just placing the TC down initially for Mongols, right?
Oh, that's
They're normally
true.
behind half a villager. But it's a bit more than half a villager, right? So definitely maybe a little bit of idle time, or perhaps the TC went further than regularly, which does seem to be the case, right? Because he didn't opt for the wood line. He went for this stone and gold position instead. Which is quite rare nowadays, actually.
And that wood line is just asking for a tower. But Archer's already on the field now for Marine Lord. Be able to push this back. It's annoying con. Doesn't do any much damage to the villagers, of course, but annoying regardless. And can trickle damage in.
Kaz was saying, damn, I love towers. Me too. Me too.
For Marine Lord. He's going to need to get that tower down eventually to reclaim it. Which he's got enough units now, he probably could.
Yeah.
Keshik's running around the base of Marine Lord.
Could have pulled, like you said, if he just pulled the
Weepo.
Scholar in the beginning with the Vils, he could have just healed him up and torched it.
Only two Keshiks.
Yeah, he really could have.
It's
And
making
even
it so
in
much
that
harder to get rid of
early-
now.
Even in that early feudal age, right? Like, he could have just rushed textiles, went out with a scholar, and he would have pushed it even easier than he would have whilst it was going up outside of
Ooh, this
the
is
arrows.
really aggressive on the food front here. Obviously, Delhi needs food, and the other one's towered up right now, so going out for the berries. But Keshik already on the field. Spears and archers able to defend and hold this off, but now that Puppy Paw knows it's there, you know he's going to send some more stuff over there.
Absolutely, and it's a
Or
really
pushing at
dangerous-
home, where the units are no longer at. As we see right here, Keshik number 1 in. That's going to be a Vil kill.
Nice.
One goes
pick up
down.
there.
Nice, yeah.
Yeah, and this is dangerous here for Puppy Paw because of the...
I mean, as we mentioned, that tower, the amount of value from that tower just can't be understated. Double berries denied, gold denied, deer pack denied, all by one single...
Tower rush, baby. Strong.
Yeah, it's a lot
Tower
of
rush
value you
strong.
can get out of it. Meanwhile, Marine Lord does have his units coming back home, but this is kind of tricky thing. When you split away from home, now it gets a lot easier for Puppy Paw to do both, right? He can be in multiple places with the Keshiks being so much faster than these infantry. Even though some are kind of weak, he's got the speed. He could like send some more back on those berries later. I mean, that Marine Lord's kind of open to some poking and prodding here. If Puppy can get enough damage done, it's going to be really tough for Marine Lord to hold on.
It really will. Now, the one respite here for Marine Lord is the fact that this is pretty much a full committal here from Puppy. As we see, all of his resources are going into units. There is no economic upgrades being added, no blacksmith upgrades as of yet. This is just full, non-stop units here from Puppy Paw. So if Marine Lord is able to weather the storm, at least initially, without being put too much farther behind, his upgrade advantage in terms of these free technologies should really start adding up in his favor.
Yeah, we do see the first Scholar heading out towards the sacred site, trying to get that gold trickle in for Marine Lord. He has nobody on gold. He hasn't had anyone gold for a while. That really is his only Scholar, I think. Meanwhile, archers and spears duking it out here just outside, and that's going to get Marine Lord off of the wood. He's going to go to the back wood line now. Meanwhile, other Scholar, there's 2. That one goes down. That means this one's the last one that I can see.
Yeah,
And sure enough, that's the last Scholar.
Indeed.
The archers
Yeah.
were just sitting there, but there was a spearman to stop the Keshik.
Where else will Marine Lord get his gold outside of his exercise? There is that mining camp to the north of his base besides his berries, but that's not very, very safe either. And
He is sending
Keshik
units
Mass is
that
starting
way.
to build.
I don't know if they're heading towards the food or the gold. He has got some units by that gold on the north side of his base.
Yeah. And
No, they're just on the food. He just needs food more than anything else, which
He
makes
really
sense as
does.
Delhi. Probably really should get those Keshiks back on there. Even with a tower, he could easily push them away.
no, it's so
Scholar
scary,
still
right?
hasn't gotten a sacred site down yet. Man, it's been 10 minutes. Really wish he could have wanted to get that one earlier.
Yeah, I feel like he brought off the Scholar off of it for some reason because he was like halfway through capturing it at one point, and I think there might have been a bit of a misclick once that Keshik interrupted it potentially. Keshik now runs past, looking for a raid maybe to further push Marine Lord's army out of position. Nice find here by the Keshiks.
fight.
None of these units will deal with them. Meanwhile, Puppypaw's main mass at the front. Looking to contest the side, but I think there's a number disadvantage.
Puppypaw is doing really well in the archer
Too
account.
many spearmen for those Keshiks to do any work.
Yeah, I feel like there's a battle of 2 fronts right now. The raid on the back.
The healing coming through is quite nice, but not strong enough. The Keshiks are holding the front line. They're coming in. Oh, the Keshik! Sandwich! GG. GG.
An excellent play, bringing him away from the raid and cleaning up the Scholar, running for his life with an inch of his life. The Archer is chasing after him in the top corner of your screen and is now out of sight. The Sacred Site now being decapped by Puppy. There's one Scholar in play. He needs to go find him and take him out. That one Archer was chasing after him. I wonder if he caught up to him ever. Yep, there he goes, and he's down into the trees. He dies. Big win for Puppypaw, and suddenly, I mean, this is looking pretty good. Now, Marine Lord is securing up that gold and the berries here on the north side, so that'll be good for him. Puppypaw suddenly feeling pretty good, like he's got maybe a bit of an edge in this game now, and that tower, gosh, still there 11 and a half minutes in.
A bit of an edge is an understatement, I would say, as I think Puppypaw definitely in a commanding position in this game so far. Having access to the deer behind his base safely is a huge boost for him, and he could just so easily he could pivot forward onto that boar as well. I'm actually surprised he hasn't as of yet, but no sights locked in for Marine Lord, finding himself back against the wall with very limited food access, no gold access, only one Scholar so far, Sockerton, after the other one got picked off on the side.
You know, at what point would the Tower of Victory maybe have been better?
It's very weird to see not a lot of scholars, right?
It just feels like he's had
But
no
that
gold, because
tower,
usually you
man,
have 2 on gold.
The
All
gold
points
tonight
throughout
is really tough.
the Scholar's going, but he hasn't been on gold for a while. So I don't think he's had enough Scholars to make a difference here.
It is extra
Maybe
attack
Tower of
speed
Victory
as
would've been
opposed to health, but it might have been
Oh, that's
a
true,
good...
that's true.
Yeah, but it might have been a good choice in this game because of the tower, right? Like this is something we have seen done a few times where players will opt to pivot into that Tower of Victory specifically when they are denied off of gold, and it can really pay fruit as a result. Now, my estimation was that Marine Lord doesn't opt for it specifically because he doesn't intend that tower to stay up for very long, but I must say, I'm so surprised that it's still up. Like,
Yeah,
he
even
had such...
still.
Yeah.
He had such an opportunity to take it.
He had opportunity to kill the tower, but didn't. Totally.
Fine margins and value. But I feel like even the idle time would have been worth it to secure all that res on the front side.
There's so much there. I mean, 2 berry packs, a deer pack, and the gold. I mean, that's 1 tower, 100 wood, a couple spears. That's all it took. The OVO, more than paying for itself, right? With all the value that Puppy's gotten out of it, those units and stuff. Meanwhile, it just feels like Marine Lord just running back and forth. And with those berries,
Way more units for Puppypaw because of the scholar. No, only 2 scholars. So yeah, he has more units. He's doing good.
Sacred Site, maybe he can hold it finally. But right in time, Puppy's got a pretty good mass. It's 39 to 49 military. Finally, a Marine Lord raid back on Puppypaw. Immediately found out by the Keshiks. I don't think he even got a Vil kill, just some damage dealt. Yeah, Marine Lord needs to, I mean, some more raids would be really helpful, I think. Maybe disrupt Mongols reinforcements or something. But everywhere he goes, the Khan right here, just sniping out and knowing that there is now villagers on the deer. As Archer and Archer dukes it out over on top of the Sacred Site, which still just...
The problem is that Marine Lord basically only has archers. He can't deal with the Keshiks, he only had 9 spearmen. Oh, the Ghazis appeared finally. Here they are. Snipey snipe, maybe.
Now on the field, as well as a decent number of spears and Ghazis behind this. This might
Yeah,
be favorable here for Marine Lord, right? With the archer count.
Looking okay.
The
tricky
fight's
thing
a
is that
fight,
he hasn't
though.
really dealt that much damage besides taking some map control and making it uncomfortable. He's only done one worker kill, He's only down one Vil. Otherwise, he's taken some of the scholars out. But
Can't really deal with the
Oh,
now more spearmen are here.
The Ghazi Raiders with the spears.
The guys are holding. The
doing pretty good
Keshiks
work.
are forced to
military
retreat.
numbers in favor of Marine Lord, and that archer mass is just enough to be doing some damage.
And this is the power of those free economic techs being manifested here, right?
Well done here. Good defense for Marine Lord. I really thought he would have more trouble to do with the Keshik, but the Ghazis plus Spearman really complement each other.
Upgrades, and that ends up manifesting itself.
Waterfall!
later in the game if you
Waterfall!
manage to get a
AoE waterfall!
The army count speaks for itself. I mean, Marine Lord has had his upgrades for such a long time, whereas Puppy Paw only recently managed to add in most of them. And it'll be a while before they kick off. And the result of
Big
that
dive
is...
here onto the
yeah.
Vils. One goes down, so now it evens up the worker Vil kills. Archer's just kind of kiting back and forth. That's a lot of Keshiks, not a lot of spears anymore, so probably not something that Marine Lord really wants to stick around with for too terribly long.
Yeah, true.
but
This fight is tough
overall,
now.
still a pretty okay
No
engagement.
really way,
Ghazi's going
now
down
for
with the
real,
fight.
no really way to deal with the Keshiks. Kiting now has to be the name of the game. The Keshiks are all low HP. The archers can snipe them. 46 archers, that's sometimes the feudal age name. Age of Archers. Bro, the Keshiks are taking so much... Bro, the Keshiks are taking so much damage. This is unbelievable. GG. GG. Right? Yeah, no Keshiks. That's it. It's over.
Yeah, the tricky thing is, I
maybe
don't know how
not, but-
Puha follows this up. He hasn't done any
The Marine Lord
no Vil kills. Like, that's the
making more scholars
I feel like he had some opportunities to really
with more food, more wood, and more gold per minute. With 2 secret sites,
Now with the military league just kind of getting
we can
handed
make units faster. People does not have the OVU on because it's not getting stone per minute.
Exactly.
Any stone, so that means the OVU is not being rebuilt, so no double production possible. This game is it's in the hands of Marine Lord, totally. It just needs to materialize that right now.
Slowly start to think about torching. However, it's worth noting that the majority of his army is not
great
exactly
decap.
capable of the decap. Very sneaky.
That was some good micro there, just kind of back and forth, keeping on the sacred site. I mean, if Puppy had like an angle for castle, he'd be doing okay. He's got the gold, but he's just not have the food. Seems like Puppy's having some food problems of his own right now, actually. He's moved onto the board. That'll help substantively.
And it will. While people are recovering now a little bit in this game. Cash account building, arch account building as well. Marine Lord not greeding for any kind of premature castle age at this point in time. Still massing a lot of units. More Ghazis and Spears in queue, as well as archers. Up to 47 archers now, Marine Lord. That could be critical mass here. And maybe too much for Puppy to handle. However, his own mass is not too far behind. More than half now as opposed to before.
It's scary, but Puppy Paw is at least keeping himself in this. Feels like Marine Lord just had to hold, and finally he's saying, enough of this tower. What are we doing? You have been
Finally.
a thorn in my side for too long, he says.
18 minutes into the game, he burns the tower now. Good job.
And it will be casualties of their own destruction.
And taking this tower down is so significant here for Marine Lord. I mean, the amount of food this opens up, not only the rest of those berries, only half of which
Yeah,
are
and the
depleted,
gold
not
too.
even actually, as well as an entire...
And the access to gold there is very important. Deer, berries, gold. That tower's good placement. Wait, is that the new OVU right there?
To make a play onto the shorefish with villages.
It's actually a nice call. You know, he's already got.
I think that was a guard for the fish then.
He's already kind of close.
Still
to the
no
floor,
OVU for
he might as
Puppy
well
Paw.
Get more food. Like he is struggling for food, so Puppy Paw does need to get.
And he's struggling for stone. Oh wait, no. He's getting it.
Those are the archers.
He's getting the stone now. He made a new OVU.
Though, right? Because right as
Ovo.
that massive amount
Ovo.
of villages is moving south for Puppy Paw, you can see
Ovo?
him intentionally
Ovo means egg in Portuguese. Ovo.
waterfall to not draw Marine Lord's army too far south, as this is not a position that Puppy can hold, I would say. Although there's a good number of Keshiks and his archers aren't too far behind.
But the archers have been doing pretty good damage. They've got the +1. So they negate that -1. There's the Ovo getting torched down pretty quickly. It's pretty aggressive Ovo.
Yeah, yeah.
Close to Marine Lord's base.
It's going down rather quickly. But it was the Ovo that I seen earlier. I thought it was weird.
Papipo is not careful. His food income is going to get severely idled here. I mean, if Marine Lord knew that the food income for Papipo is here, like a big portion of it, I think he's going to find out. Is he pushing forward? No.
Oh wait, are the villagers armed south?
Papipo gets away with it.
That's so lucky. That's so lucky for Papipo.
Really close. Man, he is being sneaky. We do see farms coming down now for Marine Lord. He is going to solve the food crisis as best he can. Papipo needs to take a good fight somewhere. He needs to set things down because, yeah, Marine Lord getting close to go for a Castle Age play here. He just needs those sacred sites to give him a little more gold. Maybe even move some vills onto it. He's got to keep up the military numbers as well. Papipo definitely has a lot here. It's 86-56, but you can't blink. You know, you could lose a lot in a quick amount of time if you're not careful. Kashyyyks, though, just getting kind of kited back and forth. They just don't seem to have the arm to deal with, 57 archers all at once.
It is a nice timing found there by Papipo to go in. Not that he knows, but Marine Lord is very close to prepping a Castle Age behind this, right? And that's a great time to strike. However, you mentioned he just doesn't...
Eusebio, let's go! Finish the series! I'm tired! It's almost midnight here. Come on. But Marine Lord committing more mistakes than usual, which is good for the viewer experience. I just think there are more ways to play the game now, or more ways to damage the opponent, and Marine Lord is not really aware of it. Oh, House of Learning! House of Learning!
I think you're right a little on the head.
What lesson are we learning today?
Marine Lord just needs to hold. He gets those for free. It was really rough in the beginning, but eventually more food became accessible, which is kind of the opposite what you want to do to Delhi. You want Delhi to run out of food and then collapse. Instead, Marine Lord had to hold and bunker down and then was able to get onto more food, which has enabled him to get to this point.
I think it's
not having those upgrades.
I think it's GG. Papipo 44 archers.
Marine Lord returning the favor on the food.
Marine Lord with 56. Papipo as 1,700 food income per minute. GG.
And there's the age up on top of that.
Yeah, this should be in a lot of cases. This is just a GG moment, right? Normally you get discovered at the same time, and then you see the opponent is up on age at the same time. But obviously there's a lot on the line here, so Papipo will not.
The Mongol invasion. Mongol horde.
The deciding matchup potentially this series is here as Papipo looks forward to push here. The engagement
got enough damage done. Gazis are almost gone. Kashyyyks, though, getting critical shot as well, just a little by little dropping. Archer.
But the thing is, the Gazis will come back soon, I think. Lancers are here, archers as well for Marine Lord. Upgrades coming in, it will take a while. And he's just losing so many units. This GG for Marine Lord, it's 4-2. It's 4-2. Right now, 4-2.
Just seeing like 7 Kashyyyks surrounding a man-at-arms and it taking them like a whole 3 seconds to kill it. Tells you all you need to know as these Kashyyyks moving for a desperate charge forward onto the mass. Good connection there. A lot of the charges do go through, but there's just way too many archers here. And with 12 scholars garrisoned here.
Age of Archers, y'all. That's GG.
Far out now. Kilji in research as well. Own blades for Marine Lords, men-at-arms, and lancers. And economies, yeah. Papipo knows. GG is called as Marine Lord.
6 games.
Well played. Well played. Marine Lord gets the win of the set and moves on. It were all great games, but the game on Frisian Marches, it was really boring, to be honest. But all the games were great. The Lancaster game was frustrating. Marine Lord should have won that one, to be honest. The Portuguese blood comes through. Eusebio. That's why he's so good. Because of the Portuguese blood in his veins. You know what I'm saying? Let's fucking get it, Portugal, caralho. Sim! Eusebio! Let's fucking get it, caralho. Foda-se. Let's go. Let's go. That's why he's the GOAT. That's why he's the GOAT. The GOAT.
That'll be a
Let's
series to
go.
look forward to as well.
The grande classico, as some people would say, of AoE 4
Yeah.
there. We have Beastie up against Marine Lord.
Beastie versus
in their
Marine Lord on the semifinals.
That will be
Next week,
happening
we're
next
here
weekend
to
here
watch
on
that one. It's gonna be
EGCTV, so
El
make sure
Clásico.
to check in for that one.
Yeah, but that is our last
El
series today.
Clasiquito.
Man, what a two really enthralling series. I think
What a
we
day.
did peak, however, at the spin to win in the first series though with the Onobugation. That was, I think, my favorite moment of all.
It's tough to top.
But it was tough to top. But we've had a lot of fun battles here. Man, what a couple set of games. It's really interesting when some games feel like they could just tip either way. And I feel like we've had most
Good
games
game,
that
guys.
felt
Good
that way.
game.
There's only been a couple
Everybody,
games that really felt like they were kind
Seems to be the end of our stream today. Thank you very much for watching. Your support is greatly appreciated. Remember to support EGCTV as well, using the links down below. Check my casted games on YouTube. If you're watching on Twitch, type in the chat exclamation point YouTube and exclamation point Discord. If you're watching on YouTube, use the links down below. Tomorrow we'll be back with Pokemon content and perhaps some more castle games from the online ladder / SilverLeague from Age of Empires 4. Oh, it's so white.
Good series against Puppy Paw. This one a little tougher than more recent series.
So thank you very much for watching. Your support is greatly appreciated. I wish you the best thoughts, ideas, feelings, and emotions, and a whole bunch of individuality, creativity, and responsibility in yourself. Believe in yourself and in all possibilities, and you'll be all right. Thank you for watching, guys. See you tomorrow. See you. Thank you. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you.
But you will come out with the win 4-2, so you do it in 6. What do you think was your best game of the series?
Probably the Templar one. I lost, but it's a very hard matchup.
That was a really tough game. Man, that was an insane one.
Like
That
when
was,
I
I
saw
think,
the
our
draft-
longest game as well.
When I saw the draft, I was praying for him to pick Ottoman on this map, because Ottoman against Templar is pretty close. I think Ottoman, like Japanese, can do okay against